Baruch haba, shalom, welcome. I am attempting to stream on TikTok and um, YouTube at the same time. So, oh, and okay, but today we're going to be going through Joseph, and it's going to be pretty exciting, pretty based. I don't know how I'm going to manage the chat for both, but well, we'll see. I'll guess I'll just throw TikTok over on my other monitor, and I have 3 monitors, so here we go. We have monitor over there for TikTok, monitor over here. Oh, if I go off the screen, it just loses its mind for TikTok. That's crazy. Okay, so first time for everything. We're gonna be going through Joseph, and I will have various guests throughout the night. And yeah, we might crash Ash Maze's stream at one point. And this is gonna be just like really, really, really long. Because the Joseph typology is just really, really, really long. So we're gonna hop into it in a second. I have someone on TikTok say, I just found out you were in TikTok live 2 days ago. I really like your Tumbling Dilemma series. Thank you, brother. There's gonna be a lot more coming with that. I will be streaming with IP and hopefully AP on that as well. But I just did a stream with David Wood. If you haven't seen it, check it out. But I want to go through Joseph in a very deep way, and I think I'm just gonna cook on it. My mom is gonna be here in about an hour. She's coming in from out of state, so I will probably take a 5-minute break to hug her and then come back. And I'll take occasional pee and caffeine breaks. But this is probably gonna be like an 8 to 10 hour stream, just so you can decide whether or not how long you want to stay. We're gonna go through at least 10 chapters of the Bible, if not 13. So this one's going to be pretty fun. We're going to go all the way through Joseph's story, and we're going to go through the typology of Joseph's story. So what is typology? For those who are unaware of it, it just helps to go through it, and then you can see like, oh yeah, this is obviously what's happening. But typology is whenever we can find archetypes or pictures or foreshadowing of Christ, of the cross, of the church, all those type of things inside of the Old Testament. So one of the clearest examples of this is Isaac on the binding of Isaac. You have like 3 days, you have 3 nights, you have Mount Moriah, which is the Temple Mount where Jesus literally carried a cross up, and you have Isaac being the son of the sacrifice, carrying his own wood that he would be sacrificed on up the mountain as the father carries the knife to slay the son. And then you have the son being willingly bound onto the wood, and then God himself replacing the son with a goat, with a ram, who had its horns caught in a thorn bush. So it was a ram that was replacing the son with a crown of thorns to be sacrificed on the wood on the Temple Mount. And then the angel of Yahweh comes and stops the sacrifice of Isaac at that moment. So then you have also Jesus, who's pre-incarnate, coming, establishing the covenant in which he himself will die to fulfill in place of Isaac to redeem humanity. Based. Super, super awesome. We're going to go through Joseph, and it's going to be incredibly deep. Your stream with David Wood regarding the Talmudic roots of the Quran is amazing. Do the book. Yeah, I'm working on the book. The book is it's gonna take a minute, but it'll be good. It'll be good. So let's go through. I'm gonna read a chapter, then we're gonna go through every single place where there's typology, where there's agreement between Jesus and Joseph, and the more we go through this, the more obvious it'll become how insanely all of this stuff was planned out, and like all the Muslims like, oh, your Bible's been corrupted, it's been changed by humans. Like this type of stuff, I can't fathom a way that Jewish scribes changed the scriptures to where the entirety of Joseph's life points back to Jesus in this amazing, wonderful way. So we have now Jacob lived in the land where his father had sojourned in the land of Canaan. Wow, I have no idea why TikTok is doing that. Whenever I highlight something, it just goes wild on it. All right. Sorry, TikTok. I don't know why that's doing that, but here we are. Does it do it for the Hebrew? It does not. Okay. TikTok is. Let me see if I can change that real quick. Apply. Why is it doing that? Okay, I don't know, TikTok. You just sorry. You're gonna have to deal with that. Thank you, Jack Ray, for gifting a membership. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, get into it. So now Jacob was sojourning in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, when 17 years of age, was pasturing the flock with his brothers while he was still a youth, along with the sons of Bilhah, the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought back an evil report about them and their father to their father, and Israel loved Joseph more than all his sons because he was the son of his old age. He made him a that my brain can't handle that. Disconnected. Valkyric, very colored, very colored. Wow, very colored tunic. And his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, so they hated him and could not speak to him in peace. Then Joseph had a dream and told it to his brothers, so they hated him even more. And he said it to them, "Please listen to this dream which I have had. Indeed, behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and behold, my sheaf rose up and also stood upright. Behold, your sheaves gathered around and bowed down to my sheaf." Then his brothers said to him, "Are you really going to reign over us, or are you really going to rule over us?" So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Then he had still another dream and recounted it to his brothers and said, "Behold, I have still another dream, and behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." And he recounted it to his father and to his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have had? Shall I and your mother and your brothers really come to bow ourselves down before you to the ground?" And his brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the saying in mind. Then his brothers went to pasture their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said to Joseph, "Are you not your brothers pasturing, or not your brothers pasturing the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you to them." And he said to them, "I will go." And he said to them, "Go now and see about the welfare of your brothers and the welfare of the flock, and bring word back to me." So he sent him from the valley of Hebron and came to Shechem. A man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field, and the man asked him, "What are you seeking?" And he said, "I am seeking my brothers. Please tell me where they are pasturing the flock." Then the man said, "They have journeyed from here, for I heard them saying, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them at Dothan. And they saw him from a distance, and before he came close to them, they plotted against him to put him to death. And they said to one another, "Here comes this dreamer. So now come and let us kill him and cast him into one of the pits. And we will say, 'A wild beast devoured him.' Then let us see what becomes of his dreams." But Reuben heard this and delivered him out of their hands and said, "Let us not strike down his life." Reuben further said to them, "Shed no blood, cast him into this pit, for in the wilderness. But do not go forth, do not put forth your hands against him, that he might deliver him out of their hands to return him to his father." Now it happened when Joseph reached his brothers that they stripped Joseph of his tunic, the very colored tunic that was on him, and they took him and cast him into the pit. Now the pit was empty without any water in it. This pit is also a cistern. It's where water collects in pools. And they sat down to eat a meal. Then they lifted up their eyes and saw, and behold, a caravan of Ishmaelites was coming from Gilead, with their camels bearing aromatic gum and balm and myrrh, bringing to them going to bring them down to Egypt. And Judah said to his brothers, "What gain is it that we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him, for he is our brother, our own flesh." And his brothers listened. You can probably hear my children in the background screaming. They're playing. Then Midianite traders passed by, so they pulled him and lifted Joseph out of the pit and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. Thus they brought Joseph into Egypt, and Reuben returned to the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, so he tore his garments. This is interesting. We'll get back to that. Then he returned to his brothers and said, "The boy is not there. As for me, where am I to go?" So they took Joseph's tunic and slaughtered a male goat and dipped the tunic in the blood. And they sent the vari-colored tunic and brought it to their father and said, "We found this. Please recognize it, whether it is your son's tunic or not." And he recognized it and said, "It is my son's tunic. A wild beast has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." So Jacob tore his clothes and put sackcloth on his loins and mourned for his son many days. Then all his sons and all his daughters arose to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, "Surely I will go down to Sheol in mourning for my son." So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold him in Egypt to Potiphar, Pharaoh's official, or Pharaoh's official in this translation, the captain of the guard, those who would protect Pharaoh. Now, hopefully, as you were reading this, you were thinking about Jesus. Okay, so what is Jesus doing? How is this relating to Jesus as we are going through these passages? Thanks for praying for my cousin Jeff recovering from a road accident. Oof. Is he in the road accident right now? We can pray for him real quick. And we'll break down the passage. Thank you, Lord, for Ian and his brother, that whatever happened with the accident, that he was protected by angels on all sides, and any injury he sustained, that you're helping heal him right now, and that he's going to have a miracle testimony that will lead others to you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay, so now Jacob lived in the land, and when he was 17 years of age, so he's a young man, and then, so whenever we're thinking about, okay, Joseph compared to Jesus, we're going to go through and show, okay, he was pasturing the flock with his brothers while he was still a youth. He was pasturing the flock, so he's a shepherd. He's a shepherd, and the brothers are shepherds as well. So we'll think about this a lot. Christian Gaffly says he'll join in 3.5 hours. I heard a rumor just going all night, so I'll join for some of that madness. Yes, this is going to take a hot minute. It's going to take a long time to go through it all. So, especially whenever we have, oh, look at that, Steven joined.
Mystery guest number one of the evening.
I don't think TikTok will be able to hear you, though. But he's on with YouTube.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Steven.
Happy Monday, or whatever day it is. Monday.
I don't know if I can get TikTok to hear you as well. So until I join a creator network and figure out how to get the StreamYard merging them, the TikTok audience is going to miss out on some of the great banter. So if you're watching on TikTok and you want to go to YouTube real quick.
This is where I should have learned some finger diddly dadlies, and I could just
finger diddly dadlies. Okay. How you doing?
I'm happy to be here.
Good.
And God is good, and that's good enough for me.
We'll see if you're gonna stay on the whole night with me, because you joined real early.
I was going to say it is my daughter's birthday. We celebrated yesterday, but so I was going to hang out for an hour or two, and then maybe make her a special snack or dinner or something, and then maybe after that still hop on if you're still. Oh,
I probably will be.
Okay.
Yeah. I suspect I'll be done around 2 a.m. today.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's plenty of time for me to jump back in if I
have 8 sodas in the fridge cooling down for me to enjoy throughout this night. So we're gonna be cooking for a hot minute. But okay. Christian Gaffly said he'd join in a couple hours. And Chase might join as well. But other than that, we're just gonna cook on it. So but we have Joseph being a pastor of the flock, and the flock here represents God's people, with the brothers representing the rabbis, the Pharisees. The Pharisees were the rightful shepherds of the kingdom of Israel, and this idea, this motif of the brothers of Joseph representing Israel who is rejecting Christ, and also the leading class of people rejecting Christ, that is going to be common theme throughout all of this typology. This is a massive, massive typology that spans from 37 to 49. So this is a very, very long period and stretch of time that we're going to be looking at and comparing Joseph and Christ. So right away, basically the first time he's mentioned, we already get that he is a shepherd, and as is Christ is a shepherd, and his brothers are also shepherds. But we get that Joseph is bringing an evil report about them to their father. And Jesus, what was he hated for by the Pharisees?
Mm-hmm.
That he was telling on them, both to God and to the people, hey, you guys are wicked, you guys are hypocrites, you guys are liars, you guys are twisting the words, you guys are inventing new ways to do things that are completely ignoring the heart of the law. You are destroying religion, you are impure, you are bound for hellfire. He is saying all this stuff about them, and all of it is true. So he is truthfully reporting on the sins of the Pharisees, and they're hated. He's hated for that. But we also have that God loves Joseph more than all of his sons. Jesus is more loved than all of creation because Jesus has been eternally with the Father, as Yahweh the Son. So we have he is loved more than the others by the Father, but even though he was loved, he still willingly sacrifices himself, which is, we see that with Isaac, we see that with a couple of these other places. It's pretty awesome. But we have the son of his old age, God has eternally had him. So the son of his old age, like, the Ancient of Days and all that type of language. And he got a very colored tunic. He got a multiple colored robe. And so he has this special ornate robe. Christ had a special ornate robe that was very costly. That was purple, and they gambled for it because of how nice it was. So you have the colorful
Seamless,
tunic,
right?
a seamless tunic, which would have been very expensive. So the whole thing of, Jesus was just a poor beggar is also not the case. He also wasn't an extremely wealthy man, but he took up collections where he preached to take care of him and the people. And he had nice things. It's okay to have nice things as a Christian. Imagine that, crazy. But we have him having this tunic. It's representing his glory, his what he had with the Father from all eternity. So Christ took off the tunic to then enter into the world. He stripped himself of his glory to enter into reality. Then he was stripped even further to go on to the cross. So we see kind of like both aspects of that happening with the brothers here. But the brothers saw. Good.
I was going to say he also has a unique relationship amongst his family with God, where God talks to him in dreams, and his family also questioning the legitimacy of them. And there was something else that I had thought to mention, but I forgot it because there's so much, and I was listening to you and I got distracted. But I mean, like you said, I was listening to your intro when I was setting up, and I mean, it's almost like every detail is.
It is insane. Yeah.
Mm,
How many people are actually, or not how many people, how much details between Joseph and Jesus there are that are the same. And one thing to point out, there are a number of scholars that don't even treat Joseph as a type of Christ. Because he's one of the only ones that are not explicitly identified in the New Testament. So they reject him as a type.
Which, funnily enough, though, we have in the rabbinic writings the Mashiach ben Yosef, which is the Messiah, son of Joseph. So the
Right.
Jews had an idea of Joseph being a type of Messiah.
Representative, yeah. Yep. And it also just so happens to be that Messiah ben Joseph is the Messiah who's going to suffer and die for the redemption of the Gentiles in the world. And Jesus's stepdad was literally named Joseph.
Right.
So Jesus literally was son of Joseph. Yeah, imagine that. Anyway. There's going to be a lot of coincidences tonight.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so we have that the brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, and so they hated him and could not speak to him in peace. The Pharisees saw that Christ was God, saw that Christ was the Messiah, saw all these things about him, and then hated him even more. So much so. Guys can hop on tonight if you want. But sorry, Chase and Andrew were DMing me in the group message. And they saw that I was live on TikTok and they're like, oh, okay. Okay. I was talking about the Pharisees. The Pharisees hated Christ because of the love the Father had for him. They knew he was Messiah, they knew he was God, and they rejected him because they were jealous of his status and his position. They wanted the seat of God. They wanted the seat of the Messiah. They wanted to be the ones in charge, so they rejected him. And we see that exactly with the brothers.
I would
They
argue that the
hated him.
Pharisees probably didn't even want a Messiah to come because I
No.
think they felt pretty cozy in what they had set up, and so they would, if you were to probably ask them, they would say, "Oh yes, we're in favor of Messiah. We want to usher in his coming." But if you actually asked most of them, they would not want that because he would overrule. And then I think you have another faction of them probably that would be like, yes, the Messiah will come and he'll elevate us even more. They were very, very self-righteous, egotistical, just not a good group. And yet they were viewed as, or they
They were
presented
the
themselves
righteous.
as
Right.
right.
Yeah. And they just weren't.
Yeah.
But it's also like it reminds me so much of Islam and every other like false religion. Jesus called them whitewashed tombs. Like they're very
Mm,
pretty on the outside, they're very prim and proper, and they do all these self-righteous, pious acts, but really they're just rotten on the inside. There's
mm.
nothing good within them. There's nothing of substance within them,
All they've got
and
is
their religion
death.
is the same way. All they have is death, and a lot of these are literal just death cults, like Islam.
Mm.
Um, yeah. Chase said, imagine having this level of typology in any other religion. Like what Islam know about the types, bro. They really don't.
They don't
And
even know
they
what a
can't even,
Messiah is.
yeah, they don't know what the Messiah is. And they also don't even know who Muhammad is or who Christ is. Like oh, well, or Muhammad is in the Bible. And it's like, no, he's
Mm.
not. Like, oh, he's in the Bible that wasn't corrupted. He's like, no, he's not.
That magic, the
He,
magic
he lied to
Bible.
you about both. He's just
Uh,
wrong. The closest you get is the Talmud, and even then, it's not very good.
mhm.
But
And even
anyway,
then, if he was in the Talmud, that disqualifies the claims anyway, because it's
right?
not Holy Scripture.
Yeah, it's not good. Not a good way to prove Islam. It's actually good evidence against it.
Yeah.
But we have Joseph having a dream now. He gets special revelation. He is more unique, and they hate him even more. So the more that he proves himself to be unique and special, the more that they hate him. So early started out, the brothers were mostly fine with Joseph. Then, he got more and more special treatment, more and more special status, and then more and more even the dreams, like the miracles. And then they really start to hate him. Jesus
Mhm.
early on, they're like, hey, are you the Messiah? Are you the
Uh-huh.
prophet? Who are you? And they're like interested and they listen to him and they're gathering around him and they're in the crowds and they're like, what's going on? Who is this figure? And then he rejects them. And then he also shows that he is God and doing all these miracles and says, I can forgive sin and I'm the Lord of the Sabbath. And they're like, oh, this guy's a blasphemer. Let's kill
Mhm.
him. So they start to dislike him more and more and more as time goes on. And as his uniqueness and his specialness is shown more clearly to the brothers, how he is set apart from everyone else, they start to hate him even more due to jealousy, which is
Mhm.
just amazing. Then he says, please listen to this. I have a dream. And then we have specifically, his sheaf rose up and also stood upright, and behold, your sheaves gathered around and bowed down to my sheaf. So we have all of Israel and really all the Gentiles too. But we have all of Israel, all of the world bowing down to Christ uh, on Judgment Day. And it's pretty based. It's pretty cool. And you see that in Revelation. We get the same type of language of the 11 stars and the moon and the sun, and all that stuff bowing down to Jesus as God. So we have that language being applied to Joseph, in my opinion, because of typology, because they saw, or because, God knew that that is how he would present it in the future. He presented it in the past for Joseph because he knew Joseph is such a crazy type of Christ. And interestingly, Joseph is one of the only figures in Genesis, and really just in the Bible in general, that doesn't have a major sin portrayed. You have him being arrogant, maybe. Depends on how you understand a couple passages. But the most that you get is him being arrogant right here as a 17-year-old, which is biblically not even like responsible for his own actions in the same way that full adults are. So other than that, I can't think of a single thing Joseph does that is deeply sinful, that is portrayed. Now, obviously, he committed sins in his life, but the Bible doesn't record them. I would say that it does that for part of the typology.
That's interesting. I never really thought about that before, but I'm trying to I'm thinking through his whole life, and there's not really anything that's mentioned that's like, oh,
nope.
and now I'm trying to go through all the other figures in my mind, and I'm thinking, I feel like
Abraham. Yeah, Abraham definitely did.
Abraham, Isaac, maybe not Joshua. Maybe Joshua is another one, where you have like an explicit mention of wrongdoing, although his name is just the long form of Yeshua.
Yeah, his name is literally salvation. Yeah, and he's also a type of Christ. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a couple other figures, like the more you go down the list, but
probably,
of the patriarchs, he's the only patriarch.
Yeah.
And of the figures in Genesis, he's the only figure in Genesis. So he is, because even Noah, you'd be like, well, he got drunk. And he also was like very, aggressive with his cursing. So,
yeah,
there's a whole lot of stuff there that you could talk about and compare to. But with Joseph, there's just not. And it's weird. It's unique and weird, at least for Genesis. And even with the rest of the Bible, like most of the other figures, you think of like the big figures, like David, Solomon, like all those guys are sinners. Like David, especially Solomon, especially sinners.
Saul,
yeah, sinners. Joseph is unique in that. So we have this sinless shepherd, loved by the Father from all eternity, giving bad reports of the current shepherds over Israel's flock. And we're going to see a lot of interesting details as it keeps going.
Well, and literally with the brothers, I mean, Benjamin, I think he's not with the older brothers because he's younger than Joseph, but we do have in Joseph and his brothers 11 out of the 12 tribes of Israel. So all of Israel that existed at the time, and just completely represented with the brothers, who are literally where the tribes come from. And the 12 tribes are named after the brothers. So
yeah,
another perfect picture.
And then the Egyptians themselves are going to be representative of the Gentiles perfectly. So we have all of Israel represented correctly there, and we have all of the Gentiles being represented.
I keep getting excited, like when we get to, I keep thinking of where we're getting to, and we're just now introducing the story, and then it's like, oh yeah, with the Gentiles, and it.
Yeah,
now
like
I see
7 verses into the first
Yeah.
chapter, and it's like so deep. The deeper you go, the deeper it becomes. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Typology is my favorite subject.
It gives you goosebumps when you think about it.
Yeah.
When you think because like you said earlier, how anything could be so much all of this,
Right.
how something could hold all these similarities in one
Right.
story is
Right.
just insane.
It's crazy, yeah. It's I love it because of how deep it gets. But also like what other religion has something like this? And
Hmm.
we think about like the road to Emmaus, and Jesus opened up the scriptures and
Hmm.
walked them through from Bereshit to Malachi. Like, hey,
Hmm.
he's walking him through all of the prophets, all of the writings, all of the Torah. He's going through all of that and showing, hey, this is me there.
Right.
Also, I think my mom just got here, so my dog's gonna be
I
barking.
figured that's why.
Yeah, that is currently what's going on. My wife opened up the door to my office, so it's gonna be a bit louder. Um, yeah. Hello, Yochanan. Um, you change your last one from David to David. Um, anyway, so we have this is like as far as topics go for Christianity and for like just religion in general. I think typology is by far the deepest you can
Mm.
study, and it will take you literally months to get through it all. Just that one topic of the Bible. And the more you do it, the more you will appreciate Jesus, the more you'll appreciate the Bible, and the more intuitively you'll start seeing Christ in everything. And
Hmm.
I was joking about this with Tommy because he's talking about like, can you actually read the Bible without specifically thinking about how does this relate to Jesus now? It's like typology does like rewire your brain in a sense to have that road to Emmaus view of
Uh-huh.
I want to see Christ because Christ is everywhere. Like
Uh-huh.
the scriptures wrote about me. The scriptures wrote about Christ is what he says. So
Hmm.
if the scriptures in general are writing about Christ, I want to read the scriptures to find him. And you
Hmm.
can do that in every book of the Bible.
Yep.
And it's amazing. And we've gone through, we've gone through Genesis in the last several weeks. We went through Exodus before that. This is gonna be, in my opinion, this is like, so we might actually go to the New Testament next week, but for me, this is
That'll be
like,
fun.
this is the culmination of the Torah, is
Hmm.
this passage of Joseph, which is kind of like a wild statement when you think about like Exodus and you think about the law, you think about Deuteronomy and how it ends and Moses and all that stuff. But it's like without Joseph, Moses wouldn't have happened. Um,
Hmm.
and without Joseph, like we wouldn't have this deep, beautiful type of Christ.
Right. It's because of Joseph that Israel, the family, moved to Egypt. That's how they
Yeah,
got there for the Moses stuff to go on.
yeah.
It's kind of like Moses
Um,
is like if someone were to make a play that had the entire divine messianic plan as a metaphor. That's kind of the Joseph story.
yeah. I think that should be able to be more legible now. He says he can't see Chris's screen well enough. I'm using the LSB, and within so the Legacy Standard Bible is the translation I'm currently reading from. It is the NASB 1996, but with grammar or gendered language, and it preserves Yahweh as Yahweh instead of having Lord in all caps or any of that. So
Oh, I
I
gotta look
like
into
it.
getting one of those.
It's the most literal Bible you can get. So other than just like reading the Hebrew or the Greek or the Aramaic, um, and instead of just reading that, if you want an English Bible that's extremely literal, the LSB is my pick for the most literal
I hadn't heard of
Bible
that
you
one.
can
I'm
go
gonna
through.
write that down because
Yeah.
that sounds like
Uh,
because I prefer the NASB for my personal reading when I'm reading in English,
yeah.
and if this one's
It's
basically
made by
that
the same translators. They
with
just
Yahweh involved, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Some of the original team decided that they didn't like the direction that the newer NASB was going down with the gender neutral language, and they also wanted to add Yahweh. So it's
Okay.
the same translators. It's basically the same translation. Most of it, like 99% of it, is the same. They just change instead of saying brothers and sisters or they, it has the masculine, which is used in
Okay.
that place.
So like for
Yeah.
certain things and spoke to the sons of Israel rather than the children of Israel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's very good. I recommend highly the LSB and the MSB, the Majority Standard Bible. which does not use the critical text. So this uses the critical text. So if you want 3 Bibles to read from, I would get the New King James Version, not the Old King James Version. The Old King James Version is not very good, to be honest. The translation quality is very good for the time. It's not very good now by modern standards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about the language. I'm talking about the translation itself. It mistranslates things. So, but you have the New King James Version, which still uses the Textus Receptus. I would use that least, personally. And then the LSB and the MSB. If you want another one to be slightly more readable, the ESV is more readable, the NIV is more readable, but they're also less literal. So if you're not willing to learn the Hebrew, you can also read the Amplified, but you have to like study how to read the Amplified and not come away with false theology.
Yeah.
Because the Amplified is the most literal, but it's also all over the place. It's kind of hard to understand unless you know the original languages and are
Yeah, it's
comparing the
nice to
words as
read
you're going.
if you're already studied and seasoned,
Yeah.
because but it's like one of those things where watching a biblical movie, if you don't know the
Mm.
actual biblical text ahead of time, you're going to see stuff in the movie and you're going to be like, wow, that's cool, or this or that happened. And then you're going to say, like, remember when this happened? And then you're going to learn, oh, well, no, that was just, they threw that in the movie for artistic license and things.
Oh yeah.
So it's good to know ahead of time the nice concrete text, and then you can play around with other stuff comfortably.
Yeah. Yeah. Um. Okay, let's get back to the. All right. So we have him giving his dream to the brothers, and they are not too happy about it. He says that he's going to worship them, or not worship. They're going to worship him. They're going to serve him. They're going to bow down to him. And then his brothers said to him, "Are you really going to reign over us? Are you really going to rule over us?" And Christ is literally going to rule over Israel, and he's going to literally rule over the Egyptians, the Gentiles. So yes, that the answer to that is in fact yes. And we also have this moon 11 stars, and this is just straight up coming from a similar account in Revelation. So I love my Catholic brothers and sisters, but whenever you're like, oh, that's Mary in Revelation for the moon or the woman with the stars, like, no, it's an allusion back to this. Has nothing to do with Mary, to be honest.
Right.
Israel is the woman and that gives birth to the Messiah there. It's not meant to be Mary. It's meant to be Israel as a nation, which we see very clearly with if you exegete the passage not in a extremely Catholic lens, like pretty much everyone else comes to the same conclusion other than you guys. So I might eventually do a study series on Catholic beliefs, but right now I'm just not as interested in doing that as I'm just like trying to finish my book and everything else we're doing. But there are reasons why I'm not a Catholic. Anyway, just throwing that out there. And I let the
foreshadowing
flame war in the comments. Foreshadowing. And then he tells it to his father, and the father rebukes him, which we do not get with Christ. It's more like the opposite with Christ. The father is happy and glad and all that stuff with him instead. So then he said to him, "Go now and see about the welfare of your brothers and the welfare of the flock, and bring word back to me." So now we have the father explicitly sending the son out to Israel's flock. So to the flock of Israel and to its shepherds, the son is sent by the father to check on them and see how they're doing, which is pretty amazing. Christ is sent to check on Israel to bring them back to Yahweh. And it's what that's part of the mission of John the Baptist. You know, in Isaiah 43, it says, "Prepare now the way of Yahweh, the coming of your God." And it's very explicit. Like, how does John the Baptist prepare the way for Yahweh? Well, he is getting people to repent. He is getting people to think about God and their place with him and their relationship to him. And he's getting them to be baptized and confess their sins. Because John's baptism was a baptism of confession. You had to confess your sins in order to be baptized by John the Baptist. So we have a neat little thing here where God's people, God's nation is prepared for the coming of the Messiah, for the coming of the new covenant, for the coming of all these things. And we have the Father sending the Son to go check on the status and the well-being of the sons of Israel, which is just super based. You are in darkness. Oh, one of the Muslims joined the YouTube. Read Al Quran to know the truth and stay away from tafsir and hadith books.
Oh, so he's a
Yeah,
Quran only Muslim.
yeah, he joined the stream I did with the ex-Muslim last week and giving his testimony why he left Islam. And we were going through the hadith, and he's like, "Oh, the hadith are fake."
So that's interesting, Chris. And you know, I don't want to get too off topic. But I never really thought about that. I had only just recently heard of Quran only Muslims. Is that Islamically, from your study, is that an Islamically tenable position, or
Quran onlyism?
yeah?
No,
I wouldn't think so, just because of how revered and imitated Muhammad was, and how he said, yeah,
right.
you know. So
I
I
mean,
wouldn't.
they're Mohammedans,
Right.
right? They
And so to
worship
be Quran
Muhammad.
only, is that more of a, is there a historic root to that,
No,
or is that more of a modern thing because people realized how uh problematic the hadith and the tafsir were
yeah.
when it
So
comes to.
yeah, I'm not sure when it started or how prevalent it was throughout history.
Hmm.
What I do know is that the early Sahaba and the generations after them were not
Okay.
Quran only. They practiced the Sunnah.
Hmm.
The whole idea of Sunnah came about pretty early on.
Hmm.
And we have in the 800s, 900s, 1000, 1200s, 1300s, 1400s, we have a lot of people confirming the Sunnah, practicing the Sunnah. It's mostly the Shia who created their own Sunnah. They have their own hadith.
Right.
And then Quran onlyism was a rejection of Muhammad, essentially. Um,
Okay.
yeah, but I mean, you can just fully reject Islam. You don't have to just reject Muhammad. You can also fully reject
Yeah, I
Allah
mean,
and the
the
Quran
problems don't go away
come
if
to
you stick with
Christ.
Quran onlyism. There's
Right.
still all the same problems there. I mean, I guess
Mm,
less, because Muhammad was a very problematic
right.
individual. But the book itself
just
is.
just read the Quran because the Quran confirms the Quran because that's why. Well, because that's why. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be great. We had Johanna put up something earlier. Anthony Rogers gave me 5 perspectives to find Christ in the Bible, talking about Christ, Christ talking, antithesis of Christ, mediator between God and man as a perfect sinful man. Yeah, I mean,
Sinless, probably.
yeah, sinless man. You have a bunch of other aspects of Christ that are repeated over and over again in the Old Testament, such as
Hmm.
Christ being king, priest, shepherd, um, God. Like you
Yeah,
have a lot of
Lord.
those other details as well, um, that you can point to, that you can look at, like Psalm 22, Psalm 23, Psalm 24. Those are all types of Christ, and some of
Psalm
them are
2, even.
pretty based. Psalm 2. A lot of the Psalms are just types of Christ
Hmm.
and prophecies of Christ and all these things, but you can find him in so many different ways. But in the writings, there are I think so I'm gonna eventually write a book on typology. I'm just gonna have to do it. So I think I have 78 types of Christ I have found in the Bible, which is a lot. That's a lot of types. Um,
Which is funny because
but
that is a lot. But when you said that, I was like, oh, that's it.
I know 78 is still a lot of things, but there's not that many important people in the Bible or important objects in the Bible, and 78 is still pretty exhaustive.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, I know. There's like there should be more than that. There's a lot of Bible, but no, like if I said I hate like 60 people are identical to this one person, you're like, what are you on about?
Right.
But yeah. Uh Psalm 69 is a perfect example of what I mean. Okay, I'm gonna star that. If I still have energy after the type, I'll come back to him. Uh, how many? Yeah. Okay. let's keep going. So I don't run out of steam before I finish. And I still am not perfectly healed, so we'll see how far I go
I
with
was
my
gonna say,
sickness
I heard
before
that
I.
cough. That cough's been pretty stubborn, it seems like.
Yeah, well, if you don't sleep for 2.5 months,
Yeah. Or
your
like
body kind of
maybe
starts shutting
15
down.
years.
Yeah,
I didn't
but
used to have these extra wallets hanging out under my eyes. That's
the gray beard, yeah.
yeah, yeah. It'll be fun, Chris, like next year if we do a live stream to look back on the first one I did and be like, wow, there was
You're
hardly
so
any gray and
youthful.
now you're all white.
I'm 30 years old now, so I'm an old man. I'm officially an unk. I joined I joined a TikToker's Discord, and we were just chatting about things. And I talked about how I had kids, and they were like, "Kids plural?" I was like, "Yeah." And like, "How old are you?" I was like, "I'm 30." Like, brother, we have an actual unk up in here, and they were all like high schoolers, and I was like, "Oh man, I'm in the wrong business right here, right
Uh,
now."
Chris, am I in your Discord, your members Discord, am I the oldest in there?
I think Jack's gonna be.
Okay, because I definitely feel like the oldest. I mean, it was
You guys are up there. I'm not
such
sure
a
if
hard
you're
time
older
for
than
me to
Jax or not.
even figure out how to use Discord. Thanks to you guys, I can navigate it pretty okay now. But
Yeah. In the Islamic server, you're definitely not the oldest. We have
mhm,
some grannies in there that are based and awesome.
yeah,
Who I love so much. Cheryl, if she's watching this, shout out. You'd goat. Um, she is old enough to be your mother. So
really, wow.
yeah, we have some of the wiser generation among us
Uh-huh.
uh that are pretty awesome. And my mom as well. So there you go.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. You're about the same, you're close to the same age as my oldest brother. So
Okay.
you're not my dad, you're my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can feel the oldest if you need to, Jackson. uh, we're counting the Islamic one. Jack's not the oldest either. So there you go. We got some 70-year-olds in there.
We got a nice spectrum.
Yeah. We got the whole range from little baby high schoolers to the older generation.
Pretty cool, pretty cool.
Yeah, God is cool, man. Um, anyway, so we have, and they saw him from a distance, and before he came close to them, they plotted against him to put him to death. So the Pharisees knew who Christ was. They knew that
Hmm.
he was going to replace them. They knew that he was going to be the Messiah, that they didn't want him to be the Messiah, and that he was claiming to be God. So they saw him coming. They understood what was happening, and they plotted to kill him before he reached his full status as Messiah.
Hmm.
The same way they're plotting to kill Joseph out in the open field. So they're plotting in plain sight, which is also an interesting thing, while being the shepherds of the flock. So then they said to another, "Here comes this dreamer. Here comes the Messiah. So now come and let us kill him and cast him into one of the pits." The pit here, pit is oftentimes used for the grave.
Hmm.
And again, TikTok, I'm so sorry that it keeps doing that. It just zooms in randomly on a word.
It's
TikTok is
exciting.
not. I wish I could just share the screen, but it literally doesn't let me do it. So I apologize ahead of time for you guys, but so we have the pits here. The pit is representative of Sheol, representative of the grave, representative of death. So we have the brothers, the Pharisees, plotting to kill Joseph and throw him into the grave. Uh, then let us see what becomes of his dreams. Let us see what becomes of him being the Messiah and all that. And then
Chris, real quick,
Rubian. Mhm,
sorry, you made me think you're talking about TikTok, and I'm thinking of obviously generally younger audience. Um,
mhm.
for those who may not be aware, maybe it might be beneficial to point out because I think it adds to the weight of the similarities. Um, this story of Joseph, um, if you would tell us when it generally around when it would have taken place, and also when Moses would have written it down, just so people understand how uh, far apart this story is from the time of Jesus. Uh, just so people don't think, well, it was in such close proximity, or maybe it was edited. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, it's what, 390 years or 490 years?
Well,
So
so the time of this story actually happening would probably be around, is it around 3000 BC?
it's
No,
430
that's
years
too,
that they were in Egypt.
right,
He's
right.
17 right here. He was 30 whenever he became governor. And he was likely in his 40s or 50s whenever they
Oh,
came
okay.
into.
I was thinking 3000 years ago. It was about kind of close to 3000 years ago.
Yeah, it
Moses
would have
would have written
been
this down, what?
1900s.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so this would be 1900s BC whenever this is
BC.
happening, and it would be the 1400s BC whenever Moses is writing it down.
So 1400 years before Jesus.
Before Jesus, yeah. So this was written down in the Torah 1,400 years before Christ. The oldest copy we have of it is the Dead Sea Scrolls, and that is around 100 to 200 years or before Christ. So
Mm-hmm.
we have this story captured in both Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic before the time of Christ in multiple translations,
Mm-hmm.
all of which agree with each other, all of which show typology of Christ. Especially whenever you get into the targums, like the Aramaic on this passage with
Uh-huh.
the memra. Uh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, so I didn't
Jesus
want to
is all
interrupt,
over
but
the
I was
place.
thinking, like, for people who may not know the biblical timeline, and they could say, well, maybe this was written after Jesus, and of course it sounds like Jesus because of this or that. So I wanted people
Right,
to, if they weren't familiar, to know that this was well before Jesus.
extremely far before Jesus. Yes, so this is an ancient thing, well before the time of Jesus. Um, and yet even with that, I don't know. TikTok is just giving me a random notification about someone else. I'm like, what's happening? Um, So even before the time of Christ, we still have this stuff. So typology, just like fulfilled prophecy, can be shown before the time of Jesus, and then all
Hmm.
the critics and everyone else is like, "Oh, this is just," and it's like,
Right.
"No, no, 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 no. Calm down, brother. Calm down. Calm down. We are not inserting things into the text. So this is not even in the New Testament. We're just reading it and
Right.
finding the obvious parallels between it. We Christians did not write this document."
Hmm.
Okay. This is predating Christ in three languages.
Hmm.
We did not have anything to do with that. That was all Jews. Even Jews wrote the New Testament, all that.
Hmm.
Christianity had no influence on this text. Yet, we're about to spend the next several hours going through all of this stuff that relates to Jesus. How in the world is that a coincidence or an accident?
Or
It
even done
appears to be
intentionally.
providence.
It
Yeah,
couldn't even be done
right.
intentionally.
Right. And having this many details in relation to each other, unless they were just like, let's just read Joseph and then just make it into a person. But it's not just reading
Right.
Joseph. You're also Moses,
Hmm.
Abraham, Isaac, Noah,
Hmm.
Adam, Abel, um, Seth, even a little bit. You have David, Solomon, Joshua, like just about every figure you can think of that is rather important in the Old Testament is also a type of Christ. But you also don't just
Hmm.
have the people, you have the tabernacle and
The
the
holy days.
sacrifices. Yeah, the holy days, the festivals. The first 9 chapters of Leviticus is just a giant typology of Jesus, which
Hmm.
we'll probably do a stream on that as well. It's pretty based.
Uh-huh.
The temple, like you have
Yeah.
so many types of Christ that are not people, not events, but are objects. Like a worm, a crimson worm is a type of Christ.
Hmm.
If you haven't seen that video, go check it out. But a crimson worm is a type of Christ, where David says, "But I'm just a worm, not a man,"
Hmm.
of Psalm 22. Like
In
that
a
in and
psalm
of
that
itself
that is very much that Jesus
about
quotes
the
as he's
cross.
being crucified.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, in a prophecy about Christ, we have a type of Christ in it that is embedded below the surface,
Written by a type of Christ
written
who
by a
was
type of
also
Christ.
a Messiah, who through
Yes.
him the lineage of
Yeah.
Jesus came.
Uh-huh.
Just incredible.
It's amazing how much Jesus is in the Old Testament.
Mm.
We have a Jew or a Muslim here who says no Jesus in the Jewish Bible. Brother, that's what this stream is about. So we
Stay
have
tuned.
stay tuned. But Reuben heard this and delivered him out of their hands and said, let's not strike down his life. So Reuben here is saving him. Reuben will become up and he'll be important later on. We're gonna skip the Judah and Tamar. We might come back to it at the end of the stream. It just depends on how quickly we go through the rest of the material. But we're already an hour in. We haven't gone through one chapter yet. So
Sorry.
we have 13 to go through. We'll see how far we go. Yeah, can wood be a type of Christ? Wood is literally a type of Christ. Yes. The Kermes oak tree is a type of Christ. The Kermes oak. For those who don't know, if you've not seen my Psalm 22 video, you should go watch my Psalm 22 video. The Kermes oak is an evergreen oak. There's not that many of them, but it's an everlasting oak tree. It's always green, doesn't go through emissions or anything else. It also gets its name of the crimson bearer from the worm that so happens to die and be born on it. You can also like born again or like a resurrection type language, but we have the crimson worm, who is a great type of Christ, specifically chooses the Kermes oak tree and only that tree to go and die on in order to then bring life to its children. That tree in and of itself has gall that is heart-shaped that can literally heal your heart if you consume it, even though it's bitter and you have to go through it. It heals your heart. And it can grow in rocky soil. So the seed planted by this tree can go into rocky soil and renew it and establish roots anywhere and then develop into a full tree that's mighty and strong and is an evergreen tree. And its leaves and its seed have thorns. Can wood be a type of Christ? Absolutely. We get it, guys. Okay. You don't know how deep this goes. Okay. Again, you can watch that video. It's pretty basic. Let's keep going for Joseph. But we have Reuben here claiming, hey, come on. Let's, not kill him. And he's the oldest. So whenever we're talking about this last week, how much older is Reuben than Joseph? Joseph is 17 here.
He must be close to my age, I would think.
Yes. He is at least in his early 40s, if not late 40s. So this dude, and all the brothers, mind you, Joseph is the second youngest. Mm-hmm. All of the dudes are adults.
Yeah.
Including the brothers close to him in age. They would still be like 19, 20. So of the 11 or 10 other brothers here, out of the 10 of them, the average age of them is in the 30s.
Mm-hmm. So
you're talking about like a group of men. These are all usually older than me. Most of these dudes are older than me. I just turned 30, so I'm like I'm an unk now. My back contractually hurts now. And we have all of these grown men deciding to do this thing to their kid brother.
Mm-hmm.
A little 17-year-old boy. Grown men deciding to do it. And the oldest of them
and also
got conscious, like, maybe we shouldn't.
Doing it against their father because they know how much their father loves him. So there's kind of a double wickedness here, that they would do that to their own brother, but also knowing how much he means to their father, they were willing to do that to their father out of their own carnal hatred for him.
Yes, that is the big one. And we're gonna see how vile they get to him in just a little bit. Because I want people to really understand how evil an act it was for the brothers to do what they did. But Reuben's like, hey, let's not strike him. let's not shed blood. So shed no blood, cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, but do not put forth your hands against him, that he might deliver him out of their hands and return him to his father. So he is actually trying to save his kid brother. The only two brothers that are actually trying to redeem them. So there's three brothers that were not directly involved with the assassination plot of Joseph. It was Reuben, Judah, and Benjamin. Benjamin's not even there,
right?
Because Benjamin's the youngest, and Benjamin also got special favor by the father, because he was the other son of Rachel, who he loved. Yeah,
and also super young.
And younger, yes. So he would be, like 5-10 by this point in time. Not a dude that could go out and be a shepherd. Even Joseph was a bit young to be a shepherd. David was extremely young to be a shepherd, and they still made him because they didn't like him. So that again gets into the typology with David. But we have and they deliver him out of their hands back to his father. So he's trying to save his brother. Now, what happened when Joseph reached his brothers, that they stripped Joseph of his tunic. He was literally stripped of his tunic. He was stripped of his glory. And we have Christ stripped of his glory as he comes in the incarnation, and he's also stripped of his full glory and is shamed on the cross. For those who are not aware, especially for those on TikTok and YouTube, if you're Jesus was fully naked on the cross, fully nude, everything hanging out. It's not like the movies. It's not like the pictures. We have some old pictures actually have him fully nude, but then they stopped doing it because they didn't want to tantalize the children. But Jesus was fully nude on the cross. Likely had some parts of him crushed in the process. Like he was brutalized. And here we have Joseph being stripped naked, or at least all of his outer garment was gone. And he was just in either an undercloth, if he had one, or he was fully nude. And he was thrown into
the garment being his sign of glory.
Yes. Yeah.
So even if he wasn't fully naked in Joseph, still shows us that what would happen to Jesus.
Exactly. And then they took him and cast him into the pit. Now the pit was empty without any water. So this is a cistern. They would just dig giant holes to collect rainwater, and then you would do it in like a floodplain. So you would just have random water sitting around to do irrigation, or to, if you're really desperate, to water your animals. Now you wouldn't want to use still water to water your animals much, unless you were to like clean it beforehand, like boil it. But you could also use this for crop management. So these are good like aquifers to replenish cropland. And in a pinch, like water your animals. Well, you wouldn't want to like give them dysentery or any other infection. So these were semi-common, and we have one that is empty here. So the empty pit, an empty tomb, you might say, that he is placed into. And this actually is pretty interesting with Jesus in general. Jesus was born in a cave, and it just so happens to be that also caves were used for tombs. So he was born in a cave in a feeding trough, so where the food of the animals would be laid into, and then he was also laid down into a empty tomb that had never been used before. So he came into a virgin, and he went into a virgin, and came out of it. So he had a virgin cave that had never had any death in it, never had any spoiling in it, that he's laid in, and he is also the bread of life that feeds us. So he's born of a virgin, laid down, representative of the bread of life. Then he's, in the inverse, laid into a tomb, wrapped in a cloth in the virgin cave. Pretty based. We have here that he is essentially laid into an empty pit. It's an interesting little parallel. It's not as clean as some of these other parallels, but it's at least interesting that it's specifically an empty pit. If it wasn't empty and it was like half full, he might be able to like swim out of it. So he's just stuck in it, but he's also either fully naked or mostly. So it's gonna be cold. It gets colder at nights in the mountains, but he's also just in earth. If everyone's ever gone below the water like level, the ground is cold. So he's in a cold hole, suffering, and then they choose to sit down and eat a meal.
Yeah.
Think about this. Okay, let this hit you how evil this really is for a moment. Their brother, they just beat and stripped and threw into a pit in order to kill him. He is naked, he is crying out, he is betrayed, he's hurt, he's emotionally devastated, and he is terrified and he is begging for his life, probably wailing and screaming. And they sit down to eat food.
I would imagine there was probably a lot of mocking involved too. Verbal mocking.
Yeah. But like, wow. I've been in a variety of emotional situations. I don't get really that emotional. I have a problem. But I've been in a variety of emotional situations where, I couldn't eat.
Mm-hmm.
I had food and something like negative happened. I was like, I don't want to eat anymore.
Yeah.
They were so callous and so cold to the death of their brother by their own hands that they are fine eating food. This is a level of evil and depravity that is crazy. Just entirely ignoring their kid brother, who's a child. He's 17. For you 17 was watching, you still have a lot of growing and living to do. Not saying you're like a little kid, but he is younger, dude. And he is suffering deeply in this hole, and his brothers decide to sit down near it to eat food, likely in earshot of their brother's suffering.
Mm-hmm.
So messed up. We had someone on TikTok ask, "What am I looking at?" The You're supposed to be looking at the Bible, but for whatever reason, TikTok puts up a zoom in on that from time to time. I also don't know what is going on with that. So, if it looks weird, I apologize. What's the Jewish writing about? That's the Hebrew of the Bible. So this over here, this is the actual text that would be as it was written originally, and I just have it up on screen. Sometimes I point out things from it that are interesting. um, but also for people who are Hebrew speakers, the Hebrew there is meant to show you what the Bible's actually saying. This is the Bible. This over here is a translation of the Bible. The English, that's not literally the Bible. The Bible is in Hebrew and Greek and Aramaic. So when we're talking about like the Bible and like the Bible being inspired and all these things, we mean the original languages in the original manuscript. So the closest you can get to the original manuscript, the closer you're getting to the true Bible. So I have both up on the screen. Does that mean the English translations are bad? Nope. Does that mean you can't come to truth through them? Nope. Just have it up as an option.
But
Plus, if I
definitely
actually remove this real quick,
one would do well if it's, if it's within your capabilities, learning just a rudimentary level of Hebrew and Greek
yeah.
can show you a lot of cool stuff that there's enough stuff written by people who are experts in it these days to where you can reference them. But it's always, for me personally, it's a very comforting thing to be able to look at it myself and say, okay, yeah, that's. But also, there, like what we're doing right now with stories, there's a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of puns and wordplay and meaning that you don't necessarily get. Like when it talks about naming Isaac, they say his name will be Isaac uh,
Mhm.
because of the laughter. Isaac means laughter, and you see it in the grammar. So
Right.
it's cool. It's a good thing to know, but you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're good with the
Or like
English.
what we went over last week with the Isaac his wife.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's pretty cute. That's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
yeah. But you only get that in the Hebrew. In the English, it just says that Isaac was caressing his wife. And that's
Hmm.
pretty much what it means, but it's like a double entendre. It's a pun. There's a
Hmm.
lot of pun in the Hebrew of the Bible. God has a sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
And you miss a lot of it in the translation. Sometimes the translators also like capture the because God is very sassy, and he's also
Mm-hmm.
like it's you do get that, but
I mean, even
anyway.
down to when you have the I am that I am in Hebrew, that's the first person conjugation of the verb to be, whereas
Mm,
Yahweh is the third person. And
right,
you don't notice
yeah,
that in the English because we have Lord. And
right,
so
yeah.
just
Yahweh
lots
is
of
very
cool
like
stuff.
Lord is so different from
Like
I
God's
am.
name is a
You just
verb.
yeah, right. Yes, it's a verb and a noun. It
Hmm.
describes who he is and what he does.
Hmm.
So God is he who caused what is to be, and he who is unchanging and everlasting. So the Eosheah and the Yahweh is basically I am the God who created the universe, and I just am.
Hmm.
Like, oh, where did God come from? He just is. That's what his name means. Is like I just am.
And right, and he
That's
continually
super
will be.
based. Yeah, he's not going to change. He just is. He simply exists.
Yeah, that's
And
probably
that's
the best translation of it,
philosophically
just is.
is yeah literally I is which is
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense, but um philosophically you actually have to get to an unmoved mover for the universe to exist, and it just so happens to be that God's name essentially, like, you could translate it as the unmoved mover,
Hmm.
or he who caused what is to be. So
Hmm.
it's pretty cool. um God's God pretty cool, it's pretty fun. Anyway. Uh, am I in TikTok now? Yes. I'm gonna try to have TikTok and YouTube chat going at the same time on screen, and I can just control all from one panel. But I think I need to stream 3 times on TikTok before they let me do that. So
Speaking of
for right
streams,
now,
Chris,
TikTok's quality is much worse because it's using my webcam versus my actual camera, and they can't see or hear Steven right now. So
some would say that they're better
I
off
also
that
need to do a
way.
live stream. So I'm gonna do it
Yeah.
whenever you're back.
Okay, well, you go first. Because I've been watching you
Okay.
guzzle water, and you probably are.
I'm getting Pepsi too, so I'll be back.
And you'll be here longer than me. All right, everybody. Normally, I have a fun thing prepared. Today, actually, I was right before the stream started. I was rushing because I was hungry, and I thought my daughters asked me if we could make some matzah real quick because we haven't had any since Passover. And so I was going to, and got everything ready to go, and but then I went to get the flour and we didn't have enough flour. So I was going to bring a floppy bit of matzah in case anybody here hasn't ever seen soft, good matzah. If everyone, usually people are familiar with the hard, crunchy cardboard matzah, but not enough flour. So that's one of the things I promised my birthday daughter, that after I was here for a few hours on the stream, we'd go to the store, get some flour, and then make some matzah together tonight for fun. And so sadly, I could not bring a show and tell little bit of matzah for this one, but maybe God willing, next week I'll have some yummy floppy matzah to show off and laugh about. And a couple people have been talking about it when we bring it up and asking how to make it. And I think we've gone over it a little bit. Just water, flour. I put a little bit of oil to make it less sticky, and then of course salt. But I wonder if anybody has since tried to make their own.
Okay.
Hello, Chris. All right, now
Also, my dog is just laying on the floor. I might pick her up real quick.
the amazingly beautiful dog with the blue
No,
eyes
Eddie, girl,
and
come here. Here. No, don't run away. Where you going?
jailbreak.
Ugh. Ugh.
Oh.
No, my pity
Oh.
mix. Yep, she's wagging her tail, but she was comfy, and
She
she's
looks
not
like a
happy
big
with me
girl.
picking her up. Yeah, she's 60 pounds.
Oh boy,
She's
okay.
ooh.
Oh.
she's she's as big as I am. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I kissed a dog. I kissed my dog on stream, and then I had some Muslims in my comment section be like, "Oh, "You kissed a dog?" I was like, "Yes, I kiss a dog every
Yeah,
day."
Calb.
Yeah, it does in fact happen. Anyway, you can go pee.
All right. Oh, I'll be back
I'll hold you.
momentarily. None of that teleporter nonsense that you get up to a lot of times. Some kind of weird.
No, I just got a puppy. Your Christian gadfly picture. You want to get down? Yeah. And she got in the chair this time. Jabril will hunt you. Yes. As long as you don't go to vertical stream layout. I am streaming not even on vertical right now because it's not letting me on TikTok. So I'm doing landscape right now, even on TikTok. So it is what it is. But the TikTok streams will get better. I'll eventually start doing live call-in streams. Both are just over the Bible and over Islam and all that stuff. So I'm getting to where TikTok can be with YouTube and everywhere else. And TikTok is really annoying because they want to monopolize the market, so they don't really let you uh, stream to multiple audiences at the same time in a very easy, straightforward way. So yeah, there's so many workarounds you have to do in order to get it to work. It's very annoying. But let's get back to the Bible, the Biblioteca. So they sit down, eat a meal, and it's super, super wild and evil and wrong. Let's not. But they lifted their eyes and saw, and behold, a caravan of Ishmaelites was coming from Gilead with their camels bearing aromatic gum and balm and myrrh, going to them down to Egypt. Now, the translation here for aromatic gum is a bit strange, to be honest. This is essentially, actually, I can swap it over to the NIV real quick. Because they interpret it for you. But it just says spices, balm, and myrrh. Should zoom down for TikTok. No, it still does the. Why is it doing that? It's so annoying. All right, let me see if I can fix this for TikTok real quick. Let's see. What's this? Hide that. Hide that. Change this to cancel. How in the world? Man, TikTok is annoying. It doesn't let me just share the stream. It thinks I'm trying to stream a video game. It just doesn't work. Okay, I don't know if I can actually fix that. Sorry, guys. It is what it is. Okay, anyway, we have spices, balm, and myrrh. And this is interesting. What are the things that Christ has with him whenever he dies and whenever he's born? They have aromatic gum, aromatic spices, balm, and myrrh. Frankincense is very similar to what would be used here for the aromatic gum, and the balm and myrrh is used for embalming. So we actually have here that we have Egyptians, or those who are traveling to Egypt, traders, coming with 3 gifts or 3 things that they're selling specifically, including balm and myrrh, which are 2 of the exact same things that were with Christ. And then the aromatic gum versus the gold. But this is also the stuff that would be used with Christ in his burial. So his burial and his birth are representative of each other, but we have specifically with Joseph, the same type of gifts, the same type of things are happening with Joseph as he's being sold, as he's giving over to the Gentiles. Jack Ray said TikTok Torah. That'd be. I need to come up with some slogan. I don't really have one. The Hebrew word for Kelev, also says dogs are teachers if you look at the Paleo. Interesting. What of the pictographic would actually be a dog specifically. A lamed is a shepherd crook. The vav is a house. The chaf is a ladder, I think. I'm curious where you got that from. But anyway, I did videos and some streams on the original Hebrew as it was given. Balm and myrrh, but no embalming. Embalmer. Yeah, okay. So we have the caravan coming with the same gifts, and then Judah said to his brothers, "What gain is it that we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, not lay our hands on him, for he is our brother, our own flesh." And his brothers listened. Then some Midianite traders passed by, and so pulled him up and lifted Joseph out of the pit and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. So he was sold for 20 shekels of silver, the price of a slave. And Jesus is sold for 30 shekels of silver, again, the price of a slave. So he's got a bit of inflation. And he is brought to Egypt. And then Reuben returns to the pit, beholds Joseph was not there, so he tore his garments. He tore his garments because of his he's in mourning. That's one of the things you do when you're mourning. But why in the world did Reuben not know that Joseph was in the pit? If the brothers sold Joseph into slavery, how in the world did Reuben not know that Joseph was already enslaved? There is a debate on this passage on whether or not the Bible is saying that the Midianite traders are the ones who sold him into slavery, or if it was the brothers themselves. So we have the Midianite traders pass by. They pulled him up and lifted Joseph out of the pit and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites. So it may have been that Midianites were coming by. They found Joseph whenever the brothers were still eating their meal or whenever they were debating on what to do, and they sold him to the Ishmaelites in the process. And then Reuben comes and tries to help him, and then he figures out, like, oh, he's not there. That's why he freaks out. Then he returns to his brothers and said, the boy's not there. As for me, where am I to go? So they took Joseph's tunic and slaughtered a male goat and dipped the blood in the tunic. So we have specifically that the brothers are kind of unaware of what's happening to their brother. They're not confident on what's going to happen. There is some people who make the claim that the brothers themselves sold him and that the Midianites and the Ishmaelites are the same folk. That doesn't really make much sense whenever it says that the Midianites sold him to Ishmael. But the word "they" there is the big debated topic. Is who is the they that pulled him up and lifted Joseph out of the pit and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites? If it again, like, oh, well, the Midianite traders are coming by, so then the brothers pulled him up and lifted him and sold him to Joseph, then sure, but it's kind of more natural to read that the Midianites are doing it, and it also doesn't make any sense for Reuben to not know and for them to kind of freak out and have to come up with this thing to kill the goat and dip it in the blood. I was kind of hoping Stephen would be here for it, but he's probably talking to his daughter because it's her birthday. Because I kind of want to get his opinion, so I was going to see what he thinks whenever he comes back. But we have them, whether it was the brothers or the Midianites who sold him, we have him being sold into slavery just as Christ was sold onto death. And they slaughtered a male goat and dipped the tunic in the blood. So we have the blood of the goat, the blood of the ram, being used in place of Joseph, which gets into the sacrificial language and all that stuff. Yeah, some Midianites. Yeah. The shepherd cook is also teacher. Yeah, it is. And it's a teacher of family home. Yeah. Where do you get dog? Oh yeah, the dog is literally the word Caliph. Okay, never mind. My brain do good sometimes. So they sent the varicolored tunic back to their father, and from the father's perspective, the son is truly dead. Um, the rabbinics on this passage is pretty interesting. They basically make him not actually believe that Joseph is dead, and then he's just like, "Oh no, 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 my son's alive," and he would only pretend to be mourning. And then whenever everyone left, they're like, he would like clean himself up and put oil on his face and like fix his hair. Then, um, like, oh well, if God didn't reveal it to them, who am I to reveal it to them that he's still alive? But instead of just having like, oh well, yeah, he didn't know, they just like change the narrative and change all these things, and it's kind of all over the place. But from the father's perspective, here we have the son has been killed, just as Christ was killed from the father's perspective, even though the father knew that he was going to be raised from the dead. Um, but the father still mourned the death. It was not meant to be like, if it wasn't for the sin of man, the son would have never had to die.
Mm.
If it wasn't for the sin of the brothers, Joseph would have never been sold into slavery, never would have suffered in all these ways. Yet we get later on in Genesis 49 that what the brothers meant for evil, God used for the salvation of many.
I love
So what
that.
the
I love that.
Pharisees meant for evil, God is using for the salvation of the world through Yeshua and the cross.
Mm.
So again, typology. It's pretty beautiful. Were you listening to that bit?
Yes, that I wanted to
Okay.
apologize. Like, with it still being daylight and early here, I have a household full of wonderful children. I had to make my
Okay.
rounds and
Yeah. Uh, what is your opinion on who was the one that actually sold Joseph into slavery?
so. And you were saying that between the brothers and the Midianites, is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it was the brothers.
Okay.
Uh, let's review if it's not too troublesome to go back to that one part real quick, just to refresh
Okay.
me.
Okay. So then some Midianite traders passed by, so they pulled him and lifted Joseph out of the pit and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver.
Mm.
And then it says that Reuben comes back and didn't find Joseph there. And
Right,
then he
right.
returns to brothers and says the boy is not there. Well,
Mm.
if they just sold him, they obviously would know that he's not there.
Mm.
The counter evidence against it is later on, Joseph says that I like forgive you for selling me into slavery. So
Uh-huh.
in a later passage, it seems to indicate that the brothers did sell him into slavery, but then these verses right here doesn't make any sense in that case.
Mm.
And you could also read what he is saying there as like, I forgive you for what you did to me in general, throwing me into the pit and having me be sold into slavery.
Right.
But yeah, so it's been a debate. It's been a rabbinic debate. It's been a Christian debate. It's been a debate for everyone who's read the Bible for thousands of years. So
Mm.
I was curious what your position on it is. I
Do you
lean
lean a
towards it being the
particular way?
Midianites myself.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess just looking right at the text right there, I guess probably what made me think the brothers was the later on where Joseph says that.
Right.
But that also could be him saying, you putting me in a position to where that
Two, I could be
happened to
sold.
me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right.
Just like he could say
I,
if they just threw him in the pit and he ended up dying in there,
you
they would
killed me.
be right, right.
Right. Yeah. So again, I can see it both ways. I can see how people would say that of both things.
Hmm.
Um, but I would still lean much more heavily towards it being the Midianites. I think it just
Uh-huh.
makes more sense. And then you also have to account for the Midianite versus the Ishmaelite. And I don't think you can very neatly say that they're the same people group.
Hmm.
Um, so I would say because it makes a distinction, and because the brothers don't actually know he's gone, that would seem to indicate that the Midianite traders were the ones who lifted him up. Interestingly, Bereshit Rabbah agrees with that interpretation, and we also find that in the Quran. So
Oh, okay. And I guess
yeah,
you generally don't want to use typology to interpret. You kind of want to
Right.
be typology, be the result of what you read, but
Right.
you could look at that and say with the Midianite involvement in that, um, the Jews couldn't actually kill Jesus.
They sold him
Uh,
over to the
they had
Romans,
to pass
to the
him to the
Gentiles.
Romans to do it. Right, right.
Yeah, and the Midianites are Gentiles, even though they're
Hmm.
related. They're still
Right.
Gentiles. So he's giving them the Gentiles are taking him from where the Jews had put him,
Hmm.
and then sending him to his sentence,
Uh-huh.
which is going to be interesting whenever we look at the sentence, whenever we get to that passage,
Hmm.
because that's one of my favorites. The next like 2 chapters are some of my favorite parts of this typology because it's so cool. It's just so based, man. Jack says lots of pass by in the Bible, like Jesus passing in the directions of the or the glory to Moses. Yeah, there's a lot of language that is echoed throughout the entire Bible that obviously points to Jesus. That's just some of them. Um, but okay, let's keep going. So he's sold for the price of a slave to Gentiles, to be like ultimately in slavery and suffering, and we'll see that in a very very cool way. Um, the father is separated from the son here while he is off serving his sentence and before he's restored. So that gets into some of the views on the economy of the Trinity and whether or not Christ and the Father were separated for a time on the cross or not. So it gets into your atonement theory and all that stuff, which I don't really feel like we have time to go through right now. So I'm just gonna keep
Yeah.
going. That could be its own stream, just going through the
Uh-huh.
atonement and all that stuff. So I'm just gonna ignore it for now. Now, it happened in that time, Judah went down from his brothers and turned aside, and then we're not going to read the story at all. But this is a very interesting story. And this actually, if whenever I teach Joseph in general, not just the typology, Judah here, both his reluctance to sell Joseph and his honoring of Tamar,
His pledge.
even though he has sex with her and all that stuff, but like the fact that he could have had her killed but
Hmm.
chose to take the blame onto himself, even though it could have him killed, he
Hmm.
still chose to do it. So we see, like, in this story, which is a beautiful story of the faithfulness of Judah, even though Muslims are like, oh, this is so, I'm like, okay, sure, guy, you don't understand. Anyway, that story there actually points to the why God chose Judah through the Messiah to come through, which is
And I
pretty
think
awesome.
there's
So we
some
see
messianic kind of hints in the names of the kids
yeah,
in the Hebrew.
with the Zerah and Perez.
Yeah, because doesn't
Mm,
Perez, isn't that like a breaking forth
it's a
and
yeah, a breach
yeah,
to break or like a hole in something.
but yeah, very interesting story and also interesting the placement of it
Yes,
because we get all
like
this with
right
Joseph
after
and
the
then it just
Joseph, and we
immediately
go straight
cuts
into
to
there.
this. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, it's super interesting. So, but again,
Hmm.
like this is already gonna be a long enough show. I don't want to go through the
Yeah.
Tamar stuff. So that would be an extra hour and a half of just that. So
Yeah.
we're gonna skip it for now. We might come back to it. Um, So now Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an Egyptian official with Pharaoh, the captain of the bodyguard, brought him from the Ishmaelites who had brought him down there. And Yahweh was with Joseph, so he became a successful man. So Yahweh is with Joseph. He is taking care of him. Like God, the Father, was with the Son and all the things he did, and he became a successful man. All the miracles, his teaching, all that stuff. And he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. Now his master saw that Yahweh was with him and how Yahweh caused all that he did to succeed in his hand. So Joseph found favor in his sight and attended on him, and he appointed him overseer of over his house, and all that he owned he gave in his hand. Now it happened that from that time he appointed him as overseer in his house, and over all that he owned, Yahweh blessed the Egyptian's house on account of Joseph. Thus, the blessing of Yahweh was upon all that he owned in the house and in the field. So he left everything he owned in Joseph's hand, and with him there, he did not concern himself with anything except the food which he ate. So the father leaves all in, like every single thing that is in creation and under the authority, all that stuff, he hands it over to the son.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we have the same handing over multiple times with Joseph, and it's going to become way more clear with Pharaoh, because Pharaoh is the chief deity of their pantheon. So
Mm-hmm.
whenever we talk about like God and all that, and it's going to get it's pretty beast. I combined three words there. It's pretty deep, pretty based. Um,
A priest.
yeah, pretty decent. So now Joseph was a beautiful in form and beautiful in appearance. This is similar language being used, not the same language, but similar language being used for Rebecca,
Mm-hmm.
his grandma. So like grandma, like grandson, dude was fine. Um, we have Joseph here. He hot. He is, 17, 18 at this point in time. And it happened after these events that his master's wife set her eyes on Joseph and said, "Lie with me." Now, guys, which I think it's mostly guys watching right now. Um, you're a 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old dude. Um, Potiphar was an official of Pharaoh's court. He's not some low-ranking dude. He is
Mm-hmm.
up there, and he's in charge of the guard. So this is one of the most important people in Egypt. His wife would have been smoking. They were
Mm-hmm.
very much a hyper uh, carnal religion and culture. If you haven't seen my video on Hagar and the Festival of Drunkenness and the Golden Calf and all that stuff, I highly recommend it. It's a pretty good video. It's pretty based. Uh, they were booling. They were out there doing wild stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
they were completely hairless from head to toe. And they like to use their body parts in a variety of ways. We actually have um, some artwork. When I say artwork, it's the hieroglyphs of women and men doing all sorts of stuff that you can now watch in adult content.
Are you talking
Um,
about that weird papyrus that has all those explicit and giant, very embarrassing
yeah,
willikers all over the place
yeah.
and all sorts
There's
of things?
there's a whole bunch of ding dongs in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Yes,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they also have like very specific positions and
Mm,
acts, and with animals and humans and
right.
female and female, male and male. So like they had the whole shebang.
Mm,
Um, very depraved, but they very much valued beauty and sexuality.
mm.
So we have Papyrus Kama Sutra as wild.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they very much have very, very deep culture of carnality.
Mm,
So, fellas, you are a young buck, raging hormones, likely a virgin, and you have this beautiful woman, um, insanely hot woman. I can't like it's hard to describe because women back then were probably more attractive in general. But you also
mm.
have like the cream of the crop soliciting you day after day to have intercourse with her. What do you do?
Well, and especially, we talk a lot about today with mental health and things that happen in childhood that dictate how you behave
Mm,
later on in life. And Joseph, with what Joseph went through, very traumatizing experience. Probably, I would imagine, thought he was going to die uh, in the pit, and then probably the one and only thing that was could be considered worse than death happened to him. He gets sold into slavery. So it's not like he's just one would not be surprised if he were to have some rough edges or to engage in some reckless activity at that age, because they'd be like, well, I mean, he's been through some stuff, so he's gonna it wouldn't surprise us if he was uh reckless or uh just not a wholesome, fully
yeah,
developed
mentally
fellow.
harmed and all that stuff. Yeah,
Right, right.
yeah, yeah. Um, I know I folded for way less at this point in time in my life. Johann put I would definitely hit in sinful sorry. Yeah, no, definitely. Especially like then, whenever I was that age and I was like very new in my walk of Christ, I was still out there bullying.
Mm.
Yeah, I can't imagine like how much of a temptation this would have been. To have a because they were also way less dressed than what we have today, so they
Mm.
would be exposed.
No
Um,
security cameras, and with
yeah,
a
no,
rank like that,
right,
probably ease of privacy if
yep.
requested, and
So you got a half naked, beautiful Egyptian woman, mocha skin, demanding that you lie with her,
mm.
and you are a hormonal teenage boy or early 20 boy, and this happened day after day. But he refused and said to his master's wife, "Behold, with me here, my master does not concern himself with anything in the house, and has given all that he owns into my hands. There's no one greater in this house than I, and he has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do this great evil and sin against God?" So that happened that as she spoke to Joseph day after day, he did not listen to her or to lie beside her or be with her. Day after day. Man, I've folded for way less. Uh,
It's also
but
interesting to note that he appeals to his God. Like he says, of course, I wouldn't want to do that to
yes,
your husband,
right.
but I could
Yeah.
not do this to God. And it's also interesting to note that this is before the explicitly the commandment of adultery is given. However, even back with Abraham and Isaac, we still see that humanity at this point, there was still they recognized that how terrible an act that was, because
Right. They have a
uh,
conscience.
and besides the conscience, God would move even when things like that happened, to the point where pagans, previous pharaohs, where their households would undergo some sort of calamity or
Mhm.
plague, and they
Right.
were even able to recognize, oh, it's how could you let me get in this position? Of course this is happening because of this. So
Right.
way back, we have this built-in knowledge as humans that something like that is very terrible.
It is interesting how apparent it is, and as you mentioned, yeah, we get that back in the time of Abraham and Isaac. But I just want to like think about like the Jesus typology real quick.
Hmm.
Joseph here is being tempted day after day to do this great evil, and for what lust was my struggle and still is, but it was my deep struggle growing up. And I can't imagine a greater temptation for myself
Hmm.
than what he went through, and yet he didn't sin.
Hmm.
So Jesus had arguably, even for me, I still think like what this dude went through would be a greater temptation than like lying to get out of a cross. Like I think I'd rather be crucified than go through what he went through here. As crazy
Mm.
as that sounds.
Okay, I
But
see what you're saying.
I would not have been able to handle this at all without sinning.
Mm.
100%. I know that. Never, ever, 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 ever would I have been able to do this, what Joseph did here. At
Hmm.
all. Period. Yet we still have Joseph faithfully withstood his temptation to not lie with her.
Hmm.
And in my head, I can't imagine how a young hormonal dude was not wanting to have intercourse with a beautiful woman who was
Hmm.
soliciting to him. But we have with the cross, it says that Jesus was tempted in all the ways that we are, yet did not sin.
Hmm.
Is that in number and type or in severity? Because I would lean towards it being severity. Well, why do I say that? He was tempted in three things by the devil, and he was tempted with his physical need. He was tempted with food after fasting. He was tempted in his the ability to reveal himself as God and as King,
Like
and
pride and.
like pride and all that stuff. Like to do it in a way that wasn't from God. And he was also
Hmm.
tempted with gaining his kingdom in a way that would subvert his mission.
Hmm.
So the devil said, "Hey, I will give you all of creation if you just bow down and worship me."
Hmm.
And that to us doesn't sound like a big deal. That to us doesn't sound like a big temptation. What are
Right.
you on about? Like, Jesus is God. Like, obviously, that's why would that? How could the devil even think that would be a temptation?
Right.
Well, even if the devil didn't understand at the time, what was he offering Christ by doing that?
He was offering him a way out of the cross.
He was offering him a way off of the cross. So Jesus designed our nervous system. Jesus designed our bodies. He knew explicitly, intricately the type of pain he was going to feel on the cross. So much so that
Hmm.
he sweated blood the night before and said, if there's any way to get out of this, let it be done. But not my will, your will be done, Father. Jesus knew how awful, how evil, and how torturous that experience was going to be. There's very few things that you can go through in this life that is as bad as Roman crucifixion. There's very few pains and experiences you can feel. Like you can count them on one hand that is not as painful as Roman crucifixion. And yet, Christ willingly went to that, and he was tempted to not go through that. Like
Well, and
you,
also
you
I
know,
would say he probably, he set it in motion to, he sentenced himself to that. So
yeah,
it was that horrible by design so that he could step into that.
right, yeah.
I mean, imagine asking yourself, like, what would be the worst way possible way you would consider dying, and then you come up with it, and then say, okay, now go do it. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Yeah, like Jesus he designed the body to suffer for good reason. You know, if my hand is hurting because it's like touching fire, hey, maybe I
mhm,
shouldn't touch the fire so I don't like die and cook myself. So
right.
pain is good. Pain actually informs you about things. Torture is not good. It is humans or where you are intentionally making use of pain, which is supposed to be a good thing, a helpful thing in our lives, they're
Hmm.
making use of it to cause suffering.
Hmm.
Um, Very evil, and he knew it was going to happen. And it was prophesied to happen hundreds of years before it was even invented,
Hmm.
which people don't get about. Like Isaiah and Psalms were both written hundreds of years before the Greeks invented it and the Romans perfected it.
Hmm.
And it was
Now
still
in the Quran, though,
the
they
Quran.
they've
Quran is
got
a
crucifixions happen. They have
hot
Pharaoh
mess.
crucifying people, right?
Yeah, Pharaoh's
That-
crucifying people in the Quran. Yeah, over 1,000 years before it was invented. Yep. Oh yeah, no, the Quran makes total sense. There's no problems in it. There's no errors. Anyway. Oh no, no, it doesn't mean crucifixion. It just means being lifted up on a wooden stake and nailed to it. Okay, that's crucifixion, my guy. That's crucifixion with some extra words.
Mm,
Um. Anyway, and also it literally is the word for crucifixion.
mm.
Yeah. Payne says you chose poorly. It's valid. Valid. Okay. But for the okay, getting going back to Jesus, we have Joseph here being tempted in this way, in a great, great way, and yet restraining or refraining from doing the sin. Why? Because he doesn't want to sin against God. He doesn't
Hmm.
want to blemish himself. He doesn't
He
want
has
to.
the moral component amongst humans. I
Yeah.
couldn't do that to
Yes.
my master, and then he also has the spiritual component, or the ultimate moral component, which is I couldn't do that to God.
Exactly.
So he represents both of those wonderful, which to me I'm a Torah observant person, and that's how I view keeping the commandments is, even if you can't make sense of certain ones like 100% clothing or
Right.
things like
Yeah.
that.
Which you can,
You
but
can,
it's
right.
moral. Yeah.
It's not just but it's not one of those that's like immediately stands out to, well, I don't understand this.
Right.
And
Yeah.
and so the thing is, you don't have to understand them, because you have this sense of God leading you to say, I've said it and that's good enough. And you want to understand, obviously, because what the
Mhm.
Pharisees did is they did the actions, they did the moral component man to man, without the spiritual part. which made it
Right.
an empty, hollow act that ended up like everything else that humans do that doesn't involve God, be ending up being horrible and not fulfilling anything that God says. So it's just cool to see Joseph here. And also, I mean, how many times, Chris, maybe this is just my personal experience, but not anymore, really. I don't have a problem anymore. But in my early walk, if someone would try to get me to do something that I thought was going against God, I wasn't of the mind to right away say, "Oh no, God would say no to that." I would be like, "Oh,
Mm,
I'm probably no, I'm good.
mm,
You guys go off and do
yeah.
that," or I wasn't bold enough to be clear and say, "Well, oh no, that's not a good
That's
thing to do.
against
It's
that's against
God doesn't like."
God and against morality and against
Right.
goodness itself. Yeah.
And Joseph
Yeah.
here, and this, and he's in a pagan world. It's really only his family
Right.
has this relationship with Yahweh, and
Right.
he's willing to say, because the Egyptian gods and goddesses were very sexual. And so it might not have
Hmm.
even been a sin necessarily for her to do that. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Egyptian theology at the time, but
There's debate about that.
perhaps there was an argument that could be made where it was okay with him being a slave or something like that, and
Mm,
she's and so
yeah.
but he appeals to God and says, "Well, I can't do that, and I won't do that." So it's
Right.
very, very awesome, an awesome fellow there with awesome constitution and
Yeah.
a great picture of
No,
Jesus.
it's definitely interesting. The Egyptians, there's some debate on that, and just depends which Egyptologists you ask and if they have an agenda or not. There's some debate on whether or not you have them being very open in the relationships or if they're taking marriage more seriously. They do
Hmm.
trace lineages, and they do care about lineages, and they care about bloodlines.
Hmm.
So they presumably would want at least the royalty to be pure, but they
Hmm.
would also do things like the Festival of Drunkenness, which was essentially a blind drunken orgy,
Right.
where you're doing it in torchlight. So you're just
Well, and with the
for
pure
hours, you're
pure
just going.
bloodline, that was more because they viewed the royalty as the embodiment of the deity,
Right,
which is why I got a lot of inbreeding and disease and things like that. But for the common
right.
people, it could have been completely different.
Could have been very common, yeah.
Hmm.
And there is debate about that. With the, I mean, honestly, if they have a lot of stuff with a lot of provocative stuff, you could say. Like they essentially invented strippers,
Oh, really?
which is a fun little yeah, yeah. The Egyptians invented it and perfected. They had girls trained in the art of seduction and stripping from childhood that
Oof.
were. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not great. But the women would be trained on how to be as enticing as possible, and they would be serving you alcohol while also either doing things with you directly or by like soliciting the people around you to do things with you. And they would
Hmm.
essentially get everyone rowdy,
Hmm.
ready to go. So they'd be the pre-game entertainment and the supplier of drinks. But there's some pretty wild uh portrayals that they have inside of the actual stone. Like they carved like literal poses and things that the women would be doing.
Okay.
And there's like descriptions of them as well as like there's not a single person or god who would not be enthralled by looking at these women as they dance.
Mm.
Um so they like it even like talks about their hip movement and like it's very, very graphic. And they're nude while doing it, or like mostly nude. They would have uh, nothing hiding the up top, and then there'd be basically just a bikini bottom on top on the bottom.
Okay.
So they'd be either fully nude or mostly nude, and serving alcohol to people while they're getting blacked out drunk, and then literally having a countrywide orgy.
Okay. So typical
So that
carnality, basically.
yeah, that's the festival of drunkenness. I have a
Okay.
video on that. Um, but even just like not festival times, they still were pretty fast and loose with it.
Hmm.
But again, it depends on who you ask and like what position they have and all that. Like I've seen both sides be given. But
Hmm.
Jack said, in Soviet Russia, pain chooses you. Which made me laugh on the point though. get back to typology. Um, so Joseph was beautiful in form and appearance. Jesus is amazing, and he is, you see his revelation, splendor, and glory, and it's like, yeah, he is. There's also
Mm.
interesting. So whenever I talk about typology, I usually talk about types and antitypes, even though that's not the technical term for it. And the technical term, the antitype, is usually Christ, if I remember correctly, and the type is what foreshadows Christ, or like the antitype is what fulfills the type in the Old Testament. Whenever I say antitype, I mean the opposite of it.
Yeah.
So a type is something that is
You
similar
mean
to
it
Jesus. An
literally.
antitype is something you literally, yeah. So an antitype would be something that's dissimilar to Jesus. So we have here that he was beautiful in form and appearance, and this I would say is an antitype of Christ, where Jesus is described in Isaiah that there was nothing amazing about his figure that they would be attracted to him. He
Hmm.
was just an average looking dude, yet they could
Right.
still tell who he was. And we also have that the master's wife, who is this beautiful woman, would the devil, he portrays things in ways that make us be allured to it,
Hmm.
but it's lies. There's no
Right.
value in it, and it's usually wickedness.
Leads to
So
death as well.
it leads to death. So what the world values is what the devil is trying to push on us, is what we should be actively trying to avoid, and what we see Joseph and Jesus actively avoiding and pushing back against. So not only
Hmm.
does Jesus say no to the devil, he says no to him and then quotes scripture to him, and then also quotes morality to him.
Hmm.
He is giving him a moral lesson of like, no, that would be wicked, that would be evil, why would I do that? And here we
Hmm.
have Joseph saying, no, that would be evil, that'd be wicked, why would I do that? And also, there's no one greater in his house than I. There's no one greater in the house of God than Jesus.
Gesundheit.
Ah, I might implement
One of my jobs, I work in an office, and today, my coworker who sits the desk across from me was on the phone, and I was going to sneeze, and I thought I could hold it, so I was like, and it just made it actually get worse, and so I panicked at the last minute and thought, okay, I'll just let it out, but it had built up to this where I just ended up screaming, and I
yeah,
didn't get to like tell her, whoops, sorry about that. I didn't get to explain. She just because she's on the phone, and so she just
yeah.
was on the phone, and I screamed in the middle of a silent office. So that was it's the first time that's ever happened.
Isaiah didn't say that he was undesirable. 53 2.
Hmm. He had no
Um,
form or comeliness that we should desire him. I think it's
desire him. Yeah. And so that's talking about his appearance. For he grew up before him like a tender shoot and like a root out of parched ground. He has no stately form or majesty that we should look upon him, nor appearance that we should desire him. So this is basically saying that he of his birth status, he was not a nobleman, and he wasn't like Saul. Saul is the opposite of Christ here. Saul was a full head above everyone else. He was a stupidly tall person. He was selected because of his appearance, because he looked
hmm.
formidable, because he had the statue. Here we have specifically that Jesus didn't have these things. And yet we can desire him because we're not desiring his physical, we're not desiring the surface level, we're desiring what Christ is, who Christ is as
Hmm.
Messiah, as God, as Savior. Yeah, and I in Isaiah there, I would say that's a
That's one of the things
anti-type.
that made me think about the Shroud of Turin, which makes me because I'm not
He's a
sold
pretty
on it.
plain looking dude.
But he also he's like he's tall. And if Jesus were that tall in that time, like for when they have him, a couple times
Right?
he sneaks through the crowd to get away when they want to stone him. And I feel like if he was that tall, that would be kind of difficult. And
And he
so I
wasn't
thought,
that much taller than everyone else. He's only like 5'9", 5'10".
oh, I thought it was like a 6 foot person on the shroud.
That it's only that if you fully stretch it out. but if you actually make the 3D model, you shrink the joint. And he
Okay.
also was just crucified, so his bones and limbs and everything
Oh,
else is out of joint. Yeah. Oh,
okay,
you
that
can
makes
reconstruct
sense.
it pretty easily to him be 5'9.5" to like 5'10.5". Like he's only slightly taller than me, or he's about my height.
Mm,
And I'm not a tall person. I'm an average person now. And now he still would have been taller for his time period, but he wouldn't have been a giant.
okay.
Where if he was literally 6'2", which is what the longest measurement you can get on his left side, I think is longer than his right side.
Mm,
If he was literally 6'2", then he would have been like Saul. He would have literally been head and shoulders above everyone else.
yeah,
So he wasn't that. He would have been taller, but not a like Shaq, like me looking up to talk to
right.
him type person. Um, yeah, very easily could have just ducked a little bit and then been the same height as everyone else. Uh, yeah. I'm sorry, I was looking at the comments. That's the word for it. I don't know what you're talking about, Chase. Oh yeah, he just said he had no form of comeliness, so meaning was he was just an average dude.
Mm.
Yeah. Are you doing messianic prophecy or also taking Christophanies, Theophanies into foreshadowing the incarnate Christ? So we're just going over Joseph in the stream, but this Joseph in and of itself is going to be so long that we're going to be at it for a couple hours. But yeah, we're just going to go through the typology of Joseph here. Five
And I
nine is
guess
average in the US now. Yes, or 5'10" is the average. One of those two is, but at
would
least for male,
typology kind of encapsulate all of those things, Chris,
pretty much.
to a certain
It's not
extent?
explicitly prophecy because you're not. It's not being
Oh,
said, "Hey,
right.
this is." So it's not
Although
prophecy.
it kind of is, but not well, not
Kind of
maybe
is.
not
It's
in
more
like the
like
sense of
divine providence rather
right.
than prophecy. So
Yeah.
like God like he provided the scriptures of the Old Testament to be written in such a way that Christ would like figure them. This is like
Hmm.
prefiguring. So he is the fulfillment of it in the New Testament in his life and his death and his resurrection. But it's not technical prophecy. So you
Right,
have
right.
prophecy and you have typology of Christ, and then you also have the Christophanies, and a lot of the typology is also the Christophanies.
Mm,
So like Isaac, for example, is literally both typology and Christophany because the angel of Yahweh comes and that's Christ.
mm,
Same with maybe Melchizedek. There's debate on that.
mm.
And then you also have some of the types of Christ with uh, Abraham in 12, 15, 18, 19, a little bit with the Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed and like the nations being laid to waste for their sin and the rebellion, and then the righteous will be spared and saved. But yeah, no, we're gonna go through a good bit of stuff today. So, but she is trying to get him, and this like again the deceitfulness of sin, the deceitfulness of wow, that looks so good. It's like tantalizing
Mhm,
to the eyes, but it just isn't good for you. It would lead to your death.
mhm.
Chris, you find those yourself, or have you been taught? For the typology, combination of the two. Of the what 87 I have, I think half of them or so I found type. Mike Winger has a playlist on it. It's like 20 videos. It's 30 hours of content. Highly recommend it. I'll eventually go over all of those things, but he already has it. So if you want to see it all back to back to back to back to back, Mike Winger does it, but he is a little bit more surface level than what I like to go through things because those videos were recordings from him preaching at his church. So they're all about an hour long, and there's only so much content you can go through in an hour. So we're going to go through some of them in more detail than what Mike did. Other ones he did a perfect job on. I would not like no notes wouldn't change anything. His playlist is very very helpful, very good. Um, and there are some books on it. I've not read them, but I know they exist. So if you want to go through that and get the
Speaking of
nerdy side
back
of
to
it,
back to back, behind my magical wizard curtain here, I've gotten a cheeky poke in the back. My daughter reminding me that we got to get to the store to get some flour before they close, so we could have some birthday snacks. But I might be back, everybody. Thank you, Chris, for always for having me, and thanks everybody for tuning in and talking with us.
Yeah.
And God bless all of you. And I will maybe see you later on. If not visually, I might be a little cheeky boy in the chat.
Okay.
But
Mm,
I would definitely catch back up on this and watch the rest of it. Probably listen in at work tomorrow, see what I
yeah.
missed. But
I'm gonna
thank
get
you,
another
everybody.
Pepsi and also go pee again. So
Okay,
I'll be
I'll
back
hold
in a
down
little
the
bit.
fort while you go do that.
Okay.
It's 8 o'clock in my time zone. I do believe that the elusive Christian Gadfly ought to be making his grand re-entry into the live streaming world in probably not too shortly from here. So that'll be fun. Be sad to miss out on that, but you guys will have some other type of silly person to hang out with along with Chris once he gets here, and then if depending on how things go and when everybody goes to bed, I might have the opportunity to come back and hang out with all of you, and so that'll be pretty fun. But it's very cool to that Chris has this going on, and that we can all learn along, or just even kind of fellowship and glorify our awesome God, who's impossible to describe because he's so wonderful. So it's always a highlight of my week to join all of you and join Chris and go through this stuff. So I'm very grateful, and everybody I think is grateful for Chris and how he's built this up and made this a thing. So pretty awesome, and lots of nice people in the comments, the usual crew. But love everybody, and God bless you all. And I will we'll think of you while we're eating our silly birthday
mm.
matzah.
Ah,
Commander Chris,
yes. Oh,
God
I forgot
bless
my
you.
cups.
Thank you. And
Yes.
maybe, God willing, I will see you a little bit later. Enjoy
Say,
your
brother.
stream, and keep going.
Yeah. I'll make a lot of progress while you're not here.
Yeah, I think so. But you've only got about 20 minutes before Christian Godfly pops up, so
I know. Then it's gonna be
gonna
chaos again. So we'll see. All right.
all
I'm
right.
gonna go get my
Bye,
drinks.
everybody.
See you, brother. Okay. Back to the typology. Chick-fil-A lover says I learned a lot from you. Appreciate that, brother. Um, yeah. Cool. Yeah. Um, I knew this guy reminded me of someone. Lion just popped in my recommendation a couple days ago, and he reminded me of Gadfly. Oh, yeah. If you haven't seen my recent videos with the sketches in the front of them, they were definitely a little bit inspired by him. So it's good. It's good. It's good. Anyway, excuse me. Let's keep going. So now it happened one day that he went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the household was in there. So she seized him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his garment in her hand and fled and went outside. The rabbinic version of this I dislike. It actually makes Joseph into more of a sinner than what does that do in TikTok? Oh, it just pops that up. Can I delete that? No, I can't. Weird. No, TikTok is weird, man. Okay, the rabbinic version basically says that he wanted to have intercourse with her and she wanted to do it with him, and he would have if he had not seen his father appear in a window and then shoved his fingers into the ground and then literally emitted himself out of his fingertips. Crazy story. Um but we have now it happened one day that he went into the house to do his work, and then it was seized and it said, "Lie with me." And he's like, nah, fam. And he left his garment in her hand and fled and went outside. So, dude, instead of being with this hot chick, he decided to run out of her house naked. And so the Bible's like, hey, flee from evil, flee from idolatry, flee from all this wickedness. And we have Joseph as the prime example of that. He's literally fleeing from the evil. And he's fleeing from temptation. So now it happened when she saw him, they had lifted his garment in her hand and had fled outside, that she called to the men of her household and spoke to them, saying, see, he has brought in a Hebrew to laugh at us. He has come in to lie with me. And I screamed. And to laugh at us is also, I think, believed translated as to make sport of us. But he brought in a Hebrew, and the Hebrew is specifically coming to abuse her, to use her body. And now it happened that when he heard that, I raised my voice and screamed. He left his garment beside me and fled and went outside. Now, is this what is actually happening in the text? No. She is lying. What happened at Jesus' trial? They brought witnesses that they bribed to pay to lie about Christ. So they were lying the entire time. The Mishnah, I don't think I meant the Mishnah. I'm pretty sure I meant the Talmud. My family is home. But we have Christ. He had false charges, false witnesses brought against him. And they use that to incriminate him. They use that to condemn him. They use that to crucify him. So they said that the temple would be... Stuff is happening behind me. All right. They use that, like the witness and the testimony of like, oh, he's going to destroy the temple. He's going to do all these things. Like they're lying about what's actually happening. And they use that to condemn him as worthy of death. And then he, claims to be God. And they're all like, oh, he's blaspheming, even though he's actually God. Now, if he wasn't God, he would be blaspheming. He would be killed. But because he is God, he wasn't blaspheming. So Jesus claims to be God, then they kill him. Here we have Joseph not doing anything wrong, actively fleeing from doing something that's wrong. And then he is falsely accused and imprisoned based on this lie. So we have Jesus is a sinless man who is punished for sins he did not commit. And here we have Joseph being a sinless man, punished for sins he did not commit. And she placed his garment beside her until his master came home. Then she spoke to him with these words, saying, the Hebrew slave whom you brought to us came in to make sport of me, to basically abuse me. And I raised my voice and screamed. He left his garment beside me and fled outside. Now it happened that when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spoke to him, saying, this is what your slave did to me, his anger burned. So Joseph's master took him and put him into the jail, the place where the king's prisoners were confined. And he was in the jail. But Yahweh was with Joseph and extended loving kindness to him and gave him favor in the sight of the chief jailer. So the chief jailer gave into the hand of Joseph all the prisoners who were in the jail, so that whatever was done there, he was the one who did it. The chief jailer did not supervise anything under Joseph's hand because Yahweh was with him, and whatever he did, Yahweh made to succeed. So God made Christ be successful in his mission to save humanity from sin by willingly sacrificing his life on the cross and taking care of all sin. But we have, even in the punishments, that Yahweh is with Joseph. That even on the cross, we have God not forsaking Christ, which again gets into your opinion on atonement theory and all that stuff. But we have here Joseph is thrown into prison, and God is with him while he's serving his sentence. So whenever Jesus is dead in the grave, we have Yahweh being with Joseph, and that he is put in authority and in charge of everyone who is also suffering that punishment. So Jesus goes down and he preaches to those in prison, in Sheol, in Gehenna. And then he redeems them and brings them up out of it. And it's pretty cool. And it gets way more clear and explicit whenever it comes to the cupbearer and the baker. These are two of my favorite aspects to this typology. Yeah, it's the Talmudic dilemma, not the Mishnah. Do you think Joseph was actually sinless, or that God didn't have recorded for the typology? I think he was just not recorded for the typology, because the Bible is very explicitly clear in Romans that all men have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. That would include Joseph. So Joseph likely did sin. There's debate on whether or not the sin he did was also the arrogance or pride when it comes to him relating his dreams. I personally don't read sin into that passage, but you definitely could take it in that way if you're like, oh well, he was um, showing his brothers in a way like, oh, I had this dream and you guys are going to serve me. You could interpret it that way. But I think you'd also interpret it as a young kid being like, hey guys, I had this weird experience. What do you think about it? And then just being totally innocent of it. And then just like thinking like, oh, that was weird. Let me tell my family about it. And then his family reacted very negatively to it. So, um, I lean more towards he was not, and like we also don't have his full life recorded after these events. He very well could have sinned in some way and just not recorded. Even if it's just a minor sin versus being a major sin, he was likely not sinless. But yeah. Anyway. So no, that's what I was talking about for the beauty. I was specifically talking about the Bereshit Rabbah. So it's in the Midrash. Um, but anyway. So now it happened that after these things, the cupbearer and the baker for the king of Egypt offended their lord, the king of Egypt. And the Pharaoh was furious with his two officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. So he put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard, in the jail, the same place where Joseph was imprisoned. And the captain of the bodyguard appointed Joseph as overseer over them, and he attended to them. And they were in confinement for some time. Then the cupbearer and the baker for the king of Egypt, who were confined in jail, both had a dream the same night, each man with his own dream, and in each dream with its own interpretation. Now Joseph came to them in the morning and saw them, and behold, they were dejected. So he asked Pharaoh's officials who were with him in confinement in his master's house, saying, why are your faces so sad today? And they said to him, we have had a dream and there's no one to interpret it, because this is part of their practice as they were occultic. So they would interpret the stars, they would interpret the dreams, they would interpret omens. And they had magi's. So Joseph said to them, do not interpretations belong to God? Recount it to me, please. So the chief cupbearer recounted his dream to Joseph and said to him, in my dream, behold, there was a vine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches, and as it was budding, its blossoms came out, and its clusters produced ripe grapes. Now Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, so I took the grapes and squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. Then Joseph said to him, this is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 more days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your office, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, according to your former custom when you were his cupbearer. Only remember me when it goes well with you, and please show me loving kindness by remembering me to Pharaoh and getting me out of this house. For I was in fact stolen from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I have done nothing that they should have put me into the pit, into the grave, into death. And the chief baker saw that he had interpreted favorably, so he said to Joseph, I also saw in my dream, and behold, there were 3 baskets of white bread on my head. And in the top basket there were some of all sorts of baked food for Pharaoh. And the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head. Then Joseph answered and said, this is the interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 more days, Pharaoh will lift up your head off of you and will hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh off of you. This is what happened on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants and lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the head of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief cupbearer to his office, and he put the cup into Pharaoh's hand, but he hanged the chief baker, just as Joseph had interpreted it to them. Yet the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. So right away, a lot of that should sound like Jesus. That should sound like, oh, well, there's 3 days. There is a baker and he is hung on a tree. Like, that is very, very deep already. I'm currently being suffocated on my own snot. So that's not fun. But we have that the king is angry with two men, and they go and serve the same sentence as Joseph. They're thrown into the pit. And in serving the sentence, we have Joseph, who's a man who doesn't deserve the sentence. The other men offended the king and do deserve the sentence, even though the sentence is really harsh, and no one deserves what they're experiencing for that, kind of like crucifixion, which is extremely harsh, and rebellion does not deserve to be crucified. Like, oh, sure, like beheaded and all that stuff, fine, but crucified is not valid for anyone. Even like the worst of peoples in history, I don't think would deserve crucifixion. It's wild. It's so wickedly evil. So we have a wicked king, a wicked government, sentencing people to outrageous punishment. And we have two of these people being punished in the same punishment that Joseph is feeling. Sorry, I'm getting like suffocating. I'm gonna try to blow my nose real quick. This is the proof. It's the jinn attacking me. Okay, I can currently breathe. Okay, so we have Joseph in prison, doesn't deserve his sentence. We have two other people thrown in prison with him who do deserve their sentence, one of which is lifted up and the other one is brought down. One of which has wine and one of which has bread. And we have one of which hung on a tree and the other one lifted up and brought with Joseph into paradise. So, just as Christ did not deserve his crucifixion, he was lifted onto a pole with two other men who were also serving his same sentence, one of which mocked him and was sent down to hell, one of which accepted him, embraced him, and was lifted up back to his position with the Father. So you have one condemned, one saved. You have the wine and the bread of the Lord's Supper happening, and it's the, all over types. You have wine and bread, body and blood. You get this with Melchizedek. You get it with a variety of different types of Christ. You get this with Moses as well. So the bread and the wine as types of Christ are already pretty present in most of those situations, but you specifically have a baker and a cupbearer being the ones to serve the sentence with Joseph. What are the chances of that happening? And then you also have the correlation with the cross in and of itself with the two men serving the same sentence. What are the chances that it would be that way? And you also have the 3 days. The 3 days, and then they'll be lifted up, and then they'll be brought down. So we have 3 days, bread, wine, crucifixion, hung on a tree, birds eating of your flesh, and being redeemed, and just all of it, and coming out of the pit, like even the pit language itself there, like so many little details that are all correlating to Christ, all back to back to back to back in just one section of one chapter of this story. And we think about like, oh, well, where's Jesus in the Old Testament? Where is Jesus prophesied? Where is Jesus mentioned? Where's all that stuff happening? It's like stuff like this happens, and it's like, wow, that's pretty crazy. It's extremely wild. Like, yeah, like that's pretty crazy. You have so much stuff here like Christ, and it just keeps going. The deeper you go into it, the deeper it goes. So now it happened at the end of the 2 full years that Pharaoh had a dream, and behold, he was standing by the Nile. Behold, from the Nile there came up 7 cows, sleek and fat, and grazed in the weeds. Then behold, 7 other cows came up after them from the Nile, ugly and thin. They stood by the other cows on the bank of the Nile, and the ugly and thin cows ate up the 7 sleek and fat cows. Then Pharaoh awoke. He again fell asleep and dreamed a second time. Behold, 7 ears of grain came up on a single stalk, plump and good. Behold, 7 ears, thin and scorched by the east wind, sprouted up after them. And the thin ears swallowed up the 7 plump and full ears. Then Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. Now it happened that in the morning his spirit was troubled, so he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt and all its wise men, and Pharaoh recounted to them his dream, but there was no one who could interpret them to Pharaoh. Then the chief cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I would bring to remembrance today my own offenses. Basically, that's a very weird wording, but the LSB is very literal at times, so this is like an idiom that just doesn't make sense. Basically said, I remember that I messed up and I didn't tell you this thing. Pharaoh was furious with his servants, and he put me in confinement in the house of the captain of the bodyguard, both me and the chief baker. And we had a dream on the same night. He and I, each of us dreamed according to the interpretation of his own dream. Now there was with us a Hebrew youth, a slave of the captain of the bodyguard. And we recounted them to him, and he interpreted our dreams for us. To each one he interpreted according to his own dream. Just as he interpreted for us, so it happened. So, Jesus says, hey, like, destroy my body 3 days, I'll build it back up again. Or he prophesies over the destruction of 70 AD, and they literally happen. So we have, just as he said it would happen, it happens because, prophecy, God, and all that stuff. He restored to me in my office, but he hanged him. Then Pharaoh sent and called for Joseph, and they rushed him out of the pits, shaved himself, changed his clothes, and came to Pharaoh. So now he has a new form and a new figure. He would be unrecognizable to those who knew him beforehand. Kind of like Jesus with his resurrection. Whenever Jesus was resurrected, Mary, his mother, and Mary, his friend, did not recognize him immediately. And they're like, oh, who are you? And even the disciples are like, oh, well, so they just didn't recognize him. So in his resurrection, in his glory, he is slightly different looking than he was in the initial incarnation before he was glorified. So we have this changing, this transformation of Jesus in a new way. And then he's brought forward to Pharaoh. Pharaoh represents God in a variety of this typology, because Pharaoh is literally their chief deity. They believe that he is the incarnation of Atum or Ra. So like the creator deity, the sustainer deity. Pharaoh is that. He is the order of Ma'at or Ma'at. Ma'at is the cosmic order in Egyptian theology, and it is the what they use to describe the movement of the celestial bodies, the reincarnation, death, birth, and re-life cycle of the Osiris and all that stuff, and Ra going on his chariot across the sky, sometimes pushed by Khepri, sometimes not. And then a lot of the mythology when it comes to not only like getting pregnant, but like life in and of itself, like the spark and all that stuff, like all of that is controlled by Ma'at, by the divine order. So if Pharaoh died, if Pharaoh ceased to exist in Egyptian theology, the universe would cease to exist. All the gods would die, all of humanity would die, the universe would cease. So he is the prime deity. He is upholding all the other deities. So there's like so many defender deities of Pharaoh and so many deities associated with slaughtering Pharaoh's enemies, kind of like Hagar and Bastet, Hekmet, Sekhmet. You have a variety of deities dedicated just to killing Pharaoh's enemies, because Pharaoh needs to stay alive. He needs to be protected. And, Egypt was this powerful empire. So you have a lot of stuff with this where Pharaoh is obviously the high deity. He's obviously God to the Egyptians. And we have Joseph coming out of the pit, looking different, basically being like resurrected and brought forward to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh says to Joseph, I had a dream, but no one can interpret it. Yet I have heard it said about you that you hear a dream that you can interpret. Joseph then answered Pharaoh, saying, it is not me. God will answer concerning the welfare of Pharaoh. Super based, not being prideful. He says, I have nothing. I can do nothing of myself, but I do what the Father does. Kind of sounds like Jesus. It's pretty amazing. So Pharaoh spoke to Joseph, in my dream, behold, I was standing on the bank of the Nile, and behold, there are 7 cows and flat cows, and but I don't need to read that again. We already read it. So then Joseph said to Pharaoh, Joseph's dreams, or Pharaoh's dreams, are one and the same. God has declared to Pharaoh what he's about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dreams are one and the same. The 7 lean and ugly cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 lean ears scorched by the east wind will be 7 years of famine. The east wind is interesting whenever you get to like Jonah, the typology of Jonah. As it is, I have spoken to Pharaoh. God has shown to Pharaoh what he is about to do. Behold, 7 years of great abundance are coming in all the land of Egypt. After them, 7 years of famine will arise, and all the abundance will be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine will ravage the land, so that the abundance will be unknown to the land because of the subsequent famine, for it will be very heavy. Now, as for the repeating of the dream to Pharaoh twice, it means that this matter is confirmed by God, and God will quickly bring it about. So now let Pharaoh look for a man understanding and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh take action and appoint overseers over the land, and let him exact a fifth of the produce of the land of Egypt in the 7 years of abundance. Then let them gather all of the food of these good years that are coming, and let them store up the grain for food in the cities under Pharaoh's authority, and let them keep watch over it. And let the food be appointed for the land for the 7 years of the famine which will happen in the land of Egypt, so that the land will not be cut off during the famine. So you have a couple things here. This might be relating to the church age. We have Jesus or Joseph being lifted up at the pit, representing resurrection in general, and then we have these years of abundance and these years of hardship. And there's interesting times during church history where the church has been growing and flourishing and abundant. There's also been heavy times of persecution. And the persecution kind of wipes out all of the memory of the good times in the people as it's happening. And these this abundance was happening within the Gentiles to begin with. So you have Jews coming in, and Jews reject Joseph. Okay? So the sons of Israel are rejecting Joseph. Then he goes and he's a slave. He's punished by the Gentiles. And then as he's restored by the Gentiles are actually the ones who accept him. And then much later, years later, at least 8 years later, because we get in the famine is whenever they're coming, years later, we get that the brothers are accepting Joseph. So we have 2 visitations, 2 comings to the Jews, and 1 coming to the Gentiles. The first coming of the Jews reject him. The Israelites reject him. The sons of Israel reject Joseph. He goes to the Gentiles accept him, and then he goes back, and the brothers come to him later on after he is established in his glory, in his second in command to Pharaoh, to representative of God the Father. We have Joseph essentially as God to the Egyptian people, to the Gentiles. And then as that's happening, eventually the Israelites are starting to recognize Joseph. They don't recognize him at first. They think he's some, Gentile king. They don't recognize the Jewishness or the Hebrewness of Joseph at first, which is pretty amazing. And then whenever they recognize their brother for who he is, you could say whenever the Jews recognize Jesus for who he is as the Messiah, they are coming back to him in droves. They are accepting Jesus now, and especially when we're getting towards the end times, they are accepting Jesus now in droves as king. So we have 2 comings of Christ with the Israelites. The first time they reject him, then the Gentiles accept him, then he is accepted by the Israelites, then the end comes. And here we have in the text that the first coming, the brothers reject him, then the Gentiles accept him. The brothers then initially reject him and don't recognize him. And then over time, with repeated exposure, with him revealing himself to them in a much more clear way, then they finally accept him. And then salvation comes to the whole world, Jew and Gentile alike. So we have Jesus healing everyone. And then what the enemy planned for evil to bring harm, God used to get Christ in the position that he needed to be God, sacrifice, savior, judge, and good. So he is doing all these things, and through that, both Jew and Gentile are achieving salvation. That we are all brothers in Christ. We're all under the tree, the branch of Israel. We are all one people, one sheepfold, because of the cross, because of what the enemy meant to do to destroy Joseph, what the enemy meant to do to destroy Jesus, we are now saved by it. So amazing stuff there, man. But we have, as it keeps going, Pharaoh, he's like, hey, that's good. And the proposal seemed good to Pharaoh and to all of his servants. Then Pharaoh said to his servants, can we find a man like this in whom is a divine spirit, in whom is divine, you can even say. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, since God has made you known all of this, there is no one so understanding and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your command, all my people shall do homage. Only in the throne will I be greater than you. And in a sense, like only in authority or relational, because the son is subservient to the father. He says, not my will, but your will be done. He says, I can do nothing on my own will, but I do everything in accordance with the will of the father. The father is relationally in not necessarily in charge, but like in control, or his will supersedes the will of Christ. But we have a hierarchy within the Trinity, which is very standard old Christian debate and Christian theology. But we have the Father being overseer of Yahweh, of the Trinity, and the Son there is subservient to him, and only in the throne is he greater than the Son, because the Son is co-equal to the Father in all the ways that he is. So here we have Joseph being co-equal to Pharaoh in all ways except in the throne, except in this very specific thing of him. It's interesting. So he's essentially, in a way, God to the Egyptians now. And now, so he's God to the Gentiles, and then he brings salvation to the Gentiles in this land, time of abundance and in the time of famine and suffering and all that. The jinn are trying to kill me by making me not be able to breathe. It's fun. So, yep. So Pharaoh is God and Joseph is Lord of all. Acts 2, 1 Corinthians 8:6. Yeah. Quran is so far out, it's nuts. I had a dream there was no Bibles and it was Mad Max type stuff, and the only biblical remnants were in the Quran. So now those stories were all over. All people knew. That sounds like an absolute nightmare, my guy. Yeah, monarchical representation. Yeah. Anyway, so we have all of that happening, and then he is established and he's given the land. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, see, I've set you over all the land of Egypt, over the whole world, you could even say. Then Pharaoh removed his signet ring. When the signet ring is the symbol of authority, the signal of power, and it says that all authority has been given to the Son. This is literally all authority being given to Joseph. And he put on Joseph's hand, and he clothed him in garments of fine linen and put a gold necklace around his neck. So now he is clothed in majesty. He's clothed in royalty. Where before, when he was just in the fine tunic, he was clothed in respect and all these things, and it does represent his divinity. But now he's clothed in the garments of a king. So when it talks about how Christ will reign in his kingdom, now he is sitting at the right hand of the Father. He's waiting for his enemies to be made a footstool for his feet. All that stuff is happening. All that stuff here is being pictured in Joseph. That Joseph is literally anointed as king. He has all authority handed over to him by the god of Egypt. And he had him ride in his second chariot. And they called out before him, bowed the knee. And he set him over all the land of Egypt. And moreover, Pharaoh said to Joseph, though I am Pharaoh, yet without your permission, no one shall raise his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. Based. Then Pharaoh named Joseph Zephaneath Paneah, and he gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, as a wife. And Joseph went forth over the land of Egypt. Now I've seen some pretty wild stuff with Potiphera, like, oh, this is actually just like Potiphar, but he got castrated, so now it's it's like a sex change. No, I think that's wild. But she's a priest of On, which is interesting in and of itself. Asenath is actually related to Neith, and Neith is the creator deity of Heliopolis's belief system. There's a couple of different creator deities within Egyptian theology. Neith is an interesting one because she is also partly. So the 10 plagues are a punishment on the Egyptian gods, primarily. Hold on. Ah. Trying not to die. It's amazing how difficult it is to talk whenever your nostrils are fully clogged. And like again, anyway, the 10 plagues are obviously in a rebut to the play or the gods of Egypt. So it's showing that Yahweh like dunks on all of the gods. I've done a stream on this before. It's really based. And every single one of the plagues are actually targeting a specific deity. So like the Nile being turned to blood is targeting Sobek and Happy. The hermaphrodite god of the Nile and the protector of the Nile, Sobek, the Lord of Seamen, which is his title. And then you have like boils referencing to Isis and the plague of darkness being Ra and like all that stuff. And then the death of the firstborn is Pharaoh. So you're ramping up the significance of the gods per each plague. So the plagues are not random, and even the ones that don't seem as bad are actually it's worse sequentially. So the 9th plague is arguably the worst one, and the 10th plague is like it's the 9th and 10th are co-equally the worst because the 9th plague proved that Egyptian practices and religion were false because he defeated Ra. And then the 10th plague, he literally killed God. He killed the cosmic order. He killed Ma'at. He killed the incarnation that kept Ma'at going. So the 10 plagues are super based. It's Yahweh literally dunking on the Egyptian pantheon. And only after that, and only after they saw that Egyptian or Pharaoh's army was dead, then they believed in Yahweh. So Yahweh literally had to go to war against the Egyptian pantheon. War, he just crushed them. But he systematically crushed the Egyptian religion so that the Jews would not believe in the Egyptian religion in Canaan, in the Promised Land. So you have all that, but you also have Zapaneath Paneah. And I actually want to bring up my notes now. Let me see if I can find it. Because that name is very, very interesting. Let's see if he has it in his notes. I don't think he does. I might have to pull up my notes. All right, hold on. Docs. So I want to make sure I get all the names for this. Typology. Let's see. Types of Christ. Zapanoth Paneah is an Egyptian name, and it means several different things. So you could possibly translate it in a bunch of different ways. And I want to pull up. I don't have it in my notes here. What nonsense is this? All right, hold on. Let me see if Tommy had it in his notes. Because it's so. I'll just Google it real quick. Yeah, hold on. I know a couple of them by, like, in my head. Joseph's Egyptian name, like the revealer of secrets and all that stuff. But all right, here it is. Zapaneath Paneah could mean all of these things in Egyptian. It could mean the God speaks and he lives, so a resurrection claim. It could mean the sustainer of the land, or the living one is the sustenance of the land. The revealer of secrets, or he who explains hidden things. The creator of life, the savior of the world, or the head of the magicians. Thus saith the God, and he lives is pretty wild. There's a lot of them though. So every single possible Egyptian name that comes from Zapaneath Paneah, every single one you get, you can actually apply to Jesus. So he is the revealer of secrets. He is the salvation of the world. He is resurrected. He is the healer. He is the savior. Like he is all of these things. Every single possible way you can interpret this name is for Jesus. So, thus saith God, and he lives. And it's like, oh man, dude. All right, so we have resurrection language, we have savior language, we have divine language, being in his name, given by Pharaoh, by the god of Egypt. So, and he's given Asenath, which is like the daughter of Neith, is literally what this translates to. So you have a lot of interesting divine titles and all that stuff happening here. Now, Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh and king of Egypt. So now he's 30 years old whenever he started his ministry, you could say, or he started his service as king. We see 30 come up a lot with the different kings and priests and all that stuff. Jesus was 30 when he started his ministry. He's 33 and a half when he died. And then the temple was destroyed 40 years later in 70 AD. So you have Joseph here being 30 years old whenever he became king of Egypt, or at least like second in command to the king of Egypt, and that is representative of Jesus. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and passed through all the land of Egypt. And during the 7 years of plenty, the land brought forth abundantly. So he gathered all the food of these 7 years, which happened in the land of Egypt, and placed the food in the cities. He placed in every city the food from its own surrounding fields. Thus Joseph stored up grain in the great abundance like the sand of the sea until he stopped measuring it, for it was beyond measure. And we actually have these storehouses along the Nile banks. So there's a bunch of tells, there's a bunch of mounds that archaeologists have gone through that have found these storehouses. And we also have archaeological evidence for the famine itself. So the Nile has standardized recession periods where it deposits new silt from flooding. And there was a period of a number of years back around the time of Joseph where there was a famine, and it was severe. There was a severe drought, and the Nile was under flooded. It didn't flood the way that it was supposed to, which it does every year, for several years. So this event, as it's recorded in the Bible, is archaeologically verified. And then you also have a couple different hieroglyphs of Israelites being slaves in Egypt. You have proto-Sinaitic coming out of Egypt. There's actually, I did a video on this as well, but you have multiple wadi tablets. So wadi is a river. You have multiple river tablets from the Nile in the Nile Delta where the Jews lived that has Elohim, or El has Yahweh on it. You also have inscriptions of Joseph. You have inscriptions of Moses in these things, in these places. So you have a good bit of evidence archaeologically for the Exodus from language use itself, because the Torah is full of Egyptian. It's a little over 1% of the entire text is Egyptian. That might not sound like a lot, but if I started speaking in 1% Chinese, you would have no idea what I'm talking about right now. So it uses a bunch of Egyptian words for everyday objects, for some theological terms. That uses it in a way that obviously shows that it was influenced by Egyptian. It was not influenced by the Levant. It wasn't influenced by Canaanites. It was influenced by Egyptian. So that's part of the evidence we have for the Torah being reliable, as well as all the archaeology for Joseph and the Exodus, which we have a surprising amount. It's pretty cool. Forgot to blow Satan out of your nose this morning. Yeah. Don't say blow. Muslims might be around. Oh. No, I've been sick for a couple months. So my body is just rejecting it. It's a miracle how articulate I was on David's stream, because I was very sick the day before and the day of, up until the stream, and then I was sick after the stream. So God answered my prayers and healed me enough to do the stream. And now we're here. So we have this here, and we also have, Joseph. What is Joseph doing here? So when we think about back to Jesus, Joseph is using the abundance that he was given by God, the knowledge of the abundance that he was given by God, and he's storing up grain for the Egyptians and for the whole world. But what is grain used for? Grain is primarily used for bread. So we have Joseph here supplying bread supernaturally in these abundant storehouses that are filled with beyond measure, that can not only sustain the Gentiles, but can also sustain the Jews whenever they come for it later on. Just as Christ is the bread of life, he is the one who is able to split loaves and fishes to feed the thousands. He is the one who can bring us true bread, bring us true drink, living water, living bread in us that will bring us salvation. And you can't count the abundance of his provision and the abundance of his church. We are literally billions now. And we have here Joseph is like representative of Jesus saving the world through his bread, through his grain, through his seed being planted, and through the harvest that is coming. So we have this like kind of supernatural church happening here, which is pretty based. Now the year before the famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bore to him. Joseph named the firstborn Manasseh, for he said, God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household. Which basically means that, like, forgetfulness. And he named the second Ephraim, for he said that God has made me fruitful in the land of my affliction. Free here is fruit. So this is fruity, or like lots of fruits. His name literally just means a bunch of fruits, which is kind of cute. So he made him fruitful. So you have this aleph attached to the front of it, but free is the root for fruits. So you throw on the mem at the end, it makes it plural. So this is literally just fruits, or like godly fruits, or God supplying fruits with the aleph at the front there. So you have Ephraim. Then the 7 years of plenty which had been in the land of Egypt came to an end. The 7 years of famine began to come, just as Joseph had said. Oh, also with the causing to forget and the fruitfulness, that God is causing this abundance of the harvest of the Gentiles to come in, which is pretty based. Yeah, well, Quran does not have the cupbearer or the baker, to my recollection. Muhammad he didn't do a good job, man. He did not do a good job. He was a bad plagiarist. Then the 7 years of plenty which had been in the land of Egypt came to an end. The 7 years of famine began to come, as Joseph had said. So there was a famine in all the lands, but in the land of Egypt there was bread. There is salvation. There is food with the Gentiles. Even though it looks foreign to the Jews, we are not actually foreign. We are spiritual Jews. We're the continuation of Judaism. And the Jews get offended by that, but we follow Yahweh and Yeshua. Like, it's not a Gentile religion, my guys. And then Christians don't make it easier for Jews, because most Christians are not trained in Hebrew, not trained in the Jewish context and content of the scriptures, and they just don't understand covenants. So Christianity is just like in step with Second Temple Judaism. We're not different from it. It's not innovation. It is something that naturally outgrew from Jews. There's a continuation of biblical Judaism. I have no problem calling myself a Jew. I even have my little bar mitzvah thing. I did not go through shul or yeshiva to do bar mitzvah. I didn't have a bar mitzvah. This is a knickknack from Israel that my friend gave me. I do, though, have a Torah scroll in Hebrew. That's pretty base. I can show that real quick. So, I'm not a Jew, but I do have this, which is pretty based. And I, saying that we are spiritual Jews, even though, I'm not gonna, we're not gonna catch people reading literal Hebrew from scrolls, at least not most people. We are spiritual Jews. Even if you hate Jews, you shouldn't. Your God is Jewish. But we are the continuation of it. We need to understand our faith. We need to understand the sources of our faith, because what did Christ do on the road to Emmaus? You say, "Oh, I'm going to throw out everything. None of that matters. None of that happens." No. He walked through the scriptures. He walked through the Jewish scriptures to Jews about himself, because the Bible teaches of him. From the very first verse, the very first word of the Bible, you can get an allusion to Christ in it, all the way to the very last one. So from Bereshit all the way down to Amen, you get Christ everywhere throughout all of it. We need to understand our foundations, our roots, to understand covenant theology, to understand Christ, to be able to preach to Jews. Because right now we have a Jewish religion that looks only Gentile, and it's very confusing to everyone. But, you know, it is what it is. Timu Talmud. Also lost like half my audience on YouTube whenever I brought the Torah scroll out. He brought out the scrolls. Yeah. Exactly. Yes, Christ is our high priest in the order of Melchizedek. Yeah. So we are the continuation of them, and we have salvation only in Christ. Jews do not have a different covenant by which they can be saved. They are saved in the covenant of Yeshua, but they don't recognize Yeshua because of this. Like, we have not reached them with the word, which is why I love people like Ash Mays, who's going live in 5 minutes, who is doing both. He is, he's a Jew. He came to Christ, and we have a bunch of like Rabbi Eduardo of Radar Apologetics. Like, we have so many people now who can reach the people where they're at, and who know all of this context and all this content. And it's not scary. It's not going to make you become a Jew. Like, you're obviously going to keep following Yeshua. You're following Jesus, but you should know the foundations of your faith. And they just happen to be Jews, happen to just be Jewish. So anyway, my little mini rant over. So there was a famine in all the lands, but in all the lands of Egypt there was bread. There's salvation. Then all the land of Egypt was famished, and the people cried out to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph. Whatever he says to you, you shall do." So the Gentiles are desiring salvation, they're desiring food, and then the God of the Egyptians, the God, is saying, "Hey, if you want to be saved, you must go to Joseph. You must go to Jesus in order to receive salvation." And then you have to listen to what he actually says. You can't just go to him and ignore what he says. You actually have to listen to what he says. You have to believe that he is Yahweh and that he died and rose again for your sins, and then you can be saved and redeemed. You can't reject his divinity and be saved. That's in John 8. So he says, "Unless you believe that I am, you will be dead in your sins." So he says, "Go to Joseph, and whatever he says to you, you shall do." And then, interestingly, there was a time period where Pharaoh was not actually in charge of all of the land of Egypt. He was just in charge of Heliopolis and the surrounding lands. So even like Memphis wasn't under the direct control of Pharaoh for a while. Then there was an event that happened in the different, like, not necessarily nations, but like sub-nations of Egypt were all combined under one banner, and then Pharaoh was in charge and ruled over all of it. And it just so happens to be a couple hundred years before the Exodus happened that this event happened. So there was some event that happened around the time of Joseph in which all of the Egypt was solidified under Pharaoh. Maybe the Bible's accurate. Crazy, I know. And then now the famine was all over the face of the land, and Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians, and the famine was severe in the land of Egypt. Now all the earth also came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe in all the earth. Now, there's a couple different views you can take of this one. Was it literally a famine everywhere, including like the Americas? Or was it just a famine around Egypt? And what does it mean by all the earth? There's lots of times in the Bible where all the earth literally just means what you can see with your eye. So if you're on a mountaintop, the land that you can see from that mountain on the horizon in all directions, that is the earth. That is the land that you're on. So this could just be referring to around Egypt. It could not even be talking about Greece. It could just be talking about the surrounding areas. or it could be talking about Mesopotamia and like so there's the cradle of civilization in general, that whole area around Egypt and Mesopotamia and Turkey. And it could mean that, and then they all come. We do have reports of great famines all over the world that were several years long around the same time. So it could be that it literally was everywhere on the earth. And we see, if I remember correctly, this you'd have to fact test this. You should fact check everything I say. Never 100% believe any teacher. Always fact check everyone, what everyone says. Be a skeptic. But if I remember correctly, there was a report where I know for the Joseph's long day, we have a bunch of reports of a long night in the Americas and a long day in Africa and Asia, and then a long sunrise and a long sunset on the western coast of Africa and on the Polynesian islands, so like Hawaii. So if you actually look at the where the sun would be on the earth for when the long day happened, it just so happens to be that it kind of checks out that there's stories of that thing happening in all the places. If I remember correctly, it was either the Aztecs or the Mayans, but they like sacrificed people to get the long day to end or like the long night to end because there was a night that was like 2 hours long. Maybe. Then if I remember correctly, there's also a similar report for the famine as well, that they did human sacrifice to try to get the famine to go away. I might be conflating those two in my head, so you can Google that yourself, but we do actually have some reporting for the long day of Joseph. I haven't done a deep dive into all of that and verified all the sources yet, so I haven't done a stream or a video on it. I'll eventually do that whenever all the Talmud stuff is over, but it's an interesting little thing. So the Bible stays winning. Its archaeology is very good. It is one of the most historically verified books in history. So, yeah. Make sure you're wearing your wedding garment when he does come. Oh, with Christ, yeah. Make sure you're actually in relationship with Christ. Not just thinking you are. Now Jacob saw that there was grain in Egypt, and Jacob said to his sons, "Why are you staring at one another?" Then he said, "Behold, I have heard that there's grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us from there, so that we may live and not die." So now the land of the Israelites has been cut off. They no longer have the supply that God had been supplying them for because, Canaan, Israel, was a land flowing with milk and honey. It was a land of abundance. And now God has spiritually cut them off. And so they are returning now to Christ to try to find the truth. They're trying to find life. They're trying to find grain. So 10 brothers of Joseph went down to buy grain from Egypt, but Jacob did not send Joseph's brother to Benjamin with his brothers, for he said, lest any harm befall him, because he cares more about him because of Rachel. So the sons of Israel came to buy grain from among those who were coming, for the famine was in the land of Canaan also. Now, Joseph was the one in power over the land. He was the one who sold to all the people of the land, and Joseph's brothers came and bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. So now the brothers are, worshiping or showing great reverence to Joseph, who's acting as their Messiah. And he is also the one who supplies the grain. He is the one who brings the bread of life to all the people, which is pretty based. Then Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them, but he disguised himself to them and spoke to them harshly. And he said to them, "Where have you come from?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." But Joseph recognized his brothers, although they did not recognize him. So Christ is unrecognizable to Jews today because I think he is just some weird Gentile make-believe thing. And he does not actually look Jewish. He doesn't sound Jewish to the Jews, but he is. And whenever they read the New Testament in Hebrew, they're like, "Oh, this is a very Jewish book." Like, it opens up, like, people don't really think about it. Matthew opens up with a genealogy. How much more Jewish can you get? Like, a genealogy, and it's not just a genealogy, it's a genealogy of Yeshua ben David, Meshiach. So it's like the genealogy of the Messiah, son of David, Yeshua. Like, an incredibly Jewish opening to an incredibly Jewish book. And yet they don't recognize him. they don't see him until they have the veil of Gentileness lifted off of him. Then they recognize him. And then we see now hundreds of thousands of Jews coming to faith in Yeshua. They're becoming Messianic Jews that are becoming Christians, which are really not that far different. They are in droves right now. The Israelites are coming back to Jesus, which is amazing. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. And watching Jews interact with Jesus as Messiah is just such a special experience. And I love watching them like read Isaiah 53 for the first time and be like, yeah, that's Yeshua. And like, yeah, of course it is. Even though they're trained not to, whenever they read it, and I'll be like, oh, have you heard, like, mention, they just read it to them. Like, why are you reading the New Testament to me? That's about Jesus. And it's like, no, brother. That's in Isaiah. That is your book. You've accepted this. Accept it. But, brother, there are not many Jews who spit in Christians. They also don't smash nuns into the ground. That is just, it happens in the smallest amount you can possibly imagine. There's so many Christians that live in Israel, that go to Israel all the time. It just is not a thing. They do not hate Christians. Most of the time, they're just interested. They're interested why anyone would follow, especially like Jewish Christians. They're very interested in like, why would you follow Yeshua? That's what they call him. That's not for our people. And they explain it to them like, huh, yeah, interesting. Then they read it and then become Messianic Jews, and it's pretty based. But anyway, and Joseph remembered the dreams which he had about them and said to them, you are spies. You have come to look at the nakedness of the land. And they said to him, no, my lord, but your servants have come to buy food. We are all sons of one man. We are honest men. Your servants are not spies. And he said to them, no, but you have come to look at the nakedness of our land. So they said, your servants are 12 brothers in all, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. Behold, the youngest is with our father today, and one is no more. And Joseph said to them, it is as I said to you, you are spies, but by this you will be tested. By the life of Pharaoh you shall not go from this place, unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you that he may get your brother while you remain confined, that your words may be tested, whether there is truth in you. But if not, by the life of Pharaoh, surely you are spies. Then he put them all together in prison for 3 days. Your little 3-day thing. And Joseph said to them, on the third day, do this and live, for I fear God. So now we have again on 3 days, and then he gives us the life. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers be confined in your prison. But as for the rest of you, go bring grain for the famine of your households, and bring your youngest brother to me, so your words may be proven true, and you will not die. So now he's actively trying to bring life. Okay, my daughter is out there. If she comes in here, I'm gonna have to stiff arm her. I don't want my kids on camera. Anyway, so we have I lost my train of thought. Throw a little pitter patter of her feet. Anyway, let one of your brothers be confined. Oh yeah, so he is now giving a test by which the brothers can be known to be true. But why is he doing this? He also says, bring your youngest brother to me, so your words may be proven true, you will not die. He decides after 3 days to give them grain so that his family doesn't die from starvation, because he knows that's why they're here. He knows that they don't have food. So he's like, okay, no, I need them to go back so that my dad, if he's still alive, the dad can be alive. So the brother, if he's still alive, he can have food and be alive. So he's like, hey, I want my family to be alive. Therefore, I'm going to let you guys go and bring grain, but you must come back here or I'm going to keep one of your brothers and you're not going to be able to have him. Well, why does he specifically want Benjamin? He wants to try to save his brother, his full brother. All these other brothers are half brothers. He wants to save his full-blooded brother, whom he loves and cares for, Benjamin. So this is a rescue plot by Joseph, because Joseph doesn't know that his brothers have already repented and changed and regretted what they did to him. He thinks that they're still monsters who, stripped him naked and threw him into a pit and ate food and probably laughed while he was suffering and screaming and crying out for salvation and life. So he's thinking, these monsters, man, how would I ever trust him? How would I ever trust them with Benjamin? I need to save my brother if he's still alive. So he's saying, hey, you bring my brother to me, and then all will be well. And that's his only priority right now, is that he wants the brothers to know, and well, he wants to save his brother from his other brothers who he can't trust, and he, rightfully so. He was heavily abused by them, like super, super messed up thing. So he's trying to save his brother from the same fate, because he's also worrying, like, oh, well, my father treated me especially, that's why they try to kill me. Therefore, my Benjamin is also likely being treated in the same way, or like he's special, he's unique, he's set apart. So I hope that my brothers aren't going to try to kill him then, even though this is, again, 13 to 15 years later. So, Reuben at this point is like in his 60s, like old men, like they have grandkids type old. And yet then he's still like, oh no, I can't trust them. Even though they're much older, even though all these things have happened, I still can't trust them. Then they said to one another, surely we are guilty concerning our brother, because we saw the distress of his soul when he begged us, yet we would not listen, therefore this distress has come upon us. So we saw the distress of his soul when he begged us. He was begging them for his life. They knew that he was suffering. They knew he was terrified. They knew he was scared. They knew all those things, and yet they didn't care. How calloused. And same with Judas. Like, Judas didn't care. Judas sold Christ out for 30 shekels of silver. And I can't say anything. I've sold out Christ for free. I didn't get paid for my sin. And yet we have here, like, they're talking to each other in Hebrew. They don't know that he can understand them, but he sees that they're regretful. He sees that they're repentant, and they are sorrowful. And Reuben answered them and saying, did I not tell you, saying, do not sin against the boy, yet you would not listen. So also his blood, behold, it is required of us. It is on their heads. They are guilty of it. So now they're being punished by God as their understanding. It's their thought. This is not, no new doctrine from typology, no new theology from typology. This is not evidence for the Jews being like Christ killers and deserving of punishment, because it literally goes on to then redeem the brothers, bring all of the Jews and Gentiles together in one household in the land of Goshen, in Egypt. So this is, again, not, you can't use this for anti-Semitism. It's very stupid. People will try, but it's very stupid. But Joseph here is like, he's hurt by this. Like, now they did not know that Joseph was listening, for there was an interpreter between them, and he turned away from them and wept. He found out they were repentant. He thought that they were these wicked, evil men, and they were. To be fair, they absolutely were. And now he is turning away and weeping, because he just learned that, the guys who traumatized him for over a decade are actually sorrowful for what they did. And now he's weeping. So this is like a little bit of closure for him personally. We also have Christ weeping for our own accounts, like whenever Lazarus died and all that stuff. And it's pretty based. By his blood, they are redeemed. By his blood, they are condemned as well. So it's required of us. It's required of them to achieve salvation. Lots of interesting things there. But then he returned to them and spoke to them, and took Simeon from them and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph gave a command to fill their bags with grain, and to restore every man's money in his sack, and to give them provisions for the journey, and thus it was done for them. He gave them money and filled their bags with grain. So we have Christ here, I guess Joseph. Joseph did not allow the brothers to pay for the grain that he gave them, for the salvation that he gave them. In the same way in the New Testament, salvation is a gift. You don't earn it. You don't become pious enough for it. You don't do any of those things. Salvation is a gift that you do not deserve and you do not earn. Christ does not let you pay for your own salvation. He does not let you pay for the cross. He does not allow you to pay for favor. He does not allow you to pay for righteousness. It is a gift from God. In the same way, Joseph filled the bags with grain twice, and both times returned the money to the man, because he will not allow you to buy the gift he has for us in salvation, in the eternal bread of life, and all of that. Still no gadflies, Steven says. No. He's probably busy with the baby, or he went to sleep. So Christ does not allow us to pay for the free gift of salvation, which is pretty based. And thus it was done for them. So they loaded their donkeys with their grain and went from there. One of them opened his sack to give his donkey fodder at the lodging place, and he saw his money, and behold, it was in the mouth of his sack. So he said to his brothers, "My money has been returned, and behold, it is even in my sack." And their hearts sank, and they turned trembling to one another, saying, "What is this that God has done to us? What is this amazing thing? Or what is this frightful thing that God has done? What is this thing that, like, what do you mean I don't have to work? I don't have to earn my salvation? I don't have to pay for it?" That's terrifying, because what if I'm not, like, the natural inclination is, oh, I want to be good enough. I want to know based on my own piety, my own works, that I'll actually be saved. I don't want to have to trust in my relationship to God. I don't want to have to trust in God for my salvation. Instead, people just want a surety. And, God's promises are apparently not enough for a lot of people. But they're trembling at this, that they tried to pay for it and it was returned to them. And then they sank and were trembling, and it's like, what is this that God has done to us? And it's like, I mean, God is giving you a free gift of salvation and life, and you just have to humble yourself. You have to be not prideful and submit and be like, okay, God, I know that nothing I can do will actually earn this. I'm going to submit myself to you and allow you to save me, allow you to cleanse me, allow you to wipe me clean, to free me of my sins, to redeem me from my evil and wickedness and all that. And that you have to humble yourself to accept Christ. You cannot be prideful, especially you can't be prideful about your salvation and all that stuff. Nah, you might find out the hard way. Brother, I really hope you actually accept Christ before you die. I really do. I would love to see you in heaven, brother. Anyway. So they came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan and told him all that had happened to them, saying, "The man, the Lord of the land, spoke harshly with us and took us for spies in the country. So we said to him, We are honest men, we are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of one father. One is no more, and the youngest is with our father today in the land of Canaan. Then the man, the Lord of the land, said to us, By this I will know that you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers with me and take grain for the famine of your households and go. But bring your youngest brother to me, that I may know that you are not spies, but honest men. I will give your brother to you, and you will may trade in the land." Now it happened that they were emptying their sacks, and behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And they, their father, saw their bundles of money, and they feared. And their father Jacob said to them, "You have bereaved me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and you would take Benjamin? All these things are against me." Then Reuben spoke to his father, saying, "You may put two of my sons to death, my two sons to death, if I do not bring him back to you. Put him in my hand, I will return him to you." But Jacob said, "My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he alone remains. If harm should befall him on the journey in which you are going, then you will bring my gray hair down to Sheol in sorrow." So last week we went over how having favoritism within a family causes derision, causes devastation, and causes relationships to be frayed and broken, and it ultimately causes death. Death of relationships, death of the family can literally cause infighting and killing of each other, which is basically what happened here. And he still is doing favoritism. He says he alone remains. Are you kidding me? His other wives are still alive. Leah's still alive. Zipporah is still alive. Like, he has 3 of his 4 women. He has 12 of his 13, well, 10, 11, 10. He has 13 total, and then 2 of them are missing. 11. Okay. He has 11 of his 13 children with him and all of his grandchildren. He has probably dozens of grandchildren at this point in time. He has all of that in his family, and yet he says that he alone remains because he didn't care for anyone other than Rachel. And he didn't care for anyone other than Rachel's sons. All he cared for was Joseph and Benjamin. And because of that, the brothers hated each other. There was derision. There's pain. And, don't forget, we skipped it this week, but what was the wild thing he did earlier on in, I think, 35? Whenever he goes back to Esau, who he fled from because he thought he was going to be murdered by Esau. Whenever he fled from Esau, he is saying, hey, I will send my family to Esau in groups. So he would send the wives and their wives' children in groups to Esau in a formation. So he sent the slave, the lesser wives first, the handmaidens of Leah and Rachel. He sent those 2 first with their kids. And then he sent Leah and her children. And then he came with Rachel and their boy, Joseph. So, why did he do that? He thought that Esau was going to murder him and his family. So he wanted to know if he was going to kill his children and his wives, he wanted the wives and children he cared the least about to die first, so that he might be able to flee with the ones that he does care about. He literally used parts of his family as meat shields. And it's not like they forgot about that. Reuben was old. He was already in his 20s or 30s, if not late 30s, whenever that happened. The brothers would have remembered that, hey, Dad, you remember the time that you used us as human shields with your crazy brother? That was cool. What was that about? Then not only do they do that, they then, for decade plus, also show favoritism on him after that moment. So you think why would the brothers hate him so much? Well, you have to remember all the craziness that happened with Esau and with Laban and all that, and then you also have to remember Rachel and all that stuff happening, and then you have to remember the favoritism. So it's compounding things because all he wanted was to marry Rachel. He got hoodwinked into marrying 3 other women. And he just wanted to have a relationship with one woman and have their kids. And none of that happened. And now he is bitter and angry and upset about all of it. And he even so much as to say he alone remains. And he has at least 20 or 30 other family members who he just ignores. And it's so heartbreaking and it's so painful and it's so real to our events. And we talk about the Quran. The Quran, there's no power behind it. There's no soul. There's nothing. It's just very plain writing, and there's nothing to the depth of the characters within it. They all sound like Muhammad. They all sound like sock puppets. There's no deeper insights you can get this type of stuff. There's no typology. There's nothing beyond the surface. And here we have the pain and the anguish of what happens within families whenever they go through this type of stuff is a warning to us to avoid favoritism, to avoid bickering and fighting and jealousy and derision within family units, that we are to be, loving to one another. And you might be also to relate to the church, the brothers are not loving, but that's not part of the type. It's pretty cool. Anyway. And once the IP streaming came back and some crazy Pierce sighting R2. What is this G thing? What is happening in the chat? Well, it's not looking. Yeah, how could anything we do be good enough to compensate? We're mortal sinners, indeed. Nothing we can do will reach perfection. So, yeah. Lo, verily, they all seek refuge from the law if they're not wrongdoers. That's how every story goes, pretty much, yeah. Okay. So we have, now the famine was heavy in the land, and it happened when they had finished eating the grain, which they had brought from Egypt, that their father said to them, "Go buy us back a little food." And Jodah spoke to them, however, saying, "The man solemnly warned us, saying, 'You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. If you send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you do not send him, we will not go down. For the man said to us, 'You will not see my face unless your brother is with you.'" Then Israel said, "Why did you treat me so badly by telling the man whether you still had another brother?" But they said, "The man questioned particularly about us and our kin, saying, 'Is your father still alive? Have you another brother?' So we told him concerning these things. Could we have possibly known that he would say, 'Bring your brother down'?" Then Judah said to his father Israel, "Send the boy with me, and we will rise and go, that we may live and not die, we as well, you and our little ones." So now we have the Jews, uh, accepting the will of the Father and coming to Christ. It's kind of interesting little thing and stuff. And they're also being the ones who initiate it. They're the only tribes that still possibly remain. A lot of the Israelites, they don't know their lineage anymore, so they can't actually trace themselves cleanly back to specific tribes the way they used to be able to. So we just call them the Jews in general, but really it's hard to say what tribe they're actually from. And if I'm from one of the tribes or you're from one of the tribes, the diaspora was so broad and wide. A bunch of us have Israelite descent. We don't know about it. So anyway, which Ashmaze has made comments on, like, even if we brought the Jews back, like, who can say who's actually from what line and what lineage they're in, and like all that stuff. Anyway, oh yeah, the thing Dad comment was in reference to the two sons being offered up to be killed. Yeah. Yeah. I myself will be the guarantor for him. From my hand you may require him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then I shall bear the sin before you all my days. For if we had not delayed, surely by now we could have returned twice. So this is at least a year, if not 2-3 years. The journey from the Levant, depending on where they're in the Levant, to Egypt, and where Joseph is several hundred miles. By foot, on camel or donkey or whatever, that's going to be a couple weeks to a couple months at the fastest. It'd probably be closer to like 3 to 6 months. So you have at least a year or so, if not 2 years, that they have waited, that Simeon has been under lock and key with Joseph. Then their father Israel said to them, "If it must be so, then do this. Take some of the best products of the land in your bags and bring them down to the man as a present, a little balm and a little honey, aromatic gum and myrrh." So again, a lot of the same things that are happening with Jesus. Pistachio nuts and almonds. Saying, then now take double the money in your hand. So before you were missing the gold, now you literally have the money as well. So they're bringing gifts of frankincense, myrrh, and gold. So literally the same gifts that were given to Christ as a kid and the same gifts that are used on Christ in his anointing for the burial, because they also put gold coins on his eyes, which we can see with the Shroud of Turin, which is also kind of interesting. The Shroud of Turin has gold mins. Wow. Gold coins that are minted, combine all those words together. Gold coins that are minted with Pontius Pilate's seal on it. There's debate on whether or not that's it, but there are scholars who put forward that as evidence from the Shroud. It's not super clear, but they do get Pontius Pilate possibly being mentioned on the coins of the Shroud of Turin, which is pretty cool. So we have them bringing these same things. So just as the man of the East brought these gifts to Jesus, we have men from the East, because they're currently in the Levant, so it's from East to West, men of the East coming with these gifts in order to receive the bread of life. Pretty little neat thing right there. Now take double the money in your hand and take back in your hand the money that was put back in the mouth of your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake. And take your brother also, and arise and return to the man. May God Almighty grant you compassion before the man, so that he will release you to your other brother, and Benjamin. And as for me, if I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. So he's just accepted his fate. So the men took this present, and they took double the money in their hand, and Benjamin, and they arose and went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. So now it's like, oh, well, maybe God Almighty will grant you compassion before the man. God Almighty uses Christ to grant compassion and mercy to all men. So, pretty neat thing right there. And then Joseph saw Benjamin with them and said to his house steward, "Bring the men into the house and slay an animal and prepare it, for the men are to eat with me at noon." So then we have Joseph, he saw his brother and he prepared a feast for his brothers. Which is kind of interesting. There's, lots of language of feasting. You prepare a feast for me in the midst of my enemies and all that. But we have Christ here at the Last Supper preparing a meal for his disciples and all that stuff. So the idea of Joseph preparing a feast for them, you could relate back to Christ. But yeah, anyway. I like the little mind games that Joseph does here. It's pretty cute. So the man did as Joseph said and brought the men to Joseph's house. And the men were afraid because they were brought to Joseph's house. And they said, "It is because of the money that was returned in our sacks the first time that we are being brought in, that he may seek occasion against us and fall upon us and take us for slaves with our donkeys." So they came near to Joseph's house steward and spoke to him at the entrance of the house. And they said, "O my lord, we indeed came down the first time to buy food. And it happened when we came to the lodging place that we opened our sacks, and behold, each man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our own money in full." We're paid in full. It's cute. "So we have brought it back in our hand. We also have brought down other money in our hand to buy food. We do not know who put our money in our sacks." And he said, "Be well, do not be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. Your money has come to me." Then he brought Simeon out to them. So he's saying, your money has come to me. You already paid your debt. God is providing for the debts of your bread that brings salvation. God is providing for you. So take heart, do not be afraid. Your God has provided for you out of his own treasury. It's like, oh, it's so cool. Then he brought Simeon out to them. Then the man brought the men into Joseph's house and gave them water, and they washed their feet and gave them their donkeys fodder. So we have the washing of their feet, which is what Christ does at the feast. So whenever we're talking about the feast of Christ, the Lord's Supper, we have the men being brought into the house with Joseph, and they are having their feet washed, and their donkeys are given fodder. And they prepared the present for Joseph's coming at noon, for they had heard they were to eat a meal there. And Joseph came home, and they brought into the house to him the present which was in their hand, and bowed to the ground before him. So now the brothers, the Israelites, the Jews, however you want to call them, they are now coming back to the Messiah, to the Savior, who they rejected the first time, who they tried to kill the first time, who they did kill the first time, essentially, to the perspective of the Father. The Son was dead. He was killed for sins he did not commit, out of jealousy and hatred. He was accepted by the Gentiles, put into prison, served the sentence with two other men, one of which was lifted up and one which was brought down, who had bread and wine, and then was lifted back up, changed his appearance, was anointed and glorified as king, given these names of, thus saith the God, he lives, the salvation of the world, he who knows all things, the reveal of secrets, and the bread of life. You have all of that coming, and the culmination of it, you have the brothers coming back, and they were given the gift of salvation, in which they cannot pay for. Whenever they say, "Hey God, why didn't you let us pay for it?" He says, "I have already paid the price for you. You don't need to." And then they come in and they bow down, and you could say worship. They worship Christ. So the Israelites are coming back into the fold. They're coming back into relationships. They're coming to knowledge of Yahweh and Yeshua as they actually are, and they are before him. And he asked them about their well-being and said, "Is your old father well, of whom you speak? Is he still alive?" They said, "Your servant, our father, is well. He is still alive." They bowed down and prostrated themselves. Then he lifted his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son. And he said to him, "Is this your youngest brother of whom you spoke to me?" And he said, "May God be gracious to you, my son." Why is he saying, "Is this your youngest brother"? Well, his brother now is in his 20s. And the last time he saw him, his brother was like 7, 8 years old. He was still a kid. So he might not have instantly recognized Benjamin. He might have recognized him a little bit, but not like that. So he saw him. He's like, "That's probably Benjamin." And he's like, "Are you actually Benjamin?" And he said, "May God be gracious to you, my son." And Joseph hurried out, for he was deeply stirred with compassion over his brother, and he sought a place to weep. And he entered his chamber, and he wept there. So he's like, "Oh, my brother actually is alive. They didn't kill him like they tried to kill me. He is actually alive. It is amazing." Um, yeah. Anyway. Uh, the more I see other, the more I love Islam. Well, you need to you gotta do a little bit better job of seeing, but okay, bro. Um, I'm not gonna talk about Islam much in the stream. I will be doing live streams in the future on just Islam. We probably will do one Wednesday on Islam. And I'll do call-in streams eventually. But you do need to ask yourself of what in Islam has the depth and complexity and the love and relationship you have within the Bible and within Yahweh. That God loves you so much that he's willing to suffer for you. That is something that you don't get in Islam. You don't get even remotely close to Islam. There's not a single verse of the Quran that is designed to comfort or hurting man. They're almost all designed to manipulate and coerce and control people's thoughts and actions. Anyway. But we'll talk about Islam at another time. Just because I want to keep going on Joseph. So Joseph hurries out of his sight, and he is just heartbroken. You can feel the weight of this moment. For 15, 16, 17 years, he has waited for this moment to be reunited with his brother. He's in his mid to late 30s now. And he finally met his brother, and he can't even, come to him because he's trying to ascertain the status of his family and all this stuff. So he's still like putting on a front. So he sees his brother and he's just overcome with emotion, and he literally has to run out of the place to weep. And he has makeup on. Remember, they wore mascara, so his mascara is running. He probably had to wash his face, then continue. And he washed his face and came out. So why did he wash his face? He had to fix his makeup. He had to get rid of the red stains. He also had to fix his makeup. And he restrained himself and said, "Set the meal." So they set the meal for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because the Egyptians could not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Egyptians. Why is that an abomination to the Egyptians? Because they were clean. Ironically, it's like the inverse of the Jews at the time of Jesus. So the Jews at the time of Jesus rejected the Gentiles because they were unclean. They were seen as lesser. The Egyptians saw the Jews as lesser, as the Israelites as lesser. They did not respect them. They thought they were dirty because they had hair and everything else. So they treated them as like lesser quality of humans than them, even though they're not slaves. So they're not like subhuman. They're just they're icky. And that's actually part of like the plague of lice would have been a slap in the face to the Egyptians because they were mostly hairless. So they didn't have anywhere for lice to go, yet they still got lice. So they just have like hundreds or thousands of lice just crawling over their bare skin. And only really dirty, disgusting people get lice from their view. So to the Egyptians, to get lice would have been one of the biggest cultural insults you can possibly imagine. It's like if Muslims were forced to like hug puppies instead of hurting them. Massively, big insult to their culture. And God did that directly to not necessarily mock them. Yeah, to mock them. Let's say to mock them. But also to show them that they don't have power, they don't have influence, they don't have all these things, and they're not as like high and mighty as they think they are. But it's an abomination to eat with the Hebrews, not only because they're meat eaters and the Egyptians didn't eat meat as much, if at all. There's debate on that. But the Hebrews themselves were unclean compared to the Egyptians, who would ritually bathe themselves all the time. They kept themselves clean. Part of it might just be like some of the adults activities that they would do required you to want to be clean, because they would do like oral, for example, and other things, and you don't want to put your mouth on something that dirty, so they made sure that they were clean all the time. And yeah, anyway, no need to go into over specifics for that. And they were seated before him, and the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men looked at one another in astonishment. So, this is one of my favorite verses in the Bible. It's very nerdy. In the world, you go stop him out. Oh, never mind. So they were seated before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. So he actually ordered them from birth, which is something that you could only know if you were part of the family or if you have like divine knowledge. And they know that he is like a diviner. That's his title. It's like part of his role and his authority. So this is like a head game, and I love it. Like, oh, is this guy has like secret knowledge, and they're like terrified of it. This would be a terrifying thing. Imagine if a total stranger who speaks a different language, who doesn't even speak your language, sat you, and you had this many brothers, and he ordered you by age. And several of the brothers were born around the exact same time period. So, because they had 4 women having birth together, well, 3 women having birth together, and a lot of the brothers are clustered around a couple of years. So, to get the exact order of dudes that look more or less the same age would have been pretty like, what's happening here? And they're astonished, because it's like, okay, sure, Reuben and Benjamin, that's pretty easy to figure out, but like the middle guys, like, well, that's pretty crazy. So I love that he's like doing mind games with them. That's very cute. And he took portions to them from his own table, but Benjamin's portion was 5 times greater than any of theirs. So they feasted and drank freely with him. Then he commanded his house steward, saying, fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put each man's money in the mouth of his sack. Now put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and his money for the grain. And he did as Joseph had told him. So he is again overflowing their sack. He's overfilling their cup. He is giving them of abundance, just as Christ gives us of abundance of salvation when you actually accept him. And we have here the same thing happening, but now he's still doing his rescue plot. He's still trying to get Benjamin to stay with him permanently. So he is going to frame him for a crime, to imprison him, and then reveal himself only to Benjamin. So he's going to save his family and give them grain, and then he's going to keep Benjamin for himself, so that he actually has family still. Because even though he saw them being repentant, he doesn't trust them still fully. And he did as Joseph had told him. In the morning light broke, the men were sent away, they with their donkeys. Now they had just gone out of the city, were not far off, when Joseph said to his house steward, arise, pursue the men, you shall overtake them, and say to them, why have you repaid evil for good? Is this not the one from which my Lord drinks, and from which he uses to interpret omens? Indeed uses to interpret omens. You have done evil in doing this. So he overtook them and spoke these words to them. And they said to him, why does my Lord speak with such words of these? Far be it from your servants to do such a thing. Behold, the money which we found in the mouth of our sacks we have brought back to you from the land of Canaan. How then could we steal silver or gold from your Lord's house? With whomever of your servants it is found, let him die, and we also will be my Lord's slaves. So they're so confident, they're actually giving a similar command that their father gave to Laban, which is interesting. If you remember from last week, Israel was like, hey, he was Jacob at the time, but Jacob was like, hey, we didn't steal your idols. If any of us have it, far be it from us. Like, you can kill me and you can do whatever. You will have that person. And here we have it happen again. So it's just an interesting little parallel with their father and them. And now it's the brothers doing it to each other rather than the uncle doing it to Laban again. Laban is the worst. We went through that last week, but anyway. So he said, now let it also be according to your words. He with whom is found shall be my slave, but the rest of you shall be innocent. Then they hurried, each man brought his sack down to the ground, each man opened his sack. So he searched, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. And then they tore their clothes, and each man loaded his donkey and returned to the city. Then Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, and they still were there, and he was still there. So they fell to the ground before him, and Joseph said to them, "What is this deed that you have done? Do you not know that man, such a man as I can indeed interpret omens?" So Judah said, "What can we say to my lord? What can we speak? And how can we justify ourselves? God has found the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my lord's slaves, both we and the one in whose possession the cup has been found." But he said, "Far be it from me to do this. The man in whose possession the cup has been found, he shall be my slave. But as for you, go in peace to your father." So he's trying to only get Benjamin. That was his purpose. Then Judah came near to him and said, "O my lord, may your servant please speak a word in my lord's ears. Do not be angry with your servant, for you are equal to Pharaoh." My lord asked his servants, saying, "Have you a father or a brother?" We said to my lord, "We have an older father and a little child of his old age. Now his brother is dead, and so he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him." Then you said to your servants, "Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes on him." And we said to my lord, "The boy cannot leave his father. If he should leave his father will die." You said to your servants, "However, if your youngest brother has not come down with you, you will not see my face again." Thus it happened that when we went up to your servant, my father, we told him the words of my lord. And our father said, "Go back, buy us a little food." But we said, "We cannot go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we will go down, for we cannot see the man's face if our youngest brother is not with us." And your servant, my father, said to us, "You know that my wife bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me, and I said, 'Surely he is torn to pieces.' I have not seen him since. If you take this one also from me, and harm befalls him, you will bring my gray hair down to Sheol in evil. So now when I come to your servant my father, and the boy is not with us, and his life is bound up in the boy's life, so it will be that when he sees that the boy is not with us, he will die. Then your servants will bring the gray hair of your servant our father down to Sheol in sorrow. For your servant became a guarantee for the boy to my father, saying, 'If I do not bring him back to you, then I shall bear the sin before my father all my days.' So now please let your servant remain instead of the boy as a slave to my lord, and let the boy go up with his brothers. For how shall I go up to my father if the boy is not with me, lest I see the evil that would overtake my father?" So I am gonna go to the restroom real quick. I got a key real bad. Be right back. Whoop. Turbo beat. The story just keeps getting better and better and better. Yeah, I agree. Better than The Sixth Sense. Anyway. So we have Joseph here, trying to get Benjamin back. And the brother's like, "Hey, no, we can't do that. Our father will die if we try to do that. So let's not do that, and let's actually just, you know, not. Let's not. You can just, you know, we'll all just stay, I guess." And Joseph could not restrain himself before all those who stood by him. So he sees Judah pleading for his brother's case. He's pleading for his father's case. And he's begging him for mercy. And then Joseph breaks down. He's like, he has a change of heart. He sees his brothers and he's like, "Oh, maybe they are not who they used to be." Then Joseph could not restrain himself before all those who stood by him, and he called out, "Have everyone go out for me." So there was no man with him when Joseph made himself known to his brothers. There, then he wept loudly, and the Egyptians heard it, and the household of Pharaoh heard it. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph." And Yosef, is my father still alive? But his brothers could not answer him, for they were terrified at his presence. Like, imagine this. Like, you try to kill your brother, okay? And you think he's dead for decade, 2 decades, and all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, I'm your brother," but he's an Egyptian-looking dude who is basically king of the country that's giving you food and has the authority to destroy you at that moment in time, if he so wishes. So if he wanted to get revenge, you're gone. So they are like, what? Like the culture shock this would have been, and they're terrified because they finally realized who Joseph actually was. And we see this a lot with Jews who like fully like finally click that Jesus is Messiah. Most Messianic Jews or Christian converts of Judaism really understand the predicament that Israel is in, like the nation, the ethnicity, not just the country. It doesn't really matter as much. But the actual people groups of the Israelites, like they've rejected their Messiah that they've been waiting for millennia. They've rejected him. And now he is available to them. They're threatened with destruction and they don't know what to do with it. And then they find out that no, he doesn't want to destroy you. He wants to have a relationship with you. He wants to love you. He wants to provide for you and care for you and all these things. And then they come to accept him and love him, and it's beautiful and amazing. But anyway, then Joseph said to his brothers, "Please come near to me." And they came near. And he said, "I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt." So this is again part of the debate I was talking about with Stephen earlier with the whom you sell into Egypt type passage. "So now do not be grieved or angry with yourselves because you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve life." So God sent him to preserve life, just as God sent Christ. So like the Jews don't have to be, and Gentiles as well. Like all of humanity is responsible for killing Jesus, but we don't have to be fearful of our responsibility for slaying the Messiah because that was the plan. God deliberately had this happen in order to preserve life. What the enemy meant for evil, God meant for good. So don't be angry with yourselves. Don't be grieved. Do not be upset about the situation, because only through this has salvation come. For the famine has been in the land for these 2 years. There are still 5 years in which there will be neither plowing nor harvesting. So God sent me before you to establish for you a remnant in the earth and to keep you alive for a great remnant of survivors. So now it was not you who sent me here, but God, and he has set me as a father to Pharaoh and lord of all his household and ruler over all the land of Egypt. He's a father to Pharaoh. What? But this is getting related to, Isaiah 9. He's called everlasting father and mighty God and savior. Like he is these things. So he's a father and he is the Lord and the ruler. And hurry up and go to my father and say to him, thus says your son Joseph, God has sent me as Lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, do not delay. Yeah, man, it's just so based. But he is specifically keeping us as a remnant or as a survivors, as a faithful remnant. You're thinking about the church, you're thinking about there's always been a time period in which there's been Israelites that accepted Yeshua. There's always been Messianic Jews. Always. Since Christ has come, there's been Messianic Jews. And there's Messianic Jews now. And it's a growing percentage of Jews are Messianic. And we're going to see that continue to increase year after year as more and more Jews are exposed to Yeshua, who he actually is, and to the New Testament, the New Covenant. And they start to see the logic behind it and how it was prophesied and all these things, and like typology, like this stuff that we're doing right here, right now. This, hey,
hello,
is to demonstrate to the Jews who Christ is. So, hey, Christian.
hello. Long time no see.
Indeed, month and a week, month and
Yeah,
2
something
weeks.
like that.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, but not working as hard as you are. And that's with a newborn, That's crazy. How long has this stream been going?
Almost 4 hours. We got 5 chapters left, and we'll do a recap. Should only be another.
One thing
2
I do
hours.
want to say about Joseph that I noticed this last time that I read it was it's really, really interesting the way anytime he changes roles, his clothes change. Did you point that as you're reading? So if you read it closely,
I haven't pointed that out. I've made allusions to it, but I haven't pointed it out yet.
Yeah, if as you're reading the story, if you look closely, you'll see, there's the coat of many colors, and then he's given slave robes, and then he gets new clothes from Potiphar, and then he gets royal robes, and then he's even gifted like second in command robes after that. Yeah, I had to teach that for the middle schoolers at my church, and I used like a picture of the clothing for every chapter of Joseph's life, and it worked really well because my icebreaker question was, when you were for an adult, I would say back when you were in school, like in high school or whatever, did you have like some signature thing you wore that everyone was like, oh, that's Chris because he wears the whatever?
I started a revolution to wear suits at school.
There you go. Yeah, something like
it's
that.
Very nerdy. But I used to wear 3-piece suits and like tuxes to school just because why not? And it became so popular that there's like most of the underclassmen when I was a senior also wore suits. On like I wore them every Thursday because that was the day I wasn't doing PT. So whenever I wasn't doing a bunch of exercise in the day, and I was like, I'm not going to get sweaty, so I can actually wear nice clothes. I wore a suit. So every Thursday, just like half the schools in like dresses and suits.
Have you seen all those memes talking about how men should dress like they used to, like in the 1800s and stuff? And they actually looked so cool back then.
I did. I looked pretty fly, my guy. Anyway,
I wish I had formal clothes that looked like from the 1930s instead of modern. And I would wear that all the time. It looks so cool.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of the suits I wear for the Talmudic Dilemma videos are from high school still, because I haven't changed much in size. So I'm still wearing. I know the suits I'm wearing now, I used to wear in high school all the time. So it's just like a cool little full circle thing for that happening. But
do you work out every day?
Not anymore. I used to. Wish I did.
And you still fit in those suits.
Yeah.
And you're also like a professional chef. Do you get everything? All you do is win. It's so annoying. Every direction you go, you get to have the cake and eat it too. And fit in the pants still after you eat cake.
I'm getting some weight. I need to lose like 30, 40 pounds. But everything I've put my hand to, I've succeeded at. So God has blessed me heavily in that regard.
That's like Joseph.
Yeah, it really has been. I've like every job I've done, a bunch of jobs, a bunch of industries. Every single job I've done, I've been promoted to a upper level position within 3 to 4 months.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, including whenever I was a freshman in college, I taught a graduate machine learning course. So my background, my history is very weird, very all over the place, but yeah. So I was the SI for a graduate course whenever I was a freshman in college.
So you heard it here, folks. He can succeed and do anything he wants to in the world, and he is right here with you guys on this live stream. He's not the president. He's not the dictator of Venezuela. He is here doing this live stream on Joseph, and he's going to be doing it. I heard a rumor you're doing this all night.
We'll see how long we go. We probably only have like 2 to 3 hours more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But also I have some other topics I kind of want to get back to, so I might just keep going. We'll see.
They're not pee and poo, are they?
No.
Okay.
It's adultery and murder. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, fun. Hey, those are both brought up in the Sermon on the Mount, and they're right next to each other.
Yeah. I had it pointed out to me that Islam actually actively breaks every single thing Jesus teaches in the Sermon on the Mount. Ironically. And then I went through the Sermon on the Mount and like, sure enough, every single thing it teaches, Islam teaches the opposite of.
Yeah, but it's just a conscious correction. It's like, no, you don't understand. Literally every word of the sermon, it's the opposite.
No, it's just, yeah. Oh man, it's great.
Yeah, blessed are the poor in spirit, for they will inherit the kingdom of God. Well, yeah, that's what I think of when I hear poor in spirit is Muhammad Hijab. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the, what is after the mourn? I'm already tired. I've been on here
the
20
peacemakers.
seconds. It's another M. The meek, for they will inherit the earth.
Oh yeah.
Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will receive mercy. Yeah, that's not Islam. Blessed are the peacemakers.
Pure in heart, they shall see God.
Yeah, pure.
Peacemakers. Yeah. Persecuted for the sake of righteousness. Yeah, no. They're the persecutors. When blessed are people when they insult you and persecute you and falsely say all kinds of things against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward in heaven is great. That's not Islam. For in the same way they persecute the prophets who are before you. Salt of the earth? Nah.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't need to get us too off of Joseph.
Yeah. No, we can probably go through this as well. That's pretty fun. I was just doing that in my head. I was like, that is a crazy little thing there.
And also, so if you ever read N.T. Wright, he has is it the resurrection of the Son of God? No, it's the Jesus and the victory of God. He talks about how it's kind of the opposite of a lot of the expectations the Jews had after the Maccabean revolt with Hanukkah. Because it was blessed are the violent and the victorious, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah. Right. They became very Roman in their theology. Yeah. They're very Greek in their theology. Yeah. And then Jesus came and he fulfilled the Old Testament. A bruised reed he will not break. And they're like, no, let's get rid of Isaiah where it says a bruised reed shall not break. And he won't cry out on the streets. Let's just get rid of that and actually have like a conquering Messiah. That sounds good. It's like, well, he's prophesied not to. Like, we don't care. Let's just have a conquering Messiah.
Here's one more interesting aside. I've seen all my sides. So you talked about they had violent theology like the Greeks and the Romans. Probably the closest thing the Romans had, at least in the time of Jesus, to a Bible would be the Aeneid. And that was the story where Aeneas violently conquers Italy. And the closest thing the Greeks had to a Bible would be like the Iliad and the Odyssey. And the Iliad is violently conquering Troy. And those are the books that taught them, who are we? What is our purpose? How do you be a man? These sorts of things. So all of that's the opposite.
And the philosophers. Even the philosophers themselves, like Plato, he has his whole thing on the metals. And, how can you train up men? Well, you have to train them in both philosophy and in combat. And you have to have them be warriors, warrior kings, or like the warrior king scribes or like theologians. Like, it's all warfare based. Like, sure, there's some knowledge and philosophy and spirituality attached to it, but it's still fundamentally war. And Isaiah 42 is clearly not war. They reject actual Messiah and accept the false Messiah, like Bar Kokhba. But anyway, yeah. Did you see my Torah?
It's beautiful.
Yeah. So I have a legit scroll now. I'm gonna go put it up real quick.
And that thing's got the whole Torah in it?
Yep, in Hebrew. Got a Hebrew Torah. And I need to just be reciting. I have 17 notifications on Discord. Oh, just people chat. Okay. Anyway. So, getting back to the typology. So we have this remnant of the Israelites who were kept for God to be always part of the covenant, always part of the new covenant, always part of the church. So now it was not you who sent me here, but God, and he sent me here as a father to Pharaoh and the Lord of all his household, ruler over all the land of Egypt. Hurry and go up to my father, I said hurry, and said to him, thus says your son Joseph, God has sent me as Lord of Egypt. Come down to me, do not delay, and you shall live in the land of Goshen, and you shall not be near to me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks and your herds, and all that you have. There I will also provide for you.
If your voice is getting tired, I can read for a while.
No, I'm fine.
You're good all day,
But,
huh? Okay.
Yeah, no, my voice. I have to be really dry for a really long time, which is also why I've peed 4 times today. So I've just gone through 2 of these and 3 sodas.
Well,
But as long as my voice is wet, I'm good.
It's like that scene in the Matrix where Neo's done training for like 12 hours. That's you with apologetics live streaming.
Well, I had the teacher voice because I taught for a long time. So whenever I would take like a long break, I lost my teacher voice, but I still have the teacher voice because I've done personal live stream, personal Bible studies like this for years now. So like my editor, me and him would do 6 to 10 hour Bible studies every other day for a couple of years, where I was just talking the whole time, reading the scriptures, exegeting it, teaching it, all that. So I've done multiple discipleships, and we would do 6, 7, 8 hour Bible studies during that process. So I'm also used to really long Bible studies. Like most of my streams are actually short compared to my normal Bible studies, but most people don't have the patience to sit for like 7 hours and go through like typology. So
it's like when Goku trains in the ×10 gravity so that when he can come back to Earth, everything feels light. That's what you do with your Bible studies. So the live streams just feel like a breeze.
That was great. Whenever I did them with Tommy, those were fun because he'd also be up to like 5 in the morning his time, because I'd be up to like 1 in the morning my time, and he'd be like 6, 7, 8 a.m. and he's like getting off, and he's like a zombie, and all the people at his church are like, "You doing the Bible studies with the Americans again?" And he's like, "Yeah," but it was literally just me and him some of the times. And yeah, so for my streams, whenever I go to like 3, 4, 5 hours and I don't care, and my guests are usually like dead in the face, it's because I've been doing this for literal years, and I've like trained my body to be able to just sit and talk about God for half a day. So
you're like Paul when he does that sermon and that kid falls out of the window and dies, and he has to heal him back to life. I always wondered what he was talking about when that happened.
Hope they'll never kill anyone with my teaching. But
imagine being that kid.
We'll see.
Like at every social gathering, yeah, I'm that guy who died. I fell out of the window. That's real in the Bible for people who don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's really funny. People should read the Bible more. It's a good book. Anyway, so there I will also provide for you, for there are still 5 years of famine to come, lest you and your household and all that you have be impoverished. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see, that is my mouth which is speaking to you. So you must tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and that all you have seen, and you must hurry and bring my father down here. So now, ironically, whenever the brothers are first with Jesus, they're representative of the Pharisees, representative of the shepherds of the flock of Israel. And now the representative of the pastors of the church, who are Messianic Jews, where they are still shepherding the flock, but now it is, you must go to my people to warn them of me. You must tell them of all my glory that the Gentiles have experienced. You must tell them of my glory and my availability to save him. You must bring my people to me so I can bring them into salvation, so I can provide the bread of life to them, and that they can be safe and dwell in the land with me. And he's calling them out of the covenant that they had with Canaan, and they're now coming into this new covenant under him in Egypt with the Gentiles. So you originally had just the Jews over there by themselves, and then all the stuff happens. They reject him. He comes in. The Gentiles accept him. And then he reveals himself to the Israelites again. They accept him. And then they themselves have to go out and convince the rest of the Israelites, the rest of the flock of Israel, to come under their new Messiah, their new Savior, and the new covenant, the new land that he has for them. So it's a interesting little thing there. Then he fell on his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept on his neck. He kissed all his brothers and wept on them, and afterward his brothers talked with him. So they finally accepted the Savior. So now we have both Jew and Gentile together under the Savior's arms, under the Savior's wing, to protect them and save them. Now the news was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brothers have come. and it was good in the sight of Pharaoh, in the sight of his servants. So it's good in the sight of God, which again, we have, Pharaoh is oftentimes in typology both the enemy of God, like Satan, and he's also used of God because Pharaoh is literally God to the Egyptians. And in Joseph's typology, Pharaoh is almost always representative of God. And he's this good Pharaoh. He's the Pharaoh that is loving of the Hebrews. He's the Pharaoh who is taking care of them, who provides for them, who gives them special blessings and privileges and all those things. So he's much more representative of Yahweh than like the Pharaoh who forgot about God, which we'll see. But it was good in the sight of Pharaoh that the Gentiles and the Israelites are joined together in Egypt to live in harmony and peace as one fold.
Unification of the nations is one of the elements of the coming of the kingdom that's predicted in the prophets. So that's interesting because it's echoed in like the new creation and then in the coming of the kingdom of heaven, where the nations are all integrated together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never
you have that in typology. You have that in the covenant too, in the new covenant. So all of that is prophesied. Then we have types of it as well, both in Joseph and in other places as well. So like the typology with Isaac, and it says that through you all the nations will be blessed. You have both Jew and Gentile being blessed there under Isaac, and it's Jesus himself giving that covenant. It's the angel of Yahweh giving that covenant. So you have a lot of this covenantal language of the new covenant incorporating both Jew and Gentile all over the prophets and deeply in typology too. So it's pretty based. It's almost as if God planned things. It's crazy. Anyway, then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Say to your brothers, do this, load your beast and go to the land of Canaan. Take your father and your households and come to me, and I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you will eat of the fat of the land. Now you are commanded, do this. Take wagons from the land of Egypt for your little ones and for your wives, and bring your father and come." So the kids and the women get wagons, and everyone else has to either walk or ride the animals. And if anyone's ever ridden animals versus in a wagon, you would definitely choose the wagon. It's not an enjoyable experience to ride an animal. It's better than walking, but man. Now do not concern yourselves with your goods, for the best of all the land of Egypt is yours. And then the sons of Israel did so. So again, don't concern yourself for your goods. Don't concern yourself for your good works. Don't try to earn anything. Don't try to bring anything of yourself, of your past life. Trust me to provide everything you need for this life and for the next life, and come. So it's like Christ is calling out to the world to accept him and to trust in him rather than trusting in what they already had. And he has the best of all the land of Egypt is yours. He's promising them abundance. Jesus kind of said, "Hey, I am the life, and I've come to give you life more abundantly." Anyway, then the sons of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them wagons according to the command of Pharaoh, and he gave them provisions for the journey. To each of them he gave changes of garments, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of garments. Garments are expensive and rare. They're pretty hard to make back then, especially nice ones. So these are pretty big gifts. The 5 changes of garments may have been more money than the 300 pieces of silver, because 20 pieces of silver at this point in time is the price of a slave. That's really not that much money. So this would have been probably equal to that, or if not a little bit more. Now to his father he sent as following:
buy a slave and then make them make your clothes for you. Come on.
But they have to be skilled. You have to get skilled labor.
Yeah. I was by the first slave I found. He'll be out there making me pants out of cactus thorns.
That's
you get
bad quality. There's holes all over the place. Yeah, that's why you got to pay the big bucks. Get the good garments.
Get the good pants.
Or become king, and then you can make everyone your slave, and then you actually get the skilled tailors to make your garments. That's the. There you go.
Big brain.
Absolutely. Now to his father he sent as follows: 10 donkeys loaded with the best things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and sustenance for his father on the journey. So he sent his brothers away, and they departed, and he said to them, "Do not be stirred up on the journey." Now there's this thing in the Midrash on how his father was blind. You also see this in the Syriac stuff, which is where the Quran is getting it from. is the Syriacs. So they, I believe it's Jacob Surug's homilies on that section. They believe that Jacob was blind by this point in his life, and that Joseph had a magical shirt of paradise from the Garden of Eden that was passed down from Adam all the way through the patriarchs down to Joseph, and Joseph had it in an amulet on his necklace. And whenever he was stripped naked and his coat was taken off, he still had the necklace for some way. The reason why they say is because they don't want him to be naked in the pit, to like preserve the honor and modesty of Joseph. So he actually had this special amulet necklace that he put on while he was in the pit. So instead of being naked, he was actually clothed in that garment. And then he goes, and then it says that he gave the shirt back and it still smelled like paradise, whatever that means. It had the fragrance of paradise, and the fragrance itself, whenever Jacob smelled it, his vision was restored. So all sorts of nonsense, but that exact idea is in the Quran. Joseph Witzman has that as part of his PhD dissertation for the Syriac context of the Quran. So pretty cool read in and of itself if you want to go through the Talmudic dilemma material. But we don't see that at all in the Bible. And it's just an abundant blessing that he's giving his father. 10 donkeys loaded with the best of things. So this is also a...
I was going to say there's some parallels with this and the Exodus. Because in the Exodus, they loot Egypt. But here, the good Pharaoh is gifting these things. Well, and it's also just Israelites leaving Egypt.
So right, versus Israelites coming into Egypt. Yeah. So they come into Egypt with all of this wealth, all of this gifts, all of these things. Then they leave Egypt with gifts because the Egyptians chose to give them those things to get them to leave. So they are coming into Egypt with this abundance, and they're leaving Egypt with this abundance. And then during their time in Egypt, they are treated harshly and become slaves and are emptied, which is pretty neat. And then you have Egypt itself is a birth of Israel, which is kind of interesting. So you have the seed being planted with Joseph, and you could say Egypt is the womb of Israel as a nation, where they come in as a small little seed, a literal one man, one seed planted, and then it is fertilized. The egg of Egypt is growing and blossoming, and then it starts out good, and then the womb becomes too small to contain it. They grow too large, and then Egypt feels threatened by them. So then there's growing pains where the womb is being stretched. The women suffer, the baby is in pain. So both sides are like struggling, and there's this fighting, this growing pain, the slavery. And then as they're going through birth, they go through this period of intense slavery and then intense judgment on Egypt. They go through the plagues. And through all of that, the way that they leave Israel is quickly and during great labor. They reach the edge of the waters. The waters part at night, so it's a dark, wet, narrow tunnel that they then funnel out of into the promised land, and then they receive light on the other side. So you have this like birthing story of the nation of Israel out of Egypt coming from the Exodus, which is pretty neat. And then you have the parallels with them coming in wealthy.
I made the connection when my wife had our first kid, because whenever the water breaks, it's just different for each kid and different for each mom. But with our first kid, it was like tons of water. It was so much more than I expected there to be. I just thought that was how it was every time, because I'd never had a kid before. And so I was like, oh, wow, this is like the water splitting. And then they're going to see light after the darkness. And it was 40 weeks in the womb and 40 years in the desert. And And then the milk is like the land of milk and honey. And getting food in the desert is a huge theme.
Infancy. Yeah. They couldn't provide for themselves, so God supernaturally provided for them, kind of like a newborn.
Well, in the act of creation, there's darkness, and he says, "Let there be light." There's chaotic waters, and so he splits them. And then there's there's just desert tohu vavohu, and he fills it with vegetation and food.
Provides for them. Yeah. So you have so many parallels happening throughout that period of time. And the same thing happens with like Jesus and the birth of like, you must be born of water and of the Spirit. Born of water, there is likely not baptism; it's likely natural birth, because as you've experienced and as any like fathers experienced, birthing involves a ton of water.
That makes
Like,
so much sense, and I never understood what that meant.
Yeah, just an idiom for
normal birth. But he's probably also, well, obviously he's also like linked up with the typologies and the major motifs and the fact of chaotic waters going into creation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Bible be deep, guys. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool book.
If you're like a little bit schizo English major type brain, it is like the ultimate book. You can get
you can spend your entire life on it, man.
Yeah, you can connect stuff. Every time you read it, you'll see something new.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, this is based. Chris, you are doing God's work with this research. Your research is the reason why my Muslim friend is realizing the truth. Seriously, thank you so much, dude. That's awesome, man. I've had one Muslim give his life on stream with me, and then a couple other Muslims in the comments tell me that they did leave the faith from my work on the Talmudic dilemma and exposing Islam. So that's why we do it. It's awesome. Yeah. Oh, Chris, answer Fazy, por favor. If the Messiah prophecy was clear, why did the people who knew the scriptures best miss it, and why did Jesus' own disciples not understand it after the resurrection? They didn't understand a bunch of things during his ministry, after his ministry. Like, they didn't understand that the Gentiles were actually part of the covenant as is until Peter had the additional revelation. Like, the Great Commission included, go teach all the nations. But the way that they interpret that was likely, hey, go out and convert the people to Judaism under me. And then Jesus said, no, they're not unclean. They are clean. They are already how they need to be in relationship with me. So Peter, multiple times, like, he was part of the Judaizing class at one point. They made errors throughout the history. God had to continually work, kind of like the Israelites. God had to continually teach them, hey, no, that's not how we do things. That's not right. This is not how we do things. That's not right. And he's just edging humanity closer and closer to the truth at all times. We see that throughout Acts. We see that throughout the writings and the prophets. We see that throughout a lot of this work, a lot of the Bible. That is basically the story of humanity, is that God says, hey, love me, love each other, live in peace and harmony with one another. We suck and fail and miserably at that. And then he, slightly gut punches us every once in a while when we need it and pushes us down the right path. So, yeah. You might get this question 5 million times, but what program are you using to study scripture? It looks more like Blue Letter Bible. This is Logos. So Logos Bible software, I'm not sponsored. It'd be nice, but you can use AP's code if you want it. David his code's not live anymore. So if you want to get Logos, go to AP's channel. I think it's logos.com/AP is the discount code you can use. You can get the software for 2 months free. I have it free forever because I paid for it before it became subscription based. But the subscription is pretty cool. It's not that much money. I think it's like $20 or $30 a month, and then you can study all the scriptures. And I actually have like an insane, I have 3,436 books. So I have so many books. I have all the Dead Sea Scrolls. I have all the different languages. I have the Peshitta. I have I have I have so much stuff in this, man. I have Spanish Bibles, like Syriac. I have Arabic texts. Like, I have the Quran on here. So you can do anything you want on Logos. Logos is pretty based. And then even if you want to be like, hey, where does, shalom or slush? This is the word for 3. Where does this come up? And you're like, oh, here's what it means all the times. And you also do like a word study on it. So if I want to do hey, let's just look at all the times it happens in the Bible and all the times it's translated as, and where. So if I want to look up 3, here's the 253 times it happens out of the 603, and I can go to them and I can open up a new tab and see it. And it's pretty cool. It's a really awesome software. And it has a lot of visualization tools and charts and maps, and I couldn't recommend it enough. Anyway, back to the typology. I forgot what I was saying there. So
Why do you think Benjamin more?
Why do you like Benjamin more?
Why did he give Benjamin more?
Because that's his blood brother? His full brother?
Oh, I thought it was Pharaoh giving the stuff. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's Joseph. So he shares the same mom. Like Rachel and Leah. They're both from Rachel.
Yeah.
I was like wondering if maybe it was because they dicked around with him so much and felt bad, because he's the one they stuck the silver in his bag and made him turn, freaked everybody out.
Well, he only did that because he was trying to rescue Benjamin from his brothers, because he thought his brothers wanted to kill him or would try to kill him.
Well, that's what's so interesting and sad. So what I think it was is a test to see if they had grown past who they used to be or if they were still the same. And so he made it look like he was the one who'd be in trouble. And then it's whenever Reuben is like, or no, is it Judah? Judah's like, no, take me instead. And then Joseph breaks down crying. And it's because he's realized they've grown as people.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so he does two rescue attempts. It's so good. He does 2 rescue attempts of his brother to try to get them to survive and all that stuff. And he eventually, accepts all of the brothers, but he was originally just trying to save Benjamin from his brothers, from his family. And then he decided to bring in everyone. So super, super cool. So, oh wow, unfathomably based. That's exactly what I need. I have way too much apps to go back and forth with. So go check out AP's code. Not only are you giving AP money, which he needs, you are also blessing yourself because you're getting some free access to the app. But I did the same thing with, I got the code. I was like 60% off on the diamond package, which is why I have 3,000 books. So I gave David like $4,000 by purchasing the software with his code back then, because this was like $12,000 to get, but well worth it. And he sent his brothers away, and they departed, and he said to them, do not be stirred up on the journey. Then they went up from Egypt and came to the land of Canaan to their father Jacob. And they told him, saying, Joseph is still alive. Oh, speaking of the $12,000 one, so this software used to be just for pastors and seminary students, which is why it was so expensive. It was a one-time purchase, but the base level was $500 to get it. Then it was like $1,500, $6,000, $12,000, and then like $25,000 was their upper tier. I got the tier below the upper tier, but it was mostly just for established churches, for one of the pastoral staff or a few of the pastoral staff to use to teach the Bible. It wasn't made. It is useful for all Christians, but it wasn't designed in mind for Christians at large. So they've been slightly augmenting it over time to make it more accessible for Christians at large. But there's even like sermon builders baked into the app. So if I want to make a sermon and create slides and have headers and all these things, and you want to examine, you can test your slides. So, and then you can also share it as well with other churches and everyone else. So there's a forum that you can share your sermons with. So this app is all encompassing church building up and lifting up and education based content that's now available to everyone for a fairly low price compared to what it was for people who bought it beforehand. So you will be deeply satisfied. There's a steep learning curve, but you will be deeply satisfied with Logos once you figure out how to use it. And they told him, saying, Joseph is still alive. Indeed, he is ruler over all the land of Egypt, but his heart was stunned, for he did not believe them. Then they told him all the words of Joseph that he had spoken to them, and he saw the wagons that Joseph had sent to carry him. Then the spirit of their father was revived. So this is what I was talking about, the midrash. They're instead of it just being his, because he was downcasted and in sackcloth and sad and mourning, instead of it just being he's ready to go, he's gearing up and going. They're oh no, he was blind and then he supernaturally healed and all these things, rather than just being an emotional thing. They treat it as some physical and spiritual and all that stuff, and there's no need to say that. But they do that a lot with the text.
Earlier, whenever he first hears that Joseph is dead, does he not believe them until they show the torn up robe with the blood in it?
Right.
And then his epistemic block, he's too stunned to believe he's alive, but it's when they see the wagons.
the evidence both times is what convinced him that he was dead and that he was alive.
Yeah.
Because it was something so unique and otherworldly compared to like that is specifically his tunic. Like, couldn't be anyone else's tunic, and it was covered in blood and was torn. So it looked like something had eaten him. And then here we have these wagons. These wagons would have been so much wealth that the brothers couldn't have gotten it unless they like literally robbed a caravan.
It's like the Rolls Royce of the ancient world, these Egyptian royal wagons.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like insanely high quality. And that's why he sent the wagons to them, is that he could convince his father of the truthfulness of the brothers. So again, almost all of this is just directly planned and thought out. And we also have, like, if you want to try to relate it to the church, I don't know if you need to, but you say, well, the apostles and everyone else had these miracles and these gifts and these ability to speak truth into people that convinced them of the truthfulness of Christianity. Whenever Peter spoke, he had thousands of people converting to Christianity very early on, and then they were, supplemented with all these miracles as well to show them the truthfulness. And these miracles were happening, people were converting to Christianity from the miracles too. So we have this like otherworldly evidence for the truthfulness of the claims of the brothers who are now bringing the truth of the Savior to them, but they didn't accept it until they saw this gift, until they saw the extra, the evidence coming out with the testimony. So you need both testimony and the evidence of the testimony to convince people of the truthfulness of Christ. And the evidence of the testimony could be literal miracles. That happens a lot throughout history. Or it could be seeds that have been planted over time, that have been watered, and then Christ uses that, the Holy Spirit uses that as a harvest for bringing people into the faith.
I was recently at a funeral for one of my friends who died from one of my friends from high school, and her mom gave me a hug, and it was such an intense hug. She's like, "I'm so glad you're here," but just like the you could tell that the siblings are in pain, and her own kids were in pain, but the most intense pain at the funeral was the parents of a dead child. Like, God, please, I'm praying right now, please don't ever let me live to see the deaths of one of my children. That's an intense pain. Yeah. It's unnatural. And so then imagine you see this wagon when it's just like dawning on him that his son has been alive this whole time. Like, how intense that must have been.
Yeah. And his spirit revived. So he's been downcasted for, what is this, 9 years, 10 years into the famine, plus 13 years on top of that in serving. So 22 years he's been downcasted. And now all of a sudden his son is alive.
If he's like, a lot of parents out there, probably at the drop of the hat, he would have died if it meant bring Joseph back to life. But that wasn't an option.
Right.
But then here he is. He's alive.
Yeah. It's amazing. And he goes. So Israel set out with all that he had and came to Beersheba. So with all that he had, may not be his possessions, but it's definitely all of his people, all of his family. So his children, his grandchildren, possibly his great-grandchildren, because Reuben was very old at this point. He would have been in his late 50s, early 60s. So he probably had grandkids of himself. So he, Israel, Jacob, he was likely a great-grandfather at this point in time, and offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac.
I like how God is titled. Sorry, you don't mind me interrupting, do you?
No, you're good. Yeah.
Okay. How he titles God the God of his father Isaac, and so the way he knows God relationally is through his family history, and the whole reason my whole family are Christians. I was raised Christian. I had about a year where I questioned a lot. I was an atheist, but I was Christian before that, Christian after that. All my siblings are Christians. My parents are Christians. It all started with my great-grandparents. They sent their kids to a vacation Bible school back in like the 30s. And those kids heard the gospel, came home, shared it with their parents. They became Christians. And then the whole family's been Christian since then. And so I really do worship the God of my, my grandfather.
Who you've also experienced, because, Jacob, literally met him and wrestled him. Like, he's experienced him. So he's not only relating it to his history, and God himself, he took on the name of Abraham, and he took on the name of Isaac, and he took on the name of Jacob. Like, our God is so amazing that he is willing to humble himself so much to take on the names of the men in which he established the covenant with.
Didn't he name Jacob Israel? Is he the one who gave him that name?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh,
yeah, Christ
so he who wrestles with God. So he wanted him to be identified with that. He's like, I want all of the rest of human history to remember you as the guy who wrestled with God. So if you're going through a hard time right now and you're wrestling with God, know that he invites that. I mean, do it.
That Christ named him that. Yeah.
Yeah, do it with humility and with respect. But God wants us to question him like the persistent widow.
Yeah. Or like yourself whenever you were doubting.
Yeah.
You are allowed and you are encouraged to question Yahweh, to question your faith, to question the cross. It's not like Islam, where questioning means beheading. You are allowed and encouraged to question your faith and to test
I believe. Help my
God
unbelief.
invites it. Yes. I believe, Lord, help me. My unbelief.
But you don't want your whining to be like the Israelites when they're in the desert saying, well, we want meat.
Right.
It needs to be respectful where God is in charge. God, you're in charge, but why is this happening?
To wrestle with, right? Like,
and here's a line that's from the Psalms over and over. How long must I wait, O Lord? You're allowed to say that. if you're in a season of your life and you're like, why is this still going on? When will this relationship be fixed? When will I get this job that I want? You're allowed to go, how long, O Lord? He invites you to wrestle in that way.
Yeah. You're allowed to suffer. You're allowed to struggle. And it's not like you're struggling in silence. It's not like you're struggling alone. God is right there with you. He's just waiting for you to accept him.
And I think there's a healthy fear of God that's normal, natural, but it's not the whole story. It's not just fear. Like, I feel like in Islam, it is just fear. Submit. Shut up.
Right. Right. You're a slave to God. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't question. You don't wrestle. You just shut up. Submit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But God named his people Israel so that the whole world will know that it's okay to struggle with him.
Yeah.
And that matches their whole history, is that they've struggled with God.
You're married, correct?
Yeah. I have 2 kids.
Have you ever struggled with your wife?
Yeah.
Do you still love her anyway?
Yeah.
I think anytime you love someone, you're going to struggle with them, It's like God wants us to have a real relationship with him.
Yeah. It's amazing. But people don't get that. And they fear God, not in a healthy way, not in a reverent way, but in just they don't understand him, they don't know him, so they're scared of him, or they're scared of being judged by him, or they're scared to have a relationship with him because they don't feel good enough, or they don't think they need a relationship with him because they're too good. So you have so many things that can keep you away from God mentally, and he loves you enough that he stepped off his throne, entered into the world, and suffered and died with you and for you. He's not some far-off God that doesn't care about you. He came down to earth to love you, to care for you, to suffer as well, so he can experience what it's like to be a human, to experience temptation, to experience death, to experience suffering, so that he can better relate to you, be a better judge on Judgment Day, and that he can renew you and replace your sin, replace your evil, replace your wickedness, your transgressions, your debt that you owe. On the cross, by his blood, he has washed you clean. So now you can be in right relationship with him. Even though you struggle, even though you doubt, even though you go through all these times of following him and not following him, he is still there with you. He's a faithful husband. He's a faithful father. He is caring for you and loving you and supporting you in the whole way. Now, he's going to discipline whenever you screw up and you do stupid things, that as he should. Any good father disciplines their children. But you still need to accept him and come to him. He can't be your father if you've rejected him. So,
my 6-year-old was struggling with belief in God. She was like, well, if God's real, why don't all of my prayers come true? And I said, what would happen if I had to say yes to everything you asked me? And she was like, well, I'd probably have nothing but chocolate for dinner. Yeah. Well, how late would you stay? I'd stay up all night. And would you go to school? No, I wouldn't go to school. Would you learn to read? No. And so I was like, so basically what you're telling me is you'd be enormously fat. All your teeth would be rotted out. You'd be sick because you'd been staying up all night over and over. You would know nothing. You couldn't read. So,
right.
Do I love you? Yeah. Do I tell you no a lot of times? Yeah. It's the same with God.
As you should.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But people don't get that. Well, that's why God has sent people to teach them. So, anyway, I need to pee. I'm gonna go pee.
Go ahead.
You do.
I'll just read the whole Bible while he's gone. I guess I'll give my thoughts on the Joseph story. Joseph's story is a story that really speaks to the heart of sibling relationships. And there's a whole lot of things that screw up there at the beginning of the story that end up rippling and causing damage for the rest of the story. The thing is, when you're first reading the beginning of the story, the way that Joseph talks, he sounds kind of like a whiny little turd. And it's like the first thing he does is tattle on his brothers. And then right after that, he has a dream where they're all bowing down to him and he's the big cheese and they're nothing. And he keeps bragging about this to his dad. And he's the favorite of his dad. And dad gives him this special coat. And so I kind of pity the brothers because, if it's easy for us to judge the brothers and be like, oh, they were so bad. If you were there, he probably imagine the most annoying person you can imagine. That's what Joseph was to these guys. And so Joseph's screwing up by being a conceited little turd. And his dad is screwing up by having favoritism. Don't show favoritism to your kids. Love them all equally. And you might have to love them in different ways because different kids are. I'm talking about how Jacob should have loved his kids equally. How his favoritism kind of started all the mess. You can love your different kids in different ways. And then also don't kill your siblings just because they irritate you or sell them into slavery. But I was saying the story starts off with Joseph being such an arrogant little annoying crybaby. The first thing he does is tattle on his brothers. And then right after that, he has a dream where they're all bowing to him. So it's talking about the setup for the story is everybody screwed up in it.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's suffering in this story, and because everyone suffers in the story. The dad cries because he thinks his son is dead. Joseph has to go to prison. The brothers have a panic attack because they think that they're going to be killed by the Egyptians. And then God ends up sanctifying every single character in this story through their suffering. So if there's anybody going through suffering right now, remember this story. If you feel like you're in the prison or you're being falsely accused by Potiphar's wife or whatever it is you're going through, that pain ends up sanctifying the characters and they all become better for it.
Yeah. We talked about, Stephen mentioned this earlier, but Messiah, son of Joseph, Messiah ben Joseph, he is the Jews before the time of Christ prefigured Joseph as a type of Messiah where he suffers and people are saved through his suffering.
Oh, wow. That's good.
And it's interesting that Jesus also, his dad was literally named Joseph, his earthly dad, his stepdad. So he's literally Jesus, son of Joseph.
Joseph means really add, correct? He adds. Joseph.
Yes.
You can click it here to be sure. But I think it's I think that's the verb for he adds.
There's not any Joseph on the
screen.
There's one. That's weird. No, there's one. Yosef. To add, to continue, to carry on, to do again. Yeah.
And Yaakov is ankle or deceit, I think.
The supplanter.
Supplanter.
It's my name. Yep. So, yeah, my name is a Christ warrior who supplants. And right now we're working on replacing Islam with Christianity. So
that's what you're supplanting.
Yeah, and my dad actually prayed for what he's supposed to name me, and that's the name that God gave him from it. So, I think, and then devil tried to kill me like repeatedly for 15 years. So it's been an interesting time to get to where we are.
I didn't know you knew my ex-wife. Sorry, that was a dumb joke. Okay, keep going.
Anyway. Joseph. And supplanting Messiah, son of Joseph. So throughout all of this, all of the things that we're talking about so far in the stream tonight, and whenever I do a recap, it'll become more clear. But all of the things we've gone over tonight, the Jews understood as representative of a Messiah. Now, not necessarily Messiah, son of David, but a Messiah. They had two Messiahs, and they couldn't, because the scripture prophesies both. It prophesies a suffering Messiah, and it prophesies a kingly Messiah that's going to rule and reign. So they didn't know how to get those two together, so they came up with this idea of son of Joseph, the suffering one. And this is so amazing, because everything that we're reading right here, that is typology of Christ, it's representative of Christ, Jews read before Christ and understood it to be about the Messiah. And then whenever Christ came and he fulfilled this, they still rejected him, as they were basically foreshadowed to do from the type itself. So the type itself foreshadowed the rejection of Christ, even though they understood that this type of Christ should be the Messiah, they still rejected him. It's amazing. So they see it, but yet they don't. They see, but they're blind. They see and they don't comprehend. They see and they don't understand. It's so interesting, man. But we have, so Israel set out with all that he had and came to Beersheba and offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in visions of the night and said, Jacob, Jacob, he said, here I am. And he said, I am God, the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you a great nation there. I myself will go down with you to Egypt, and I myself will also bring you up again, and Joseph will close your eyes with his hand. So Yahweh is coming down with him to Egypt, just as he wrestled him before in Canaan. And then he said, I will bring you up out of Egypt as well. Your nation will not stay there, but you will come. And Jacob arose from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried their father Jacob and their little ones and their wives in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their livestock and their possessions, which they had accumulated in the land of Canaan, and they came to Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him, his sons and his grandsons, so he's a great-grandfather, or he's a grandfather at this point, with him, his daughters and his granddaughters, and all his seed he had brought with him to Egypt. Now these are the names of his sons of Israel, of Jacob, who were coming, and then Reuben, and then, we're going to skip some of the genealogy.
I want to read from the Dead Sea Scrolls real quick. You were talking about how there's two Messiahs, and I'd always heard that, but I didn't ever hear a primary source that mentioned it. So this is page 110 of the Complete Dead Sea Scrolls in English, Penguin Classic Edition, the Community Rule Scroll. They shall depart from none of the counsels of the law to walk in all the stubbornness of their hearts, but shall be ruled by the primitive precepts in which the men of the community were first instructed, until there shall come the prophet, which I'm thinking is Elijah, or J-Bat for us, and the Messiahs of Aaron and Israel. And sometimes it's called the Messiah of Aaron and the Messiah of David. But here it's Aaron and Israel. So yeah, there's a primary source showing they thought there's two Messiahs.
Yeah, you also get it a bit in the Targums. And you definitely get it in the Talmud and the rabbinic literature.
This is older than all those.
The son of
course, why would Jews make up that there's two Messiahs, after Jesus? But yeah.
Right. Yeah. So they had it before Jesus, they had it at the time of Jesus, and they had it after Jesus. It never went away. But they didn't recognize that Jesus was both, even though they explicitly understood that there's two prophecies of the coming of the Messiah, one in the clouds and one on a donkey. Do you know how they interpreted those passages?
He comes riding a donkey out of the cloud?
No. If Israel was worthy, he would come on the clouds. If Israel was not worthy, he would come on a donkey.
Oh, wow. So is that from the Talmud? A lot of the coolest stuff you come to me with is from the Talmud. And it's like, why would they make that up after Christianity? Yeah.
Well, because Christianity didn't really influence the Tanaic material much. So the Mishnah, like the earliest stuff of it, the stuff at the time of Jesus, is when that stuff was being written. So the idea of a Messiah that comes on a donkey only if they're not like comes in the clouds only if they're worthy, that is contemporary. So like Christ literally coming on the donkey is fulfilling one of the Messianic covenants, and he's coming through the east gate, which is what the Bible says Yahweh will come through the east gate into Jerusalem. So we have Yahweh riding a donkey to a group that's unworthy of him, riding in to save them on Palm Sunday, where they're coming in, they're saying Hosanna, they're anointing him as king, they're anointing him as Messiah, they're anointing him as God, and then 6 days later they crucify him for it. Which is also related to the lamb sacrifice. They would take the lamb into their homes to live with it for a couple days and to inspect it, and then they would go and they would slaughter it on the night of preparation. Possibly, depending on your understanding of the gospel timeline, possibly at the exact hour the lambs would be slain is when Christ was killed by pierced on the cross. So the lambs were slain when Christ was slain. Pretty based, pretty cool. Yeah, it's such a deep book. Especially when you get into typology and prophecy, it is so much deeper than possible, like people can possibly comprehend until you go and you start getting into it. But even then, like I've been studying the scriptures for about 16 years now. And 15 years. And I still know only a fraction of what could be known about this book. It is such an incredibly rich and fulfilling and deep thing to go through that it would take multiple lifetimes, even with all the knowledge we have now, even with all of the study material and everything else. There's not a single person who's fully captured all of it yet. And we're still finding things like the crimson worm, for example. That wasn't known until recently. That is something that's mind-blowing. That's amazing. And it's a single word. A single word
from the Old
in Psalm
Testament.
22.
Yeah,
from the Old Testament. It's also what's used to dye the tabernacle red. So all the red dyed stuff is using the crimson worm. This type of Christ is used to cover other types of Christ, like the tabernacle and the high priest garments.
And he quotes that one on the cross, right?
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the high priest is covered in this red paste. The tabernacle is covered in this red paste. And the sacrifices themselves use this, like the cleansing waters of Leviticus.
Run me through what that worm does again. I know it does something white and something red, but I don't remember what it is exactly.
That worm is the crimson worm. It is a very specific worm of, it's not a worm, it's actually a bug. And I made a video on this. Its life cycle and death cycle is interesting. It's not actually red in and of itself. It's actually red by the dye of its mother. And whenever the mother is going to have kids, she goes up a tree, a very specific tree, the Kermes oak tree, also known as the crimson bearer tree. So it picks a specific type of wood, and then it goes up that wood, and then it attaches itself firmly, affixing its body, and it uses a paste to basically cement itself and make a dome around its body on the wood. And then it lays its eggs under the shell, and then has the babies feed on its flesh while it's still alive for 3 days and 3 nights, in which case it dies by piercing its own head with its tail, opening up the shell, making a heart-shaped block, and whenever it does that, it releases its own dye, which is scarlet red, the color of blood, and it dyes the babies. And then the babies go out. And then as the body is dying, or like as it's decaying, it flakes off and it looks like snow is falling, and it looks like a woolly patch. So it's a woolly substance at the end of it that flakes off like snow. So you have lots of things, like Isaiah, where it says, though my skins are like scarlet, you will make them as white as snow, or you'll make them as white as wool. Though they're like crimson, you will make them as white as snow. So it relates wool and snow to the crimson worm, and it uses talaba, it uses the same word. That's so you have the crimson worm, and you have 3 days, 3 nights feeding on the living flesh of the mother, who makes a heart-shaped thing that is waxy. And in Psalm 22 itself, we get that exact phrase, which is super base. And I kind of want to pull it up now. So you guys are going to go on a little trip with me. So my God, why have you forsaken me? But I'm a worm, not a man. This worm here, that's talaba, that's the word for the crimson worm. And it says that my heart is made out of wax, which is such an interesting phrase there. So my heart is like wax. It is melted within me. It is dried like a potsherd. So every single thing I have highlight here is a reference to the cross. But we also have even a wax heart, which is what this worm's body creates in the process. And it's attached to wood specifically. And the only way to take the body of the worm off,
if you're listening to this live stream, you can like Google the worms. It like leaves these red streams going down it looks like a bloody cross. It's crazy.
It literally looks like a bloody cross. I can pull, actually I have images because I've done a video on this. It is my third most or fourth most popular video.
We can direct
channel.
Any viewers to the video and keep going. I'm sorry, I got us on this worm thing.
Well, no, I didn't want to mention the wood as well because I've mentioned the wood here earlier.
Okay.
The crimson worm. So not only does the life cycle and death cycle of the worm point to the cross pretty clearly, the tree does as well. So the tree is a live oak. It's an evergreen oak tree. There's not that many species of them, but these exist all over the Jerusalem mountaintops. So Romans, well, actually, let me get back to that. The live oak also has galls on them that look like fruit. So there's these fruits of the tree that you can take off and you can eat and you can grind them up. They're very bitter and they're hard to chew, but if you eat it, it's medicinal and you can actually use it to cure heart conditions. So if you take in the bitter truth of this tree, you can heal your heart. But not only that, the seeds are thorned. These are thorned, and if you actually look at their acorns, it is an acorn with a crown of thorns.
Oh,
that looks like a human's face because it's brown and it's low. Like it kind of looks like a Jew wearing a crown of thorns. And then you have that, and it can be planted in rocky soil, and it will transform the rocky soil into fertile ground to then grow and be established. So it can grow in rocky terrain. And then you have this tree growing from rocky terrain, so like a stone heart. It transforms the stone heart into live flesh. It can heal your heart. And then its leaves as well has little briars on the edge of it. It's not quite thorns, but they're pokey bits. So the leaves and the seeds basically look like they have thorns on them. It's an evergreen oak, so it's always alive. It's everlasting. And it is specifically the tree that the worm attaches itself to, and it gets its name, the crimson bearer in Latin, from the worm itself. So the worm named the tree. So kind of like how I'm wearing a cross right now. Christ stained the cross, an instrument of fear, an instrument of death, an instrument of torture and terrifying, this billboard of do this and you suffer. Christ's death stained not only us as Christians, because the babies are red by the dye of their mother, so is the tree that the mother dies on. So both us and our tree is stained by the death of Christ to identify us as his followers. And not only that, the Romans would use local sourced wood to make crosses because you wouldn't just carry wood all over the place. So it may have been an olive tree, or it may have been a Kermes oak tree. So the very wood that Christ might have been crucified on could have been the very wood that this worm is essentially crucified on.
They should see what kind of wood it is that's like stuck to there's a nail that's stuck in an ankle. If there's any bits of wood on it, they should see if it's those crimson oaks.
Yeah. It's so amazing and so deep. And it's literally just a single word, like, but I'm a worm and not a man. And then you look at the other ways this word is used throughout the scriptures. There's not that many of them. But every single time it is relevant to Christ. Because it's the word for scarlet. So it happens 40 times in the Bible. And whenever it talks about blue, purple, and scarlet, like that is descriptions of Jesus. Like his divinity, his sacrifice, his humanity. Like so much of this. And it's on the things that are important. Like the garments of the high priest, the tabernacle, the cleansing waters that heals your infirmities and can heal you from leprosy, from your skin diseases, from things that will kill you. It heals you from it. Because it's antibacterial.
Eat some of these worms.
They actually use these worms in dyes for food. So you probably have.
Oh wow.
They use the
Think of that.
American
Next time you have a starburst. Maybe the pink's not
it's actually not
big
kosher
deal.
though.
Maybe you should go for the red.
Yeah.
But they also use beaver anal secretion for those things. Did you know that as a flavor?
Right. Yeah.
It's called
what's
it called?
Cocosonium? It's the C sound. It's like cal. It smells like vanilla.
Yeah. Castorum.
Castrum.
Castrum.
Yeah. Castor fluid. Castorum.
I think you're frozen. Oh, there you go. You loosened up.
It's weird. I opened up a new tab and Streamer doesn't like it whenever you're not actively looking at it. Anyway, this Crimson Worm, amazing. So we're talking about typology. There's types of Christ in everything. Like you even like go through like the laminin protein where like the thing that holds your body together sometimes is in the shape of a cross. Not all the time, but sometimes it shapes a cross. So like the protein that your body uses to hold itself together to form bonds just so happens to look like a cross some of the time. That's neat. That's interesting. Everything. There's so much typology of Christ all throughout the Bible. So much prophecy of Christ all throughout the Bible. It is insanely deep. It is insane how much Christ is here. So, yeah, the blood washes us as white as snow. Jessica says, yes, it does.
That's good.
Amen.
Good word, Jessica.
Yeah. So, God is based. God is cool. And there's lots of places where like single word matters a whole lot. And yeah, it's cool. So Israel sets out, he goes to Beersheba, and then
but there's no book
the
written
tribes.
that's like the Quran.
There's no book written like the Quran.
God, what a dumb book, man. I finally read that whole thing. It was so boring.
There's some of it that's interesting. But yeah, the vast majority.
I liked the Surah of Light. There were some verses there. I was like, okay, that's pretty. There's some ayah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it has nothing on the Bible.
No. No, not in eloquence, not in deepness, not in poetry.
Really, it's the deepness, like in the being able to keep you finding more, you know.
Right.
There's like layers in the Bible.
We're mostly going over one topic and we're already 5 hours into the stream.
Yeah.
So we're not even quite done with the topic. Yeah. I probably did skim some of the details you could add to. Like there's a lot of evidence we have for Joseph, like archaeology, that I didn't really touch on too much. There are some
I'm just kidding.
We'll see. I kind of want to go through some of the Leviticus stuff or maybe jump into the New Testament. We'll see.
Oh, that'd be fun.
It's been like half a year since I've taught on the New Testament. So
you don't even remember what's in there anymore.
Yeah, no. I went through all of Matthew. People can go watch that. It's pretty based.
I've been camping out in Matthew. I'm in kind of a rough season of my life, and it's been so good. Like with 3 a.m, walking with a newborn who won't stop screaming unless I'm walking around. It's like the movie Speed. You know, they're like in
that with my son. Yeah.
The movie Speed is where they're in a bus. Yeah, they're in a bus and it blows up if it goes under 50 miles an hour. That's what this newborn is like. You have to be holding him and walking or he won't sleep. And I was just listening to the Sermon on the Mount. I have all these worries in my life right now. And the audio Bible I was listening to is like this British voice, and there's like rain falling and gentle music. And why worry? Who of you can add 1 hour to you? Oh, it's so good.
And I saw this, but I didn't quite see it. Thank you so much, sister, for the super chat. For the shekels.
That's so cool.
Shalom.
You're probably related to the people we're reading about.
Yeah. Ida, if you have not accepted our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now's the time. Anyway,
we only push.
I wonder when they
love you.
It's true. We care about
KJV,
you. I wonder when the KJV Quran will be published. That's the use of all there.
We should write one, just like in obnoxious King James English. That's what. So right, you know, the Mormon Bible.
Let me read my Pixel too, real quick.
The Mormon Bible was written in the time period of what's his name? That American author I love. I'm tired right now. Tom Sawyer. Who is it? Mark Twain.
Mm.
It's like the same time period as Mark Twain, but you read the Book of Mormon, it's like fake medieval English. It's so ridiculous. We should do that with the Quran though, and write our own KJV Quran.
It already exists because the translators in the 1900s still use the King James English. So this is Pickthall, Surah Al-Kahf. 50. Let's do, which one of these is fun? Let's do 57. I have 57.
64-5. And the directions on divorcing prepubescent girls. Or we could do that one.
I'm gonna do this one first. So, and who doth greater wrong than he who hath been reminded of the revelations of his Lord, yet turneth away from them and forgetteth what his hand hath sent forward? Lo, on their hearts we have placed coverings so that they understand not, and in their ears a deafness. And although thou call them to the guidance in thy Christ, thy can never be led aright. Aright.
Any Muslim listening will be like, see, they admit it.
We're 65.
It already exists. That's KJV English, so we don't have to scrap that project.
Oh yeah, there's several of these.
We can take that off the list.
Yeah, and as for such of your women as despair of menstruation, if ye doubt, their period shall be 3 months, along with those who have it not. And for those with child, their period shall be till they bring forth their burden. And whosoever keepeth his duty to Allah, he maketh this course easy for him.
You're laughing and making fun, but if Allah hadn't sent that down, I would have no idea when to divorce my prepubescent child brides.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we have
that. I have so many notes. I have so many notes in this Quran. This is the first Quran I had, so I just have like all these like sticky notes to like jump to pages of like importance. I have they're colored based on like, would this really get a Muslim or this only get a Muslim a little bit? Then I have like descriptions on the notes themselves for like what's happening. This is my Pickthall Quran that I keep on the ground so that my dogs might step on it.
I don't even want to look at mine again after I finally finished it, but I'll look at it again. I haven't looked at it since I finished it. It's just like so done.
It's fun. Anyway, so while he's getting his Quran,
I annotated all the problematic verses at the beginning of every surah, so I'll like find one. So whenever I would read I can't even see if I have it pointed at my own notes.
Oh wow,
that's on my own handwriting. Notes. Yeah, I annotated at the front of the surah, and then highlight the really good ones.
Maliki Kub version.
Is that our Judaizer friend? Why isn't he on here?
That is our Judaizer friend. His daughter's birthday is today. He was on here for like a little over an hour.
He's too busy celebrating her bat mitzvah to join us.
Yeah. He said he will try to come back in a bit, so we'll see if he is able to come back. But the Malik Yaqub, so for those who don't know what Malik is, it's the king. So that's literally the King James version.
I saw where he popped on earlier and he had an obnoxious picture I did not appreciate for his...
Yeah, he literally changed his Google profile because StreamYard adds you based on your Google picture for the background.
I couldn't listen to anything because I was taking care of kids when I saw that and I busted out laughing.
Yeah. So like that's my Google picture. He literally changed his Google picture to have your face. From that.
What a weirdo.
Yeah, he said, no joke, my dog shredded both hard copies of the Quran I had, so I'm out of them at the moment.
Quit leaving bacon on them. That's what happens if you leave bacon everywhere.
It's true. It's true. He only started that after your kid was born, though, because you were not here. So have you heard his impression of you?
No.
It's spot on. It's like creepily accurate. He sounds like you. He can make your voice say whatever he wants, and he has your picture up while he's doing it.
Like a slightly drunk southerner. I always sound like I'm a little bit intoxicated, even though I'm not drinking. So people always think I'm drunk, especially late at night.
Yeah. He says, shalom, shalom. Thank you. Bless you guys. Thank you, sister. I appreciate it. He says his daughter turned, his daughter's birthday is today, and his son is 19 in an hour. And, we'll see. Whenever they go to
A
sleep,
wonderful
he
day
probably
in
will
his
come back.
household. We wish you all the best. You have fun with your kids.
Yeah. And my birthday was a couple days ago, so.
Wait,
And
so
then,
both of his kids have a birthday on the same day?
The day after. And then
Okay.
me and his kids are all within 5 days of each other. And then my kids and him are all within a couple days of each other. So like my wife and my kids, my daughter and my son are all like grouped around December. And he is also then. So it's like we flip-flopped families with our spouses and our kids. Just
birthdays.
Neat. Yeah. Yeah. Things that people don't care about other than us. So.
I was just having inside thoughts. I'm like, what's going on 9 months before? Anyway, we can continue.
I love doing that to figure out what holiday or what birthday people were celebrating when they got pregnant. Yeah. Like, is that a Christmas baby? Is that a Valentine's baby? Is that an anniversary baby? Is it a birthday baby?
Stephen and Chris's birthdays are 9 months.
Yes. If I remember correctly, I think I'm a 4th of July baby. Or my dad's birthday, because his is the 3rd. So one of the two. Either way.
Probably a birthday.
Yeah, get back on topic. Okay.
Please.
Fine. So all the persons belonging to Jacob who came to Egypt, who came out of his loins. Hey, look at that. Excluding the wives of Jacob's sons.
Everything's connected.
6 persons in all. It's all connected. And the sons of Joseph who were born to him in Egypt were 2. So he has 66 persons of all. Who came to Egypt were 70. So he has a bunch of family. 70 kids and grandkids is wild. Now he sent Judah before him to Joseph to point out the way before him to Goshen, and they came into the land of Goshen. It's also grandchildren. I said that, children and grandchildren. And Joseph harnessed his chariot and went up to Goshen to meet his father Israel. So in the land of Goshen, we actually have river tablets of Hebrew, which is pretty cool. And it's actually dated to the 1500s and 1600s. So we have Hebrew in the land of Goshen in the 1500s and in the 1600s BC during the slavery of Jews in Egypt. So we have archaeological evidence of the presence of Jews in Egypt as the Bible describes. For all the people who are like, oh, Jews came out of Canaan, they were never in Egypt, all this nonsense. No, they definitely were. As soon as he appeared before him, and especially because it's like Yahweh is on the tablets. So Elohim and Yahweh is on those tablets. They're not Egyptian tablets.
I have a book by a non-Christian arguing for the historicity of the Exodus by a guy named David Rawl. And I started the book, but then I got... Say what?
Yeah. Yeah. He also has a documentary series on it.
I started his book, and it was interesting, but then he said something about Enoch, and then that led me to start reading Demons by Mike Heiser, which that then led me to start reading... a whole
rabbit hole.
Yeah, and so now I'm reading ancient Near Eastern primary sources. So I've gotten... It's my problem with having footnotes and getting off track. It's not something that just happens on this live stream. It's just the way my brain works. And so now I'm reading about Marduk ripping Tiamat apart, and it started with me trying to read historical arguments for the Exodus. It's like, I want to understand that so I can understand the Apkallu, so I can understand the Watchers, so I can understand Enoch, so that I can understand what David Rawls saying.
Yeah, no, David, he has a video series as well. So he made a couple movies, a couple documentaries on it as well. So if you don't want to read his books, he has 2 books or 3 books on the topic. You can also watch his movies, his documentaries on it.
What a nerd.
Which are pretty good. So anyway, we have a ton of archaeological evidence for both Joseph and Moses and the Exodus. A surprising amount. So Joseph has harnessed his chariot and went up to Goshen to meet his father Israel. As soon as he appeared before him, he fell on his neck and wept on his neck a long time. Then Israel said to Joseph, now I can die, since I have seen your face and that you are still alive. And Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, I will go up and tell Pharaoh and say to him, my brothers and my father's household who were in the land of Canaan have come to me. So now they're being accepted, and he's, we have like Christ coming to the Father and being like, my brothers, my family, my people, the Israelites have come to me. And the men are shepherds, and they have been keepers of the livestock. They were keepers of the flock. They have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have. So now we have the flocks of Israel coming and being accepted in with the Gentiles. And it will be when Pharaoh calls you and says, what is your occupation? Then you shall say, your servants have been keepers of livestock from our youth until now, both we and our fathers, that you may live in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians. So when Joseph went in and told Pharaoh and said, my father and my brothers and their flocks and their herds and all that they have come out of the land of Canaan. Behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took 5 men from among his brothers and set them before Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh said to his brothers, what is your occupation? So they said to Pharaoh, your servants are shepherds, both we and our fathers. And they said to Pharaoh, we have come to sojourn in the land, for there is no pasture for your servants' flocks, for the famine is heavy in the land of Canaan. So now please let your servants live in the land of Goshen. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of Egypt is at your disposal. Have your father and your brothers settle in the best of the land. Let them settle in the land of Goshen, and if you know any excellent men among them, then put them in charge of my livestock. Then Joseph brought his father Jacob and stood before Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Jacob, how many are the days of the years of your life? And Jacob said to Pharaoh, the days of the years of my life are sojourning are 130. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life. This is an interesting phrase, but it actually speaks to the truthfulness of the scriptures and of a literal account of the genealogies, where why is it only few if he's been 130 years old? Well, because his great-grandfather lived to be in his 500s, and his grandfather lived to be 270. So he's living half the age of his grandfather, and a quarter of the age of his great-grandfather and his great-great-grandfather. His great-great-grandfather is still alive. That's crazy. His great-great-grandfather probably looks younger than he does. So he's few and evil have been the years of my life. It's wow. For example, for people who are trying to wonder about this, Noah died after Abraham had been born. Shem died during the life of Jacob. That is 10 generations apart, and he's still alive throughout all of that. So he outlived Isaac. That's crazy. People on the ark outlived Isaac. Mind-blowing, crazy stuff. Few and evils have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained to the days of the years that my fathers lived during the days of their sojourning. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from the presence of Pharaoh. Joseph settled his father and his brothers and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph provided his father and his brothers and all his father's household with food, according to their little ones. Now there was no food in all the land, because the famine was very heavy, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan languished because of the famine. And Joseph gathered all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan for the grain which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. Then the money came to an end in the land of Egypt, in the land of Canaan. So all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, give us food, for why should we die in your presence? For our money is gone. Then Joseph said, give up your livestock, and I will give you food for your livestock, since your money is gone. So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and Joseph gave them food in exchange for the horses and the flocks and the herds and the donkeys. And he fed them with food in exchange for all their livestock that year. Now, why couldn't they just eat the animals? Well, that would go up pretty quick. That would be a couple weeks or a couple months of food. You need something that sustains and lasts a long time. And grain is really the only thing that you have in that much provision. You also need to keep the animals alive, so you need grain to keep the animals alive.
All right, that's what I was thinking.
And then once you get past the famine, you need the animals to be able to do work in the fields, because you don't want to plow it by hand. You need behema, you need beasts to help you with your burden, and donkeys to carry things in to protect your flock, because donkeys are the guard dogs of your flock. So
whenever there's a famine, it's a situation where cattle are worth very little and hay is worth a whole lot, because everyone's trying to sell.
Right. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, the hidden name between Adam and Noah. That is really interesting. Again, I wouldn't use that type of evidence for the truthfulness of Christianity. That'd be supplemental, but it's still interesting. It's very neat. But you can interpret it in a couple different ways. So because you interpret it in a couple different ways, kind of like Betrayal, with the pictographic symbols of Betrayal, you could get that the Son of God will have his hands destroyed on the cross. That could be a meaning of Bereshit from the pictographic. You could also say that the Son of God will have boobs in his hands on the cross, because there's differences between what shin means. And in the Egyptian, the original was boobs. So it's obviously used as teeth later on, and you get the roots for like ash, like for fire, coming from the idea of great destruction, because the aleph represents powerful. So a powerful biting or a powerful eating, a powerful consuming is fire. So it's interesting. Anyway, so things like that I think are really cool. And he put it out here as man was appointed mortal death. The living God shall come down, teaching in his death shall bring despairing comfort. The despairing comfort. You could do that. You can also twist it a little bit. Some of them are like kind of loose with their definitions. So again, interesting for sure. Hey, Sebastian. Interesting for sure. Good morning. It's like what, 9 a.m. for you? You just woke up. So then that year came to an end, and they came to him the next year and said to him, we will not hide from my lord that our money has come to an end, and the livestock are my lord's. There is nothing left for my lord except our bodies and our land. Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for food, and we and our land will be slaves to Pharaoh. This is how Egypt was consolidated into an empire. Because they were kind of like China. China was not actually an empire until the Unifier came, and then the three kings period, like the warfare between them, and they eventually conquered. Here you have a similar thing. You have like different factions, different sections of the Nile that were not like, they were in the land what we consider Egypt, but they were not like part of Egypt. It's not part of what the Pharaoh controlled. And Pharaoh gained control over everything and became an empire. So give us seed that we may live and not die, and that the land may not be desolate. So Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh. For every Egyptian sold his field because the famine was severe upon them. Thus the land of Pharaoh's became Pharaoh's. As for the people, he moved them to the cities from one end of Egypt's border to another. Only the land of the priest he did not buy, for the priest had an allotment from Pharaoh, and that they ate off the allotment which Pharaoh gave them. Therefore they did not sell their land. And in this allotment we find Hebrew on artifacts. We find it on clay pots. We find it on a Sphinx statue. We find it on river tablets. It's all over the place. And Joseph said to the people, behold, I have today brought you in your land for Pharaoh. We also possibly have the house of Joseph, which is a small mansion complex there that has a man in a multicolored tunic as a statue in the grand hall. And then it has one big chamber, which was the main man's family. And there's a offshoot wing that had smaller chambers. So it may have been that all of his family dwelled in the same house there. And we actually know where Joseph's house was. The statue itself looks pretty cool. You can look up Joseph's statue. And Joseph said to the people, behold, I have today brought you in your land for Pharaoh. Now here is seed for you, and you may sow the land. And it will be at the harvest you shall give a fifth to Pharaoh, and 4/5 shall be your own for food, for seed for the field.
A fifth?
For those of your household.
That's the same amount that Muhammad takes whenever they score booty with jihad.
Twice the tithe. Yeah. Basically demis. So they said, you have kept us alive. Let us find favor in sight of my lord, and we will be Pharaoh's slaves. So Joseph made a statute concerning the land of Egypt, valid to this day, that Pharaoh should have the fifth. Only the land of the priests did not become Pharaoh's. Now Israel lived in the land of Egypt in Goshen, and they took possession of property in it and were fruitful and became very numerous. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the days of Jacob, the years of his life, were 147. Then the days for Israel to die drew near, and he called his son Joseph and said to him, please, if I have found favor in your sight, place now your hand under my thigh and deal with me in loving kindness and truth. Please do not bury me in Egypt. So he asked him to grab his testicles, and he makes this covenant with him. But
that's
I will
when you know somebody's not lying, because you say one wrong word, you're in a world of pain. And then look at the loving kindness and truth. See if that's chesed. Click on it.
It probably is.
Yeah, that's a good word. So a lot of times that's translated love, but it's like deeper than love. It's like loving
faithfulness. Yeah.
Like, imagine somebody been married 40 years and they've just like suffered together and stayed true to each other. That's chesed.
Yeah. Even you have gone through hardship together.
And I was joking. Like I don't actually have an ex-wife. I said that earlier.
No.
But a lot of times it sets up. I always pretend I have this ex-wife named Deborah. If someone's like talking about Satan,
she's cheating on you?
See you with my ex-wife, Deborah.
Have you seen that with David? Oh, Sam Shamoon, apparently his followers were saying that Deborah was cheating on David. His wife's name is not Deborah. But then it became a joke in the last like 3 days.
David Segar is probably married to a Deborah.
David Segar definitely was. And that's also one of the jokes in the stream. Was David Segar's wife.
Good. I miss David. I haven't watched his stuff in so long. I've been so busy. And he hasn't had me on a stream ever since I ate a carrot into the microphone. I need to apologize to him. I doubt that's even why. I bet he's just busy. And also, I just been making videos. I saw you were on with him the other day, though. I'll have to watch that one eventually.
Yeah, you got a shout out in that one.
Oh, good. Thank you. That's so kind.
And then he told you to stop being a wuss and still make content, even though you're a dad.
Oh, is that what he said?
Pretty much, yeah. Because I mentioned how you've been taking care of your newborn. He's like, hey, Christian, listen. The world doesn't stop. It doesn't revolve around you just because you had a kid. Okay, I guess.
I miss that guy.
But yeah, it was fun. I think you would enjoy it. We went through a lot of stuff that are really interesting. A lot of the tafsir, because the scholars in Islam use the rabbinic material to understand the Quran. It's like we've gone over, and you've seen the stuff on like the Quran is just obviously Jewish in Christian myth. But the tafsir use and quotes the Talmud to explain the Quran sometimes. Which is just like chef's kiss, beautiful.
Right, yeah. It's like, well, we have this theory that the Quran's just drawing from the Talmud. Yeah, you know who else is doing it? All the people who are trying to interpret the Quran. It's like, ooh.
And the Hadith. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
This, I think it's like one of the strongest versions of the Islamic dilemma. The problem is no one's familiar with the Talmudic material. So I can't wait for your book to come out. Because for me, information like that, I can't really absorb it and regurgitate it and give it back out unless I've read it and annotated it. You know, because otherwise I'm just going, well, I heard in this live stream that it took from here, you know, but like with a book, I can go look up the primary sources and have it organized, and I'm real visual that way, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, in a couple of months, I might have you test read the book if you'd be willing to.
I would love to. Yeah.
So okay. Yeah, I need test readers in general. Anyway, so let's keep going. Finish off this, and
I'll get off here pretty soon. I'm exhausted, and I want to go eat a carrot, and I'm not about to do it in this mic. I don't want to lose another friend.
I do want to go through two things, then we'll do the wrap up real quick. So I kind of want to do the wrap up with you on right now because I don't think you were there for all of it. So I want to get your take on some of the stuff that we're going through. But Jacob said to Joseph, God Almighty appeared to me at Luz. So this is, you know, who is this God that's appearing to him there? That's the angel of Yahweh. So he says that God Almighty is the angel of Yahweh.
Oh, cool.
And we also have within this blessing, he does this trifold benediction, and he blessed Joseph and said, may the God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd throughout my life to this day, and the angel who has redeemed me from all evil, bless these boys, and may the name live on in them. And if I remember correctly, this is singular. It's third person singular for blessing, baruch. So
right?
Who's doing the blessings? Well, it's God, and the angel, but it is singular blessing. So it's one singular action with three angels.
If it was plural, it'd be chem at the end. instead of just
Yes.
So it'd be
Chin,
like Yevarechem, something like that.
Yeah. Berchim.
And if
Yeah.
it was female, it'd be
Yes.
Yevarechen with an N sound.
Yeah. Or Ots.
Well, that's for plural nouns. So I'm talking about a verb conjugation.
Right.
No, but you're right. That is the plural female ending.
Yeah. So we have, but I don't want people to miss this here because Hebrew has a noun and verb agreement, whether it's plural or singular. So if you have plural agents, you should have a plural verb.
Correct.
But we have a plural agents and a singular verb.
Yeah.
So this is multiple agents, specifically God, and the angel of Yahweh, who he's identifying here. So we have God the Father, God the Spirit, and God the Son blessing these boys as one unified agent. So this is a Trinitarian verse within the Bible. One of the Trinitarian verses of the Bible. There's many of them. But this one's pretty cool. I like it a lot. And then whenever he dies, he then goes on and says, in 49, the brothers are terrified that they are like, oh, he's going to kill us now that our father's dead. He's going to get revenge on us. And we also get like some prophecy of Judah with the ruler's staff will be at his feet and like all this stuff. And, you know, the donkey and the choice vine and like a lot of Jesus language here with Judah. But then we have, for your salvation, O Yahweh, I hope. And this is literally the Yeshua. So like salvation is Yeshua. For your salvation, for Yeshua, I hope, O Yahweh. Which is pretty base, pretty cool.
Then there's so many places where like that pops up and it's like knowing that that's Jesus and that's his name. It's like, oh wow, that's cool. Like if you're reading the Psalms in Hebrew, like people just longing for his salvation.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
And wanting to see
or even all the places. It also says that God becomes salvation.
Yeah.
Like Yahweh is Yeshua.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. But we have, thus you shall say to Joseph, please forgive, I beg you. So they're lying about what their dad said. And like, oh, well, what if Joseph bears a grudge against us and returns back to us all the evil which we had dealt against him? So they sent a message to Joseph. They didn't go in person. They sent a message to Joseph saying, thus you shall say to Joseph, please forgive, I beg you, the transgressions of your brothers, right? And their sin, for they dealt evil against you. So now please forgive the transgression of the slaves of the God of your father. So now they're lowering themselves from brothers to slaves. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. Then his brothers also came and fell down before him and said, behold, we are your slaves.
Do you think he's weeping because he knows they're lying, or he's weeping because he's just moved emotionally?
I think he's weeping because he's hurt that his brothers still doubt his intentions to him.
Yeah. So, I wonder about this passage and also the passage in John where Jesus weeps. Because I'm not sure if he's weeping because the people are sad or because they seem to doubt that he can raise Lazarus from the dead. Because the weeping looks like it could be triggered by either of those.
Right.
But if it's because they doubt him here, for me, that would make it seem more like in John, it's because they're doubting him there too.
Yeah, and I've always taken it as he was like, he had already restored his relationship with his brothers for over a decade now. Because remember, he was also the father was in the land for 17 years. So for 17 years, they've been at peace with their brother. Their father dies, and then they're like, oh, well, let's make sure. So like they go back before him and bow and say, we're your slaves. That's now been more time with his brothers in peace than in his brothers at war. And yet they're still treating him this way. As if he's like other, as if they're not family, as if they're not, as if they haven't spent the last 17 years in Egypt.
Could be both things. It could be it hurts his feelings that they don't trust him and he thinks they're lying.
Yeah, it's just
it's so, I mean, he knows his brothers.
So painful.
I mean,
right?
Do you have any siblings?
I probably didn't say that.
Do you have any siblings?
Yeah, I have 3. Yeah.
Have they ever lied to you?
Of course.
Can they ever get away with lying to you? Like, I know when my siblings are lying. Like, this was probably a super obvious lie to Joseph. When you know someone really well and you have half a brain.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Also, like, the dad doesn't. This doesn't sound like what something Israel would say. Like, it just doesn't.
Well, the dad probably doesn't even think it needs to be said because he thinks that there's peace with his children and he trusts his boys. Yeah.
Right. He blesses all of them individually and corporately. Like, so after all of this experience with him, over a decade of resolving and loving a relationship, they then have the audacity to do this because they're still worried in the back of their head about how they treated their brother. And he weeps. And then his brothers come and they fall down and they worship. And he said, "We are your slaves." But Joseph said to them, "Do not be afraid, for am I in God's place? As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good in order to do what has happened on this day, to keep many people alive." I like the way it's worded in the NIV. It's for the salvation of many. "So now do not be afraid. I will provide for you and your little ones." So he comforted them and spoke to their hearts. Oof, it's amazing. I love it.
Gosh, so good.
Much.
It's probably my favorite story. It might be my favorite story in the Old Testament, and it's my favorite surah of the Quran. It has this crappy retelling that's nowhere near as good as the original, but it's still the best surah of the Quran.
All right. So would they be the same three that appeared to Abraham? No, that was Yahweh, the Son, that was Jesus, and then two angels.
Yeah.
One of the most moving verses in the Bible. Yes. All right. So let me give a quick recap of all of the types that we went over so far. So Joseph was loved more than all of the children of the father. He's been eternally loved by the father because it says that he's loved of old. He brought a bad report against the brothers, who are representative of the Pharisees, who are the shepherds of the flock of Israel. So he brings a bad report against the brothers. They hate him without cause because of that, out of jealousy for his position and of the love he has of the father, and of the father has for him. Because of that, they hate him without cause. They know that he's a prophet because he has these dreams. So he's a prophet and he's a shepherd. And he was sent by the father to the shepherds, to the Pharisees, and to the flock to check on the condition of the flock of Israel. They then see him from a distance, recognize who he is, and don't like who he is. They don't like that the Christ is the Messiah. Then they plot to kill him. And then he also has this glory and radiance about him with the multicolored coats. He was stripped of that, and he came as a man, and then he was stripped even further into the pit, into death.
That's like kenosis.
He was covered in blood. Oh yeah, like you said kenosis or theosis?
Kenosis, like the emptying out.
Kenosis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was emptied of his glory, his majesty. Yeah. From Paul. So you have exactly that, and then you have his robe being dipped in blood, and the blood being revealed to the father, and like the father himself, he recognized the blood in the tunic, and from the father's perspective, the son was dead. Even though he wasn't actually dead and he'd resurrect and he'd come back alive to him, he was dead for a moment in the father's understanding, the father's relationship to him. So he was separated. He also has a dream of ruling the world and the Jews and the Gentiles and like the whole, thing of Revelation. So the exact same thing is applied of Jesus in Revelation. And then he is, because of all that, he's thrown into the pit by the shepherds. He is, handed over into slavery for 20 pieces of silver to
the pit.
Gentiles.
The pit was also a euphemism for Hades or Sheol, like the realm of the dead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Jesus was buried in a pit. So not only does he go down to Sheol, he also goes into a literal pit with the cave. And it was dry and there's nothing in it. So it's kind of like the virgin cave versus the virgin birth. So then we have Jesus cost a bit more than Joseph. Joseph was for 20 pieces of silver. Jesus was for 30. So you could say, inflation. We could also say that Jesus was a higher value sacrifice and a higher value purchase from the Jews unto the Gentiles. And he was sinless before God. He didn't sin at all. Joseph is the only patriarch who's portrayed as not having any major sin. And he's one of the only figures of the Bible who's relatively sinless in general, like Job and Joshua and like some of the other guys, or maybe some of the other ones. But, Joseph is one of the least sinful guys in the Bible. So we have this like sinless prophet shepherd who's going and is suffering on account of sins he didn't commit. And everywhere he goes, he prospers, that God takes care of him. But he goes down into and he's tempted in his like humanity while he's tempted by Potiphar's wife. He's a young buck who is hormonal. He has this beautiful woman trying to seduce him day and night, and then he rejects it, refuses it, just as Christ was able to resist temptation to avoid the cross from the devil offering him all the world and the keys and all that and like all authority. Jesus withstood temptation, Joseph withstood temptation, and then not only did they withstand temptation, they then also said, hey, how could I do such a wicked thing against God? So they actually brought God's morality and their relationship to God in the rebuke of the temptation, which is pretty cool. And then he's punished for this sin, and the people who punish him are lying about what he did, just as the Pharisees are lying, saying that they're going to destroy the temple. He's then cast into the hands of the Gentiles to be punished in prison. And while he's serving the sentence that he doesn't deserve, there are two other men who are serving it with him. One man,
one man I never caught that before.
And one man is a baker who brings bread.
Wow.
The other man is a cupbearer who brings wine. So you have bread and wine from the cross, from the Last Supper, and then you have one man being lifted up with him, and he's restored, and he is in paradise with him later on. Then you have him coming and him being anointed and glorified and lifted up and put his kingly robes on him, and he's given the name Zapaneath Benea, which means thus saith the God, he shall live, the savior of the world, he who gives bread, he who is the revealer of secrets, and he who is the sustainer. All of which could apply to Jesus. So every possible translation of the name of Zapaneath Benea also can be applied to Jesus, which is amazing. And then you have him be given the signet ring, the authority, all authority has been granted onto him, only to the throne, only in decision-making is he lesser. So he's co-equal with the Father. And then you have him going out and supernaturally supplying for the shepherds and creating granaries all over the world to supply bread, these storehouses, these church buildings that bring bread of life to the people when they need it out in the desert. So you have the bread of life transforming, he saves people through bread, which is just amazing. And you have, he was 30 when he started his ministry, Jesus was 30. You have that he is desirable to those who come to him, and you get that the brothers reject him at first. So the Israelites reject Jesus, then he comes into the Gentiles accept him immediately, and then the Jews later on accept him after they are recognizing him. So they don't recognize him at first. They think he's just a Gentile. They think he's some off king that has nothing to do with them, have nothing to do with their faith. They don't have a relationship to him. They don't realize that he is actually the king that they rejected to begin with, that they have this relationship with. They finally understand who he is. He reveals himself to them in full, and they accept him. So there's this two comings of Joseph to the Israelites. The first time he's rejected by them, the second time he's accepted by them. And you have the Gentiles in between, sandwiched, who fully accepts him, and he is made their ruler before he's made the ruler of the Israelites. And now we are seeing the Israelites coming to Yeshua in great numbers, and it is amazing and wonderful. You also have like Pharaoh representing God and like him literally being God, and you have like some of the language there being applied to him. And you also have the 3 days within the cupbearer and the baker too. So it says in 3 days your head will be lifted up. Yeah, so you have the 3 days in there.
And the baker gets his head cut off, or he gets killed some kind of way, and the cupbearer goes
and
back.
He's also hung on a tree. That's the word it uses, is that he's hung on a tree.
Oh, wow.
So the baker is crucified.
Yeah, the fact that there's two criminals with him and one gets redeemed and the other one gets killed, that's cool. I had never picked
and
up
it's bread
on
and wine.
Did you ever pick up on, so like in Matthew 20, where the mom of the two sons is like, can they sit on your right and your left? And Jesus is like, no, that's not for me to decide. And then it ends up being two criminals.
It's already been appointed for him, which is crazy too. Like those crosses were already made when Jesus said that, because they would make the crosses a day or two ahead of time. So he's saying like, oh no, you're not in the position to have that. It's because they were already decided. Then he takes on Jesus Barabbas, the son of the Father. He takes on his position, his cross, to save us, to redeem us. So the son of the Father,
that's why his cross was already paid. There's a swap.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he swapped Jesus Barabbas's cross. So the son of the Father, he took that cross on for himself to redeem us of sin. And we have Messiah, son of Joseph, being the Messiah who's the suffering servant of Isaiah 53. That Jews accepted and have believed in and had that. Like, that was the classical position up until like Rashi and Rambam.
That's cool and all, but there's no book written like the Quran.
And his stepdad's name is Joseph. So he's literally the son of Joseph from the lineage of David.
Now, is there a connection with 12 disciples, 12 brothers? I guess sort of in that the disciples are based on the tribes. Yeah. And then there ends up being 13 because Manasseh and Ephraim come from Joseph. And so maybe that's...
And you have 13 because Judas is replaced as well. Yeah, you get some of the replacement. Those tribes eventually rejected God and dwelled not across the Jordan. They dwelled in the land of the Ishmaelites or the Midianites. So they don't fully get into it. So like Judas was not fully into it. He didn't cross into the Jordan with the other 12 disciples.
Man, this was a good one. I wish
There's
I wasn't so tired.
You can go so much deeper in this too, which is the crazy part. Like, we did a very surface level reading through it in 5 hours and 40 minutes. Sure, there's about an hour of that was a little off, but it's still about 5 hours of content. Just
which hour was
typology. Partly you and partly Steven. So you guys both combined to make about an hour. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to get off here. Thank you so much for having me on. This is always so fun.
Yeah, of course.
All right. I don't
know if Ash is still on, but all right. See you, brother.
Go sleep.
Okay. But like, okay. I guess I can go back to the other view. Full screen camera. There we go. TikTok has been looking at nothing for a bit. Sorry, guys. Still new to TikTok, but we have here such deep typology. Such an amazing thing. And this is just one. This is just one thing that relates to Jesus. And this isn't even considered a type of Christ by the scholars, as I mentioned earlier. That, literally all of that, is not considered a type of Christ because it's not mentioned in the New Testament. This is why I think scholarship is sometimes really stupid and really silly. And we shouldn't use them as our only burden of proof or our only evidences. It's very popular to do that now, but we should test all things. Does it make sense for that not to be a type of Christ? Does it make sense for Joseph to not be foreshadowing Jesus in all of these dozens of ways that you can go through? And again, we did a pretty surface level reading of it. You can go more in depth. Like, there's still more to know and more to see with Joseph, and you can go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper with it. And it is just amazing. And there's no depth, there's no end to the Bible. We have so much content, not just content, like so much power and foreshadowing and prophecy and all these things that are fulfilled and just there. And it's like, okay, for the Muslims watching this, for the, like, when you're talking to Muslims about this, me and Christian are the two half tribes of tangent. Whenever we're thinking about this with Muslims, okay, Muslims believe that everything we just read was partially corrupted or totally corrupted. All of that is relating to Jesus. It's one of the longest types of Christ in the Bible, and you can go deeper and deeper and deeper. Yet, they still say that that is corrupted and it has no purpose and it's not actually the word of God. Because it all contradicts the Bible or the Quran. The Quran contradicts the story of Joseph in over 90 places, over 90 details. The Quran and the Bible are discongruent. I think it actually might be 900, but I'm going to give the smaller number. I think it's 900. I'm going to give the smaller number and say it's 90. It might be 900, but I think it's 90. Rather, other way around. Either way, whether it's 90 or 900, it's still around 100 or more times where the Bible and the Quran are discongruent. They disagree, they contradict in detail. So, whenever you have that many differences between the Quran and the Bible, the only way that the author of the Quran, or not the author, the only way Muslims can get past that for the Quran is to say, oh, well, the Quran is just correcting the errors within it. But it's like a lot of these details that are missing because the Quran's version of it's much, much, much shorter. So it can't be correcting all of it. It's a much smaller text. You can't be correcting a text if it is tiny. But a lot of these details that are missing, it's not even touching on them because the majority of the content of the Quran is just from the Midrash and the Talmud on the subject. Like it adds a bunch of details, and that's mostly what it's focusing on is the added details. It's not actually focusing on the story itself. So it adds all of this stuff to it and ignores all this other stuff. But as a Muslim, whenever you look at this type of content, the way I presented it tonight, and the way I gave the summary, whenever you look at that and you think, okay, the Quran has nothing like this, nothing even remotely close to this. It has no level of depth as the way the Bible has it. What do you do with that? Because obviously, this is the case. Like, obviously, typology is true. Like, anyone with eyes to see can see it. Unless you're spiritually blinded, you should be able to see the parallels between Christ's story and Joseph's story. Yet the Quran doesn't have that. Why does the Quran lack these details from the typology of Jesus? And because Jesus is the Messiah, is he not? And most of these things are messianic, they're not divine. Most of them are messianic. So why is the Quran dropping the typology of the messianic side of this? And why is it contradicting it? And you think, oh, well, no, the Jews just changed it. Why would the Jews change this if this makes it more like Jesus? Seriously, as a Muslim, thinking about this. How did the scribes change these documents? That's a big question because you can't answer that unless Allah literally changed all the books on the planet. That doesn't have an answer. So the question is, how in the world was this altered? How in the world was this changed? Why did they change it? And why did they make it sound so much like Jesus if they didn't accept Jesus? And why does your Quran disagree with it? And why does it lack typology? Why does it lack prophecy? Why does it lack eloquence? Why does it lack depth? Why does it feel so surface level? And why does it not make any sense unless you read the tafsir and the hadith? The Bible is a self-encompassing book that makes sense and is beautiful and deep and loving and wonderful. You can gain so much value from it. Your heart can be enriched and deepened by studying it, by reading it, in ways that I had nothing else I've ever done for me or anyone else I've known that has done it at this level. All of my students that I've taught, all of the disciples I've made, all of the people I've trained, every single one of them has said that the Bible is the deepest experience they've ever had as a human. As a living being, the Bible is it. It is the deepest experience you can have whenever you see Yeshua for who he truly is in the scriptures, revealed in a way that is opening your eyes to who he is. Just going deep in typology, deep in prophecy, deep in covenantal theology. Whenever you see Christ and understand him as the Jewish Messiah, you can never go back. There is nothing else. Nothing else has substance. Nothing else has value. Everything else is shallow. And yet you say the Quran is from God when it's more shallow than like Harry Potter? What are you doing? What's happening? Anyway, seriously consider this. Seriously think about this. If you're a Muslim somehow who made it this far into a stream, about 6 hours in, consider it. Think about it. Why in the world is your book changing Joseph when Joseph's story in the Bible, especially when you consider Christ's attachment to it and how it relates to him, is one of the deepest things you can possibly go through in your life? And yet, you reject it. Why do you reject it? You reject it because it contradicts your scriptures. Why does it contradict your scriptures? Because Muhammad is a false prophet and he didn't know what he was talking about. It's just containing falsehood. So, what should you do? You should have an open heart and an open mind and try to literally change your vision on the Bible, because the way you understand it's not the Bible. The way you understand it is not true. So try to come to Christ in a way that actually teaches you, that actually speaks to your heart, that you actually can encounter him, and he will make the way known for you. He loves you. He cares for you. He wants you to have a relationship with him as God, not as some prophet, but as God. Christ is God. You need to accept that. You need to humble yourself come before him and earnestly seek a relationship with him, and Yahweh, Yeshua, he will save you. He will redeem you. He will wash you. He will renew your mind and your spirit, and you will have a new walk, a new relationship, a new fellowship with him in a way that you can't possibly imagine now. And every single Christian, every single born-again Christian will testify to the same account. So, and this is only one type. There's 80 plus others that you can go through. The more you do it, the deeper it gets. The more you start seeing all the pieces click together. And you can jump, and whenever you do these type of deep Bible studies, you'll jump from one book to another book to another book to another book because they're all interconnected. It's all just one narrative when over 1,500 years of time. Seriously consider it. I hope you care enough about yourself to come to know Christ in the way that he actually revealed himself as God. So, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you TikTok for dealing with the bad quality. And yeah, may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, love of God, and the fellowship of the Spirit with you always. Thank you for coming out. Good night.